Good morning. All right, let's see here. Gonna pull up this, gonna pull up this, gonna pull up this. All right. Good morning. All right, let's see. All right. Let's see. Elvin's music links in the description. Check her out. Very talented artist. All right, girls. So if you did not see, wrong button. If you did not see, Mary, have you seen? Just kidding. Mary, do you know? Okay. Go check out the podcast channel. I just posted a pod. It's doing great. I knew it would, girl. Okay. Woke up to great comments, great views. Everybody's loving it. I really liked this one. Please go check it out. Today we're kind of piggybacking off of what we talked about yesterday. And then we're jumping into a topic that this Discord wanted me to talk about, which I think, God, I can't remember. I must have watched this on my own because I feel like I've seen this before, but I don't think I've watched it on stream. So first, I hope you guys had a great day yesterday. I hope you're having a great day today. Okay, let's see. So yesterday on stream, hold on. Is this what I want to do? Yeah. Is this what I want to do? Oh no, chat says just finished throwing up my guts. Girl, healing and all the jazz. You know, I mean, all the good stuff your way, okay? Let's see. Oh, it is that time of year. Let me tell you. So yesterday, we had a great conversation around Miss Sandry and the paradox. We also have another clip today from Waving the Red Flag, but it's centered around Dr. K. But during the, I think, first part of the series, we were reviewing I don't know her name yet. I haven't learned it. But the woman who talks about basically deconstructing the patriarchy. Anybody know her name? Making great content, great video. And in that conversation, we were talking about gender. And, we were talking about labeling within the constructs and how labels change via the bubble. And there was this section here, for those who missed it. Let's see. Chad says, if you're interested in gender nonconforming identities and indigenous cultures, I would just suggest learning about Two-Spirit people. I think it's the term used in North American indigenous cultures. It is, and they have specifically requested that non-binary people do not use that term unless they are Native themselves. So basically, what's happening even in Native bubbles is they are saying their tradition and their words for their people have nothing to do with anyone who isn't a part of this bubble. Therefore, they're taking like an ownership of this word, which is fine. Do not care. Like, that's your business. But also, then we are not having the same conversation. It means they are not talking about gender nonconforming in a deconstructed way. They're talking about a religious or cultural or traditional construct that they are excluding people from to say that it only belongs to them, which is fine. Not arguing with them. But I'm okay. So that conversation is one of my favorite conversations to have because we have to respect people's tradition and their cultural bubbles and talk about how tradition keeps us from deconstructing, right? But this is President Brittany talking now, but somebody wrote me a comment. It's a very nice comment, but I'm concerned that there was a misconception of what I was saying. And so they wrote this really lovely comment just saying, hey, Britt, I think you might not be aware of what Two-Spirit actually is. And I'm going to quote an article from them. Okay, so as an autistic, but also social media person, when you start off a sentence structure with, I think you might not be aware of what it actually is, you're saying a multitude of things. And I just want to clarify what you're saying. Are you saying by my own relationship to the discussion we had yesterday, do not know what Two-Spirit is? Period? Are you saying that because I don't know what it is in your lens, my statement is now void? Are you saying that even though you might know what it is, you're not, there's something, like, what are you saying, right? So then I tried to figure it out in like really good faith because everything they wrote here is, yeah, I've read all this. I've seen so many videos on Two Spirit. I've read so many articles on Two Spirit. I feel like what I said was exactly appropriate, but they're right that I could not teach you about Two Spirit as I am not native and do not know about native Two Spirit, like from an educational perspective, right? So again, all of it's fine. The comments fine. The thoughts fine. Everything about it is fine. But I can't figure out if this person was confused by what I said. But when you start off the sentence with, you might not actually be aware of what it actually is, nothing in what they said to me discounts what I said in my statement in my mind. So I'm a little confused about the sentence structure, but it inspired, okay, us to have, me to have a conversation with you about the Two Spirit idea, but not about Two Spirit. So we're going to talk a lot about Two Spirit today. We are not talking about Two Spirit today. Does that kind of make sense? Right? Like we're going to use it, but we're not talking about it. I just want you to process that information, okay? Chat says, would it make more sense if they said, hey, Britt, just wanted to share more on Two Spirit? Well, I don't know what they meant to say. That's why I'm asking, right? Like, I don't know what they meant to say. Also, chat, thank you so much. You said your hair looks so damn good, moisturized and silky queen. Can I just say something to you? I have been struggling with my hair lately where I was like, where is the volume? Where is the moisture? Where is the curl? Where is the thing? And then today I woke up and I was like, oh, thank God. Because like it has been scraggly. Like it has been so sadly. The volume has just been so depressed that I was like, where is my hair? And then today happened and I was like, oh, okay, it's okay. Thank you. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. So again, okay? I don't mean to talk badly about this person. They shared really interesting information about Two Spirit, right? And how it doesn't overlap or quite match the Western way of thinking about non-binaryism, which I mentioned in my stream. So again, what I want to do is I want to explain to you, kind of also jumping, you remember the humanist segment we also covered yesterday in stream where somebody said like, oh, are you a humanist? And I was like, no. And then we went over humanism. Why do I pick certain labels to identify with and not others? Okay. Why do you pick certain labels and not others? We don't pick labels because they're true. We pick labels because they feel right. I'm going to make that argument today. I'm going to make the argument that labels are meant to express a present sense of self and are not meant to be what's true. They're meant to be what I mean to convey, which is why we change labels depending on who we're talking to. So yesterday I gave the example of vegan or plant-based. If I was with my conservative people, I'd say I'm vegan because they like, but if I was vegans, I'd say I'm plant-based. But the word isn't what's true. It's what we mean to say when we use it. So I don't really believe in this idea that like words mean things. Words mean things subject to the construct, okay? So when I looked up, because I had said that, listen, I love gender nonconforming bubbles. I love gender fluid bubbles. But the reason I stay away from cultural, spiritual, or religious gender relation bubbles is because they're closed. They're interesting. I love to learn about it. Like I said, I've seen so many videos on Two Spirit, but because it's not a special interest, religion is not a special interest of mine. Spirituality is not a special interest of mine. To be honest with you, like historical cultures are not a special interest of mine. I love learning about the past, but it's not a special interest. Does that kind of make sense? So, wait, chat says, I don't think I change my labels based off who I talk to. I just explain if needed. I think that's valid. I couldn't imagine. I do think that changing the labels does two things. One, it respects the bubble you're visiting, and two, it's a form of masking. So, it's like if I need to feel safe, I change the label to feel safe. If I want to respect the people I'm visiting, I think about it from that perspective. Right? So you have to make a decision about how you socialize. That's just something I do to socialize because yeah, like it's just dependent on how you want to socialize, I think. Like it's interesting how like words can mean different things. Example, in my recent pod I just put out, there's this comment that I think is like they're taking something like deeply like personal and not thinking about the criticism. So I make a criticism of this show, Nobody Wants This, where I say she's a, you know, a girl who's basically 40, okay, who shows up to a Jewish home with prosciutto on the charcuterie board and doesn't know it's pork. And I was like, come on, that's just sloppy writing, right? You're going to a Jewish home and you didn't think to check it was kosher. You're too old not to know better, right? And then somebody in the comment section was like, well, you shouldn't assume that. I didn't know that either. I just learned this for the first time watching this video. Yes. Are you a podcaster about to be handed $60 million, written on a TV show about a woman who lives in LA where we have one of the largest Jewish populations, who's supposed to be a person who's a fourth wave feminist, who's also a person who's supposed to know what a charcuterie board is enough to go get one? It's bad writing. And then I clarified it to them so they wouldn't feel bad. And they still were like, yeah, but like, not everybody knows that. And I was like, girl, like, again, with peace and love, girls, come on. There should be an expectation of like, shouldn't you know this? Shouldn't you know this? And if you don't know this, you should know this. Because you shouldn't be walking into people's homes who are deeply religious and not think I should research this. Okay? Okay. Hey, I will not take Dr. K slander in the chat because the only people I know who hate Dr. K really are incredibly centrist, liberal, conservative men who hate women. So ironically enough, even though Dr. K might be somebody who's trying to help incels, the people who hate him the most are incels. So if you hate Dr. K, you better clarify what bubble you're coming from. Okay? I see you, chatter. I'm not here to defend Dr. K, but I also don't want people good. Again, my stream channel is heavily censored because I live here full time. Okay, if you want to talk shit, go to my podcast channel where I do not read the comments. Okay, but you cannot come here to my stream channel where I show up to work every day because you know what you just did? You walked into my coffee shop and you're like, Dr. K sucks. You're like, Dr. K is disgusting. Get out of my coffee shop. That's what you just did. You just walked into my coffee shop while I'm making a latte. Okay, and you were just like, yo, listen, bro, get out my coffee shop. Thank you. Okay, now. Okay, so now, okay, so I even went on Reddit because I was curious what people were saying about Two-Spirit, and like this is just like Ask Transgender, and this is a person who like heavily wants to identify with Two-Spirit, and other Native population or people in the chat are like, no, you can't do that. Like, this is special. You can't identify as Two-Spirit. Now, this plays onto the belief, you know, Rachel Dolezal, the white woman who identifies as Black. Okay, she's not the only one. There was also that white guy who wanted to be Filipino. Listen to me when I say this. Your desperation for community and identity does not need to be in these bubbles. You do not need to be Black to have community. You do not need to be Filipino to have somewhere to go on the weekends. You do not need to be Two-Spirit to be gender fluid. Okay? Like, Native Americans or the Native populations that specifically uphold Two-Spirit, like words, they use that word, that concept, it's something for them. It's their thing. And though it might not be objective or it might not be exactly what feels like the ultimate truth, it is their truth that works within their construct and their label. Okay, it's fine. It's not unethical. Is it the most deconstructed? Obviously not, because anything that limits disallows the opportunity for us to deconstruct the truth out of it. But also it represents something that's really important and personal to people, that's valuable to the community, right? Okay. So again, we're not talking about Two-Spirit in this conversation. Remember, if you're Native and you're like, Brittany's not speaking correctly on Two-Spirit, I'm not trying to talk correctly about Two-Spirit, though I'm not trying to talk incorrectly either. I'm just trying to make it clear that it exists within a construct for a reason, and it can't then exist in the, if it only exists within this construct, then it can't be true. In an objective sense, it can only be true in a relationship sense. Like, if this thing is not something that is universal and available to people who are not Native, then it is simply, it is similar to being a Catholic saint. Where like Muslims don't have saints, they have prophets, right? Like Catholics have saints. And if you can call it what you want to call it, but then it only exists within this construct, means that it's only true within this way of existing and this word you're having a relationship to. It's not to say that's wrong. It's to say that it's limited, but limited is subjective in terms of its wrongness or rightness, right? Okay. I remember, I'm not going to show you this because I'll get copyrighted, but I watched this video of Joe Rogan and Bill Maher talking about Two-Spirit. And it's so funny to me because like, they're like, oh my God, what's next? Two-Spirit? What the fuck does that mean? And they're like, no, dude, like Joe Rogan, who literally made himself known as the person who talks to shamans and does drugs and does DMT, and the guy who literally is all about like, you know, ooh, Native Americans do this and this and this. All of a sudden it comes to gender and they're like, oh, lame. You know what I mean? I love how they're willing to talk about gods and spirits, but God forbid we talk about gender. Gender is so scary to these bubbles. It's so funny. Okay. Then we've watched this video on stream before. You probably know this video since this is one of the first videos that like I think a lot of us saw for them. This was 6 years ago. So this is like kind of recent, kind of old. This is in Query. Check this out.
Though the label has only been used since the 90s, the concept of the Two-Spirit is something indigenous groups have identified with for centuries. But what does Two-Spirit actually mean, and where does it come from?
So note that we're going to watch this in a second. We're going to watch a video on this from 1991. Two-Spirit has been around for centuries, just like everything else has, but the label was birthed in the 90s. God, the 90s, what a time.
So what is Two-Spirit? It's an umbrella term that bridges indigenous and Western understandings of gender and sexuality. You may recognize it as the two that sometimes appears on the end of LGBTQ2. There are many definitions and understandings of Two-Spirit, and each is nation-specific. The term was intentionally introduced by Native people with the goal of finding common ground and helping educate about traditional teachings in a contemporary context. The Two-Spirit Society of Denver offers the following definition. Two-Spirit refers to another gender role believed to be common among most, if not all, First Peoples of Turtle Island, North America, one that had a proper and accepted place within Native societies. This acceptance was rooted in the spiritual teachings that say all life is sacred.
Wait, Chad said, not gonna lie, something about him is gaggy. Gaggy like I'm gagged, like good, or like gaggy like gross? Because if you mean gross, I'm gonna ban you. Because that's a rude thing to fucking write down. Keep your intrusive thoughts to yourself. Keep your inner monologue to yourself. If you mean gagged like in a good way, then we love him and we agree. You said in a good way. Then we agree, okay? Just making sure, girl, because you know, these people, I put Dr. K in the title and the worst people come out sometimes. You know what I mean? Like the boys from the Reddit just start sniffing up. So you never know. Yes, we love them. I don't know if they're they, them. I don't know what pronouns they use, actually.
So how did the term Two-Spirit first come about? In 1990, in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada, at the third annual Native American Gay and Lesbian Gathering, the term Two-Spirit was proposed and affirmed by consensus. The word was a potential solution to what Native scholars and activists called the problem of naming, or making the many different sexual and gender identities that fall under the Two-Spirit umbrella legible across Native and non-Native cultures alike. For example, to illustrate the diversity of meanings that Two-Spirit contains, consider the following. In Lakota, the word winkte means to be as a woman and refers to two-souled Lakota people who transgress boundaries of gender from what may be considered male to female. In Diné, nadlehe means those who transform and refers to one of four separate genders: masculine feminine, masculine masculine, feminine masculine, and feminine feminine. Each gender has its own word in the Diné language. And those are just two nation-specific examples. There are so many more. Each nation's understanding of gender and sexual diversity is different and grounded in specific spiritual beliefs. Although all nations don't have a concept of Two-Spirit people, across those indigenous nations that do, Two-Spirit people were historically held in high regard and often considered sacred or divine, holding important positions like matchmakers, medicine people, or warriors on the front lines of battle. Many Two-Spirit people perform roles traditionally assigned to both men and women. Witwa, a famous Two-Spirit of the Zuni or Ihamana, was known to take part in masculine tribal matters and feminine tribal matters, and was even sent as an official Zuni delegate to Washington, D.C. Part of the reason Two-Spirit was adopted at the 1990 conference was because much of the written record on the indigenous nations of North America begins with European contact. For instance, the writings of Jesuit priests from the 1600s contain references to berdaches, which means kept boy in French, to refer to those who embodied both male and female genders. These writings often focus negatively on perceived cross-dressing among the Anishinaabe. The term is not only inaccurate, in that it projects a European understanding of gender, but is widely considered pejorative by natives. Two-Spirit was an attempt at self-determination across linguistic barriers, because the existing language, foreign and imposed violently on the indigenous peoples of North America, was both offensive and deeply colonial in its gaze. European colonizers imposed homophobia, rigid binary gender roles, and misogyny under the guise of civilizing indigenous people through the Christian tradition in residential schools and beyond. As a result, indigenous people were robbed not only of their land, but of their spiritual traditions and way of life regarding Two-Spirit people. Many nations came to forbid and punish Two-Spirit unions and self-expression. As recently as 2004, Kathy Reynolds and Dawn McKinley, two Cherokee women in Tulsa, Oklahoma, attempted to marry under tribal law, setting off a convoluted legal battle with serious political and social implications. The two were thrust into the spotlight against their wishes and became instant public symbols of the battle for Two-Spirit rights under tribal law. The Cherokee tribe is the second largest in the US. Although they were granted the right to marry, the decision to issue them a marriage license was soon challenged and led to a tribal law declaring that a union was to be between a man and a woman. Eventually, in 2016, the law was overturned. By that time, a wider cultural shift had taken place, both outside of and within the Cherokee Nation. In recent years, many Native people are returning to their Two-Spirit traditions as a way to heal from the injustices the American colonial project has visited upon their ancestors and traditions. In 2011, the first known U.S. Two-Spirit powwow was organized by the Bay Area American Indian Two-Spirits. Since then, powwows honoring Two-Spirits have been held in Montana and Kansas. And in March of 2017, the largest powwow in the U.S., the Gathering of Nations, honored Two-Spirit people during its grand entry. Two-Spirit identity is resilient and precious. It has survived centuries of colonial violence and prejudice. These sacred ways of knowing live on amongst Native youth seeking to know more about themselves, elders who have kept the traditions alive in spite of the odds, and anyone in between. It should go without saying, but Two-Spirit is not a poetic way for non-Native LGBTQ people to express themselves. We're looking at you, Jason Mraz.
Oh, shit.
It is, however, a sacred tradition among the first peoples of this land we call Turtle Island that all of its inhabitants should know about and respect.
They said, fuck you, Jason Mraz. I'm fucking dead. Oh, man. That was so funny. Oh, that was so, I've seen this video multiple times, but I just didn't remember. That's so funny. Oh, okay. I love that summary. Just like a really good summary, right? Chess as a sweetheart, as a friend, and also a, ooh, how do I say this word, girls? Passamaquoddy, master basket maker. Girl, you just know I butchered that. Beautiful work, they, them. Thank you so much. So they are, they, them. Okay. Oh man, I was gagged. Oh. Yes, I will link the video, of course. This is the channel Them. You guys, we've watched them before. I really like their videos. Okay. Oh man. Woo, that Jason Mraz joke at the end there really got me. Okay, now. The first comment is, can you please let us natives keep one thing to ourselves, please? And it says, this person is like, no, you must fight to maintain what is yours. Girl, get a job. And then like people are arguing these comments. Okay, then it says, okay, this comment says, I don't understand how people think this is exclusionary. Two-Spirit is a specific concept for natives that refers to non-binary people in their culture. We still have non-binary people in our culture. Is it so hard to let natives keep the title of Two-Spirit to themselves? Well, okay, I don't even know if that's a proper way to say it, because for my understanding of Two-Spirit, it's two spirits embodied, male and female. We've watched this video again, but I just want to say this, and this is what's important. My work is very much, okay, so just in case you're new to my channel, this is the first time you're watching me, right? I created a philosophical framework, a working theory that we all live in bubbles, right? We all have our bubble, which is our perception. And perception is subjective because the brain is the thing processing that information. But I also deeply believe in the consciousness. I also deeply believe that there is a separation between us and our bodies and our genders and our skin colors and our cultures. I also believe our cultures are created out of an evolutionary need for survival and community and consistency, right? I have a working theory that right now there fuck. I cannot believe I muted myself. Bro, I was... How long was I muted? I pressed the button on my keyboard. How long was I muted, girls? Jesus fucking Christ. I'm out here being muted. I was cooking. Fuck. Okay, when did it... Too long? Oh, no. Like 15 seconds. Okay. When I switched to paint. Okay. So, fuck. Okay, so I have a working theory and a thought process. And the reason I think it's important is because I think you are either a 2 or a 5, and there's nothing wrong with either of them. But 2s think the whole universe revolves around planet Earth, and 5s believe the universe revolves around, well, the universe. Like, that we are a part of the universe. So there is no planet Earth as the center of the universe, right? So we believe usually people believe that their culture, their religion, their gods, the planet is the center of the universe. Like, why would you go, as an example, why would you think you're a Catholic if you didn't think like that was the answer? Why would you think you're a Muslim if you didn't think that was the answer? Why would you choose a label you didn't think was the answer? Most people pick labels, belief systems that they think are the answer, which is why they make prescriptions, right? And I'm saying, what if we don't know? And what if the we don't know doesn't lead us to nihilism, but to an understanding that we are meant to exist, observe, and maybe figure it out, right? What if we don't know? And it's okay that, like, as an example, natives, two-spirit people, they have their own words, culture, language is beautiful. I'm not here to say you should get rid of it. I'm here to say, if we acknowledge that everything is a subjective relationship based off perception and also holds truth within that subjective meaning, then what does that mean for the way that we process information, okay? One of the things I'm going to show you later today, after the Dr. K thing, is a conversation between, well, maybe I should show you actually after this. I'll show you, we'll end on Dr. K. I'll show it to you after this. I forgot to put it in the title. But I want to show you what it's like when I've been watching a lot of vegan gays. And when she tries to ask people, what do you believe? It's interesting to see how people can't answer the question. And I want you to see this conversation between a Christian guy trying to argue against veganism, but he can't argue his own beliefs. He finds solace in Christianity, but not enough to argue it. He doesn't want to have a religious debate. Yet when they ask him about morality, he says, well, I'm a Christian. And then when they say, okay, what's the rules of your religion? He goes, I don't want to talk about religion. And then on top of that, there's like a disconnect that happens where they say they don't believe in objective morality. Like L doesn't believe in objective morality. So he goes, well, you don't even believe in morals. Guys, believing in objective morality or not does not then morals. I don't believe in objective morality. I still believe in morals because they're subjective based off of the bubble, right? So I think there's like a disconnect that happens, especially in, let's say, just in the Americas, where, especially in North America, there is this obsession with like, oh, like objective means we know right from wrong. That's why God writes it on your heart. That's not the way I want you to learn this lesson. So again, when we explore the two-spirit bubble today, we're not here to talk badly about two-spirit people, about natives. We are not here to take over the conversation. We are here to observe how different bubbles have different relationships with these words. But the moment you say something like, this is real for us and you can't have it, which is fine, you're saying something that I don't think people know what they're saying, right? I don't think you know what because not to say that you're ignorant, but to say that when a Muslim or a Catholic says, this is for us, we want you to join us, they're recruiting you. When Native Americans say this isn't for you, you can't have it, they're saying it's just for us, which is very interesting. It's why they're different from like a traditional Western religion. Because in a traditional like sort of Western religion or an Abrahamic religion, let's say, they usually want to recruit people, maybe sometimes the right people in quotation marks, okay? They want to recruit people into their army. The difference is like, yes, they have a closed practice. Exactly, chat. They have a closed practice. So they cannot be experiencing something that is a universal experience. It's a personal experience based off of tradition, which is fine. But it means to say that if I was Native, I would start to question what is true here and what isn't true and where is truth, right? In the same way I left Catholicism because I was like, even though you keep telling me this is true and this is real, what is real about this? So here's an example I want to give. This is one of my favorite two-spirit people that I've showed this video 1,000 times on my video. Listen to the way they have this conversation, and then it will make more sense. Okay.
Manish Shikabe and this is Nikas. My name is Manish Shikabe. When I was born, and I was about 4 years old, my grandmother told me I was a two-spirit child. I was a two-spirit child, and that I was going to have a hard life when I grew up. But I didn't know what that meant. I never know what two-spirit meant, just even that word, until I got older and older. But I knew I was different. And when they tried to dress me up in little girl clothes, I couldn't stand the little girl clothes. Nobody told me that. I just didn't want to be one of those people. Once I got older and I understood what two-spirit people was, I thought to myself, holy cow, how am I going to ever overcome that? I was about 10 years old when I discovered my own sexuality. I liked girls. But then when I was about 16 when I asked, just before I was 16, I asked my grandmother, what did she mean by Nijajijak? And that's two-spirit. That two-spirit itself didn't come till later for me. But Nijajijak came early because I know what that meant. So I asked my grandmother what does that mean for me, and she told me, oh, my granddaughter, I think you're going to have a hard life. I don't know what's going to happen to you, she said. Because of your life, because of who you are. People are so different now. Things are happening, things are coming in the air. You could see that, she said. And you're going to have to try all kinds of churches if you want, she says, if you want to do that, just to see where you fit in. If you don't.
Ooh, listen to that part. Okay, first, Brighton, welcome to memberships. Okay, so they were told when they were 4, their grandma knew, hey, okay, there's something about you. Now they called it two-spirit, right? Obviously, I believe that there is a consciousness to us that holds some sort of like understanding from a gender perspective. Even my Discord said, oh, that sounds so similar to how you use boy who's a boy. Like I will say sometimes like, oh, that's a boy who's a girl or a girl who's a boy. And I'm using something to explain the energy of what I'm feeling. And that's what I think the grandma might have been saying to this person, like, oh, two-spirit. But two-spirit, because it's a native terminology and therefore sacred within this construct, in this bubble, which is valid, it sort of also comes with a baggage that doesn't separate the consciousness from the culture. So again, when the grandma says you're two-spirit, they're putting a label on the child, which is fine. But maybe the grandma was intuiting something that even exists outside of the concept of two-spirit, right? Because if you experience two-spirit and it's only for natives, but then somebody else outside of native culture experiences two-spirit, but they don't call it two-spirit, but it's the same thing, then why would you know what I'm saying? Like, it's okay to acknowledge that on the surface we call it different things to have different experiences, but by calling it different things, we therefore have a different experience, and we're separating ourselves from that experience, which is fine. I'm a 1,000 label kind of girly, okay? I love words for every different flavor of candy, okay? Love it. So I do appreciate the idea that things can be clockable, like in a good way. You can sense an energy in someone. You can look at someone. I look at my nieces and nephews every day, and we're all making bets. As the adults in the family, we're like, that one's gay, that one's autistic, that one's ADHD, that one's this, oh, that one's going to do this. And then we're all waiting to see what happens. Okay, we're not telling the kids, but we as the adults are absolutely making bets on where the kids end up because we knew, we do it because that's how we were as kids. Like we looked at each other and said like, oh, I bet you're going to be this. And by the way, I think I'm going to win. Okay. I didn't put money on it, but if I did, I think I was going to come out right. Like, I think I'm going to come out right. So when we have this conversation, it's cool to hear about their story. It's cool to hear about how other people are doing things. And also, what does this mean for the greater idea that like there's a universe to be discovered, right? Like if I want to discover truth, but I can't discover truth in a closed practice, then can the closed practice hold truth? And what if you do discover a truth, but you don't want to share it with the world because the world isn't ready? Example, if I had superpowers, I wouldn't tell you because the world would come and kidnap me and I'd be a social experiment. You guys would, like the governments would experiment on me, right? But if I had superpowers and I knew the truth about superpowers, wouldn't I want to tell the world? But I probably wouldn't, right? Chad says, I get what you're saying. How does this experience relate to objective truth, even though we are not able to access the objective truth? How does this experience relate to objective truth? How does this experience relate to objective truth? How does it, I get what you're saying. Okay, girl, hold on. You said I get what you're saying, but then you said I don't get what you're saying. So could you tell me what you don't get so I can answer it? Because you said I get what you're saying, but how does this relate to objective truth? If you got what I was saying, wouldn't you know? Or are you saying I don't get what how does this relate? Tell me, because I want to answer the question. It's a good question, but I don't know what you're asking.
But at least you tried. And she said, and it won't hurt you to go there. If you go to church once, just discover something. Take one line or two lines from it and learn from it, she said. The God's in here. She lives inside of you. Or he lives inside of you, she said. And that's who you are, she said. Jack, you have two of them that lives inside of you, a male side and a female.
See, a male side and a female side, which is why they're not non-binary in that way that we think about non-binarism. Two-spirit is a male side and a female side. Now, okay, I want to say this though. Hold on, wait, I had it and I lost it. Chat says two-spirit has to be earned in terms of knowledge and education in the community, like being a water keeper or a fire keeper. There's a knowledge that is expected to be known as part of your position. Okay. Now, this is interesting. On the Discord, on the podcast channel, I made a hold on, let me see if I can find the exact comment because it's hilarious. It's a bit funny, really. It's a bit funny. Hold on, let me see if I can find this. There's my own video. Click. I am that's me. Thank you. Okay. Okay, this one. So I mentioned in the video my desire to work on being an elder, and it said, sweetheart, which obnoxious. You've become a grown-up when you realize there are no grown-ups. You're an elder with 33 thumbs up. With peace and love, y'all. This is why words don't mean the same thing in every bubble. I don't want to just be old. I'm interested in being an elder. It's a role you play in the community. It's not like this person's like, sweetheart, you've become a grown-up when you realize there are no grown-ups. You're an elder. What are you talking about, girl? Okay, we're not having the same conversation with peace and love. Like, we're not having the same conversation. Elder for me comes with a requirement of action. Okay? I don't want to be the 45 auntie and uncle that's so cool that they can't be reliable in any capacity. I need you to be reliable, okay? I need there to be a conversation we're having. I saw this TikTok where this kid calls his aunt with the mom there. You know, it's like a prank or a social experiment. And the kid goes, hey, I got a bad grade on my homework. Can you sign my homework so my mom doesn't find out? And she goes, yeah, come over, and doesn't even ask questions. And everyone's like, oh my God, that's such a cool aunt. Yeah, with peace and love, no. Why? Why aren't we telling your parents? Why are we hiding it from your parents? What's the big deal about you having a bad grade? Why is your parent being weird about it? Is that my sister? I'm going to go lecture her for being weird about the fact that you have a bad grade. Like she didn't have bad grades in school. Like, no, I'm not going to stick up for my niece and nephew or my by hiding or teaching them to lie when it's unnecessary. Girl, are we lying out of survival? For sure, bro. You're trans and your parents aren't going to like you. You come over. But like, you got a bad grade on a homework? No, I'm not going to sign no paperwork for you. First of all, if that's my sibling, who's your parent, they better be signing that paperwork for you because who cares? You know what I mean? It just feels like, again, I don't care that you got a bad grade and they shouldn't care either. But it's this idea of like, oh, that's a cool auntie. That's a cool uncle. No, you need to be a guide. Now, I'm not saying everybody has to play this role. So hear me when I say this. Not everybody in the community needs to be an elder. But for those of us that want to be, it does require maturing and growing up to in a way that makes you reliable. Okay? And that's not for everybody. Okay? Now, hold on, going back to chat. It was more of a rhetorical question. Sorry. Oh, the fact that aspects of non-binary identity can be found in different communities, common experience are found around the world. Oh, okay. Let's see. Chess says, I don't think it's exactly accurate to say we don't have access to objective truth. It's more accurate to say that the way we access the objective is filtered through our subjective experience. hold on. It's more accurate to say that the way we access the objective is filtered through our subjective experience. When people are discussing objective reality and morality, they're saying, how do you know that killing somebody is wrong? And they mean it in an objective sense. They mean it like it without question, right? So they're looking for something that exists outside of human beings, but it's very hard for us to know what could exist outside of us, because if every human being was eradicated from the planet, would killing things then be immoral? If the only things left to kill were like non-human animal species? So then the argument is that it is not objectively wrong to kill people. It is then to say that we would argue that killing people is actually not objectively immoral. It is actually subjectively could be very moral and ethical for society, right? So let's see, Chet says if it's filtered, it's no longer perceivable as objective. Yeah, there's two ways people think of objective. Some people view objective as like the majority consensus, right? Like two people arguing and then who's objectively saying what, and then you could argue and then the majority would agree. Or the secondary part of objective that we talk about is sort of outside of the opinion of people, outside of your opinion, what is true. And that's like that's why the vegans are very interesting, because veganism as a philosophical concept makes the prescription that people should be vegan, but also accounts for the flawed part of our nature, meaning that it doesn't say that you should never kill an animal. It says that outside of these extreme cases, you should never kill an animal. Or animals are it's not that humans will never do harm to an animal, like almonds kill lots of insects, therefore animals. But that's not to say we should stop eating almonds. It's to say that we have to live with the reality that no matter how we exist, we will harm things. So sometimes it can be confusing for people to say like, well, if veganism isn't objective and it has no objective morality, then why are you making a prescription? And it's because the prescription is actually part of harm reduction. It is true, period, that if you would like to harm reduce, there is nothing harm enhancing about the vegan lifestyle or philosophy. That just if everybody was vegan, it would bring down the evil meter by at least 20, 30, 40%, right? So like something would happen. It wouldn't go up. It would go down. Maybe it wouldn't even be that much. Maybe the percentage doesn't matter, but it just wouldn't go up. It would go down. And that's what vegans are focused on. But people get trapped in this idea that like, well, if you're saying it's a prescription, then it should be true, which is why you'll have religious people say you ought to do this thing because God ordained it and God is the knower of all things. He is correct, right? We'll get into it when I show you this video. I want to show you about it, okay? Let's see. Okay, so now I'm just going to skip around, guys. Stay with me here. So this is one of my favorite people. I'll go ahead and link the rest of the video. You guys can watch it on your own because I just want to show you the way people have the conversation, okay? Then there's this person, and this is in Winnipeg. Okay, so check this out. Boom, boom. Two-spirit. Just kidding. Thank you.
Bonjour, Dance. Niu gavo ikandijne kras. Maskwane totem. Ogejita koyandijne kras. I come from a place in Manitoba that has carried a very, very, very large body of Indigenous people from all over Canada. And that's the city of Winnipeg. The Niju Manituk, as we say in Anishinaabe, that was how that name was given to me. And it's taken its own journey around the world. And there are a number of us who want to slow down, come back, and to be able to bring an understanding and not a definition because it cannot be defined. The grandfathers came in a dream. The grandmothers showed all of us the gift and the greatness of Two-Spirit. One day, or one night actually, 7 orbs of light as I was standing out on the grass. It was like the teepee disappeared and everything that, except the tobacco in my hand and the way in which I could see them through those legislature lights. They came, one after the other, 7 of them. And each time one came, there was a male face and a female face that would transform back and forth. And the first time the grandpa came, the Mushum face came, he said, "You are as of us. You are one of us. And you have been here like us since the beginning of time. And you have come to know which way and how we travel the earth and the sky world and the spirit world." And he said, you will begin to know many different kinds of things about the two-spirit nation. It's a nation of many means and many gifts and many ways. But the easiest and the best way is to see that your gift is to see the world always in 2 sights, with 2 feelings of the heart. It's neither male or female, but it's both. It's neither up or down, but it's in the middle. It's complex. It's a complex understanding, but it's a real understanding if you just let yourself simmer down and not try to be something you're not. And so in that engagement of spirit and heart, we will always know who we are. It will never be taken away from us again, ever, 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 ever.
Okay, what do you guys think about that? What does that say to you? How do you feel about that? I'll go ahead and link this in the chat as well. And guys, your conversation about subjective, objective in the chat, we're not going to argue this because we're saying different things on different spectrums, right? Like we're doing this thing, like there's no reason for us to argue about this. Okay, you've been here too long and you know better. You know exactly what we are talking about is on different levels of the experience. Okay, everything you're saying is true on different levels. It is not true here, but it could be true here and it could be both here. Okay, so this conversation about like, is there objective, is there subjective? I don't know. Which perception are we talking about right now? We know this, so there's no reason to be like, oh, we're disagreeing in the chat. We're not disagreeing. We're talking about completely different things. Do we know this? Like, that's the problem with these conversations. We're always moving in and out of the different levels of understanding. In one context, I would agree with you. In another context, I can't agree with you because we're not talking about the same thing. Again, this goes back to language. Objective and subjective. Human beings have no perception for the objective that we understand and the way that people have the conversation in 2 bubbles. But obviously, if you have the conversation in 5 bubbles, there's some relationship to the objective because we know it's outside of the ego. So obviously, the conversation is going to be dependent on who we're talking to. If I'm talking to a person in the religious bubbles who's a 2, they're looking for an objective that we do not have access to. But if you're talking to a 5 in terms of objective, there's obviously something that centers a joyous, harmonious universe that is not what we think it is in the 2 bubbles. So again, like, how are you having the conversation? Who are you relating this to? Who are you talking to? And do you even know in the moment of who you're having the conversation with, right? So there's no reason for anybody to disagree. There's only the conversation of who is the conversation being had with? How are we having the conversation? Right? Okay. Chad says, I think gender is a spiritual relationship with self, so it makes sense that the way that person described their identity felt spiritual. Yeah, it's like there's this thing where obviously when I see this in the conversation that's happening, I do see like a beautiful relationship with sort of spirituality. With spirituality. Sorry, I thought I muted myself again. Spirituality and gender and all of these beautiful things. But as long as the construct to this thing is here, right? Then that thing is, as long as that is here, it only lives here. And I'm more interested in the other way of thinking. Like, it's okay that it lives there, but is it also okay that like it's not as fulfilling for everyone outside of the there? Like, to say that it exists here and then to say like it will be protected, it will never be taken from us again, which is valid, is also to say that it is like true in a very particular way. It's all valid though. It's you know, it's all good. It's just interesting. Chad says, interesting that you labeled this as a disagreement. it is, you made a correction to my statement, right? You asked me to change the way I was saying things. When you make a correction, it is a disagreement, right? Didn't you literally make a correction on how I said something? Therefore a disagreement, which is fine, right? I guess you could have just been sharing, but the implication, this is why language is so beautiful. All of it's valid, but the language implication to my brain making a correction is to say that it was wrong and therefore a disagreement. And then to say like, oh, you should change the language, but the language would only change based off of the bubble perception. So if we were having the conversation at the same perception, I wouldn't have to change my language. But if you want me to have the conversation at your perception level, which is valid, then I would change my language. And all of it's valid. You're right, I'm right. But like there'd be no reason to correct the language in this context because I'm speaking about it in this language. But if that's why I'm saying we're not having two different conversations, but we're having two different conversations. So then there is like does that make sense? Like if I was talking to a conservative and they were using certain words and I was having a conversation with them, I wouldn't be like, you should change the way we talk about this using a word that like doesn't even match their perception. I would try to match their perception and then use the language that makes sense to them and then introduce new ways, maybe. So I don't know, girls. Either way, it's all good, girlies. Like it's all good. But that's why I assumed it was a disagreement to some extent. I could be wrong. Okay. Now, look at this video I found from the 1990s. This is 1991. Hopefully we don't get copyrighted. It's called Two-Spirit People. Check this out.
Never knew how to tell you.
I would be able to talk about my life.
I ever loved a lot.
I have two moms.
Do you want me to say it out loud?
Okay, it's rolling. There's a quote that's going to come up. I'm going to try to read it for you. Okay, the day I saw a poster declaring the existence of an organization of gay American Indians. I know we say natives now. I'm just reading it. I put my face into my hands and sobbed with relief. I understood then that being gay is a universal quality like cooking, like decorating the body, like singing, like predicting the weather. What Americans call gayness not only has distinct cultural characteristics, its participants have a long-held position of social power in history and ritual among people all over the globe. Judy Grahn, another mother tongue.
We were considered two-spirit people, which means that we're all special because within us we have the male and the female, and that gives us a special way to look at the world and to see how things are happening. So it's important, I think, for gay people to look at that tradition of being two-spirit people. You're not less than other people, you're more than other people, yes, and have a deeper understanding of the whole picture.
The word Bardash is actually originally from a Persian term that comes out of what is now present-day Iran. And it was a term for Katamite, a male slave who was kept for sexual purposes. During the Crusades, the Europeans brought it back to Europe, the terminology, but kind of changing the pronunciation. So it goes into Italy, into Spain, and into France. And then when the French fur traders, trappers, missionaries, explorers came into contact with Indian people who were different, that was the term that they used.
Actually, of course, there's a whole bunch of different Native American languages, and none of them uses either of those words. And none of them uses the term Bardash, none of them uses the term Amazon, none of them uses any of those kind of terms.
The Apaches have a word called Heokia, which is the tradition of being a two-spirited person.
In my mom's language, in Sahaptin, the word is Bakha.
My mom told me about 3 years ago what the term in our Northern Paiute language was, and the word is Tibets. Well, I wish I knew a lot more about the Tibets growing up. At the time she told me about the word that described my role in history, I was upset with her because I asked her why wasn't I given that opportunity. In the Great Basin tribes, they call it the basket and the bow ritual or ceremony, where a young man at the age of puberty was given that choice, like women, was given a choice between the basket and the bow. They went for the bow and meant that that person throughout that person's life will carry on as, quote, as a man. And that the basket, if a little boy picked up the basket, he was to carry on the role as the two-gendered person.
So just to clarify, because I think this is what I'm getting to, chat says non-binary sounds like a negation of the binary and standing outside of it, while two-spirit sounds like more like a combination or integration of the two. Yeah, so it still sounds very on the binary, even though there's a fluidity. So more like gender fluid, I think, would be more or less a translation. So outside of Native circles, I think people choose like gender fluid as like a stagnant identity, or maybe a more fluid one, but it's dependent on the perception of what it means. So like usually in LGBT circles, there's like a rigidity to the I'm a lesbian and I'm always going to be a lesbian, or I'm bisexual, I'm always going to be bisexual, right? Oh, but then chat says non-binary is an umbrella though. That is true. I always forget that. Yeah, see, even gender fluid, like I'm not yet a person who like quite identifies with non-binary, but gender fluid feels very apt. But I understand that gender fluid is under the umbrella term of non-binary. It's kind of like asexuality and demisexual. Like I don't really, in my head, even though I understand that demisexual and asexual like is under the umbrella of asexual, it's hard for me to process that demi is ace, even though they overlap and there is an overlap. So I think it's just more or less like how the brain processes that information. And it's all good. I don't have any issue with any of it, by the way. Like, I'm not here to argue any of these things, but to explore them, because I don't see an issue with any of them, really, except to say that the one you choose might limit you in a particular way, like thinking like once a lesbian, always a lesbian. For some people, yes. For other people, no. I'm one of those people who, when I was younger, people were like, you have to choose. Okay? I'm a mid-millennial, and I just remember the conversation being like, bisexual women are women who make out for men. You can't be bisexual. Are you a lesbian or are you straight? And I was like, well, I guess I'm a lesbian because, you know, I thought I liked women more, whatever that meant, right? And then I started dating all genders. And then it was like, okay, girl, I don't even know what's going on anymore. And now I'm like, okay, pansexual feels reasonable. But ultimately, like, even if pansexual no longer made sense to me, I'm just going to like, I'm open to whatever. You know, it's kind of like we go through life thinking we know ourselves when we're young, and some people do, but for some of us, we don't. I would argue that I never really knew myself until I was like almost 30, if not 30. Like I would say 30 was like the moment I really felt like I knew myself. And that's a very different experience than somebody who's like, I was 4 years old and I knew. I mean, I knew I was gay at 4, but I didn't know what it meant or what it mattered. Like I knew I liked girls when I was young. I was 8. I was about 8 years old when I processed I like girls. But like, I didn't know what it meant or what it mattered, or like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and even, you know, my gay brother, my mom knew, as she always does with her gay kids, right? She was asking me as a kid, like, are you gay? And I was like, well, she knew, right? She looked at my brother and she'd be like, is he going to be gay? If he's going to be gay, I'm going to blame you. And I was like, he's like 2 years old, but she knew, because there is a spirit to it. There is an aura. I'm telling you, there is something in us. That's why this idea, that's why it's so obnoxious of my parents to be homophobic in a world where they clocked their their gay kids when they were young. Do you know what I'm saying? So again, like when we're having these conversations, sometimes in life we discover who we are later in life because we didn't even have the words to describe it, like he's saying right now, or they're saying right now. I don't know what words they use. Okay.
The two-spirited person.
In the old tribal ways, and actually what I didn't know then but I know now is that even in contemporary communities where people are pretty traditional, even today, there's a fairly serious breakdown of gender roles. It's gender roles, it's not sexual roles. Do you see what I mean? It hasn't got little...
Yes, okay, gender roles versus sexual orientation. Gender roles are different than sexual orientation. Mm-hmm.
...to do with biology. It has a great deal to do with how you function in the community.
The woman, of course...
And then it's in relation to the community, which is very interesting. Because in like Christian sex, they obviously want you to act a certain way towards the community based off of gender roles. It's just usually your sex and your gender is supposed to be complementary according to like a Christian religion.
She was prone to be of a masculine nature, would start taking on the role of a more masculine identity, such as being interested in hunting, being interested in all manly activities, warfare.
Oh, chat says she wasn't talking about sexual orientation, but roles based on sex. Oh, I thought she meant like who you're attracted to. Okay, so she means more like your sex assigned gendered action. Okay, I thought she was referring to the fact that like even if you play a more feminine role or a female role in the community, doesn't mean that you're, you know, doesn't then account for your sexual orientation. Okay, thank you, chat.
Counting coup, that type of thing, whereas the male Berdache, who expressed feminine characteristics, would take a great interest in householdly duties such as hide tanning and doing beadwork and quill work, learning songs, that type of a thing.
We lived in the late 19th century. The Zuni term for Berdache was Khamana. And we were, in many ways, was an exceptional Khamana or Berdache and stood out in most of the traits or skills associated with Berdashis and Zuni culture.
What was that documentary on gender we watched from the, it wasn't Afghanistan. Who was it? Was it? What bubble did we get into where like there was even a hierarchy in the gender fluidity of it all? Like, oh, these are real gender fluid or trans people and these are not the ones we like. Even amongst themselves, that's why you have to deconstruct, because this is what I don't want. I don't want people romanticizing other cultures' relationship to gender without deconstructing the problems within that bubble. Just because it's not white and American doesn't mean it's not something else, like a traditional, like white supremacist American, you know what I mean, Christian American. Just because it's not that doesn't mean it's better. Doesn't mean it's good or healthy or deconstructed or introspective or any of those things, right? And I say this as an Assyrian person because like sometimes people will sit here and be like, oh my God, that's so cool. Your parents are from, you know, America. Oh, was it India? It might've been India, guys. It might've been India. I don't remember. Oh no, was it Pakistan? I think it was Pakistan. Pakistan. It was Pakistan, wasn't it? I think it was Pakistan. I think. Anyways, the point is people will do that with my bubble where they're like, oh my God, like, is Catholicism more special or like is something different or is it more, it's just, look, it's still a patriarchal religion, y'all. Okay. Like sometimes progressives, like people don't understand, like we don't want Islamophobia in our chats, but that doesn't mean as a, like a progressive voice that I'm not raising an eyebrow at Islam as like a patriarchal religion. But no Islamophobia in the chat because like you don't get to discriminate against Islam as if like Christianity is better. But also shout out to Muslims because like they're a whole community of people that deserve dignity and a good life too, right? Just like everybody does on the planet. But also, okay, we need to deconstruct like these ideas. Okay, so when people go around and talking about like, oh, you know, Catholics are very feminist. Oh, Muslims are very feminist. We are not having this. Okay, maybe a turf feminist, but okay, not the kind of feminism we're talking about. Right?
He was an accomplished artist, an expert in a variety of Zuni religious lore. He participated in the male Kachina Society, which are the masked dancers, and at the same time he was he did domestic work and he was an expert potter and weaver. And when they buried him, they prepared the body in the normal way and they dressed him in his normal female clothes, but they also put male cotton trousers over his legs so that he had both male and female clothes on. Nobody at Zuni ever forgot that Wiwa was a man. And when they were buried, they recognized that he started out as a man. At the same time, he was buried with the symbols that he acquired based on his preference for the activities that he wanted to do. And that it also has to do with the Zuni ideas about the raw and the cooked. And those are words, akna and chakpin, that the Zunis actually use, raw and cooked, to sort of categorize a whole variety of distinctions in their world. And one of those distinctions is between the person who is socialized as a Zuni and the person who is not, including young people and newborn infants who are considered raw. When they go through life and they go through religious initiation ceremonies, they become cooked people. When you die, you become a raw person again. So when Wiwa died, as a raw person, he was male. That's how he started out. So that was recognized. As a cooked person, he combined that with female activity. So they buried him with both clothes, and then they put him on the male side of the cemetery to acknowledge that he was raw. He was returning to the spirit world, which doesn't have fixed forms, including male or female forms that are necessarily fixed.
In our belief systems, a person who has the qualities of both male and female is a person...
Okay, pause. So here again, really valid. My belief systems, our belief systems. Beliefs are not things we know. They are things we believe, right? So for Brittany, when I hear this, I'm excited by this. You know, the reason I like talking about this topic is sometimes people will hear me getting excited to learn about their bubble and they'll say, oh, you should join us. And I'm like, no, I don't want to be one of you. I want to learn about one of you. I've already been religious. I've already been in a bubble. That's a construct that says, be one of us. I don't want to be one of you. I want to learn about you. I want to value you, but I don't want to be one of you. And so sometimes I think there's like this romanticization about being a part of something that I'm saying is fine, but doesn't indicate universal. It indicates an experience. Everybody wants to be a part of something, and that's okay. And in many ways, I am a part of something as well. I'm just a part of something in a different way. And it doesn't work in, like, I signal all the time what I'm a part of, right? I try really hard on the stream. The flag at the corner of my screen is a signal of what I'm a part of. So there are communities that I am, quote, a part of. But please notice that the community I'm a part of is a very vast and unique and not non-monolithic experience, right? Like being queer is there's a lot of fluidity to it. And it's personal and it exists outside of people existing, right? I don't need a community to be queer, but queerness within itself is community-based. Both things can be true. Okay, so this is beautiful and I love learning about it, but it's interesting to say our beliefs. Okay, that's the way that you know what I'm saying? Okay.
It can transcend both the physical and the spiritual world, and therefore is a conduit, is beyond what most people call shaman, but is a conduit between both the physical and the spiritual world.
Which is also why it's annoying when you see these like literally white guys with no connection to native belief systems or shaman belief systems being like, I'm a shaman, let's do shrooms. It's like, bro, shut up. But also, and I'm going to just, everybody listen to this. There are going to be people within our minority communities who weaponize and capitalize on the fact that white people love to visit a shaman. And they are going to scam the fuck out of white people. And you might feel it's justified, but how is that spiritually pure? So you don't even believe in it. This thing that you're mad about white people co-opting for money, your own people are going to do it. So the question is, what is this thing we're co-opting? Is there a realness to it? Or is it just a thing that feels good? Like, you remember when the Catholic Church was charging for indulgences? Yeah, you can't do that. They were doing it though. You're not supposed to do that, which is why they don't, that was a bad. When I was raised Catholic, the people that were charging you for indulgences, that part of our history, that's bad. You can't do that. But then I would argue, well, if people can change their mind and then you guys can decide, oh, we're not doing this thing anymore. How do you know it's true? Right? So the question is, if the rules can change, how is it real? But then people might look at us and say, well, if your gender can change, what's the rule? Well, maybe there's no rule to gender. The argument I have is, what if there are no rules to gender? And the rules you create are constructs of belief, which is fine. But people are eager to know, but what's the rule of your gender? Let's explore it. Maybe there are no rules.
And therefore, it's what would be called a gift. And if you look at it as a gift, well, then you can find your place in the world.
The issue to be a medicine person means you see more than the ordinary person sees. And to be that kind of person means that there's some kind of balance or interaction between the male and female elements. So if you're only a man, you'll only see the way a man sees. And if you're only a woman, you'll only see the way a woman sees. But to be wakla, or winkte, or natle, or bote, chlamana, any of those terms of the native people means that you see further because you can see in both directions.
The human beings don't require a boy to be a warrior if he ain't got the temperament for it, and Little Horse didn't. If he wanted to stay behind with the women, that was all right with the human beings.
In most cases, Berdashes were noted by family, especially their female relatives, mother and grandmothers, by the age of 5, 6, or 7, because of the things that they were showing that they liked to do already, the kind of activities that they did. It was based on that, the activity.
Ooh, chat with the education says, in our community, specifically Mohawk, sharing our culture was actually normal practice. We had adoption practices to make sure anyone joining the community had a family. Ooh, very cool. Thank you for that.
Activities and the gender of the activities rather than sexuality per se. And so they spotted it at a very early age. And as that became confirmed in their minds, then the child would receive the sort of training and socializing that was considered appropriate for a Berdache.
Little big man.
It was Little Horse, the boy who didn't want to fight the Pawnee.
Don't you remember me? This hurts me in my heart. I think I'll cry.
He'd become a Himane, for which there ain't no English word. And he
What is this? Dancing with the Wolves? I don't know what this is. Is that Dustin Hoffman? Who is this? What movie is this? I don't know this movie. I mean, I think I know it, but I don't know it. What is this?
Human beings thought a lot of him.
The whole issue that if you are a man and you have a sexual relationship with a Bardosh, you're not having sex with another man. You're having sex with a Bardosh. And if you're a woman who has sex with a Bardosh, you're not having sex with a man, you're having sex with a Bardosh. You're not having sex with a woman, you're having sex with a Bardosh. So the partners of the Bardosh technically are never homosexual because they're not having sex with their same gender. Interestingly enough, a number of traditional cultures saw it to be inappropriate for a Bardosh to have sex with another Bardosh.
It's called Little Big Man? Oh, interesting.
And that was considered unnatural.
Interesting. Wait, what?
Enough, a number of traditional cultures saw it to be inappropriate for a Bardosh to have sex with another Bardosh.
Huh.
And that was considered unnatural.
You look tired, little big man. Do you want to come into my teepee and rest on soft furs? Why don't you live with me and I'll be your wife?
Thank you for inviting me.
Got to fix my hair to sing tonight. Goodbye, little big man.
Goodbye, little horse.
The way that I think about it is that if you think about a stick that has male on one end and female on the other end, sexuality or gender is the same stick, but you have opposite ends. And this is the category you get caught in European tradition in the sense of either or, straight or gay, and male or female. But if you take those two ends and you bend them together so you form a circle, and Native American people are much more into circles than they are into lines, then you end up with the possibility of an infinite number of points along that circle. And people change during different times in their life. That you're not trapped into only one way of thinking or only one way of being.
Love that.
In our language, it's called, our name is Tenawite, which means literally man, woman, having the aspects of both. And the word gay in Western society, to me, it isn't what we're about. Because for one thing, our tradition is based on the spiritual. And with the word gay, on the other hand, in the Western context, means a lot more than that. It isn't based on the spiritual. It's based on the physical. And that's the difference between night and day.
I think also...
Okay, pause. Hold on. Okay, so you know how I'm on a gender deconstruction journey, right? Hold on. Okay, so I've been on a gender deconstruction journey myself. So there's the gender, there's the sex, and there's the attraction. Oh. There's the gender, there's the sex, there's the GSA, Gay Straight Alliance. Okay, okay, I love that. Fuck, oh my God. So the gender, the sex, the attraction. Over time, my gender has changed and therefore my attraction. No, actually, my attraction, if I've really deconstructed and been honest, has always been the same. I've always just liked people. But, okay, I felt bad about liking people based off of what my sexual orientation was, and therefore my label, and therefore I would like fluctuate between labels because I never stopped being attracted. Like I would like pretend I wasn't attracted. I would like, maybe I would trick myself when I was really, really young, or I would like convince myself I wasn't attracted or something. But if I really am honest, I think I've always been attracted to everybody all genders since I was a kid. I just always struggled with how the labels played a role in my life. Like the reason I'm comfortable now talking about gender fluidity or using the word pansexual when I wasn't before was because when I was asking myself about myself, I was only extrospecting and not introspecting enough. When I introspect, and the truth is, like, I'm just attracted to people. Which label does the outside world want to give me for that? Because the label isn't mine. I didn't create it. I'm adapting it from other people. It's not my word. Pansexual isn't a word Brittany created. So therefore, I have to look outside of myself after really being honest with myself about what I am, and then look at the world and say, hey, which one of you guys have a word for this? and then realize that maybe they don't, or maybe they do, or maybe it's not perfect, but it's good enough, right? So when I think about my sex, if I'm going to be honest with you, I only think about my sex as a foundational beginning point. So as an example, the way I process sex, okay, so if I'm building a person, if I'm building myself up, okay, if I'm building myself up, I start with a foundation, and the foundation is my, the body I was born into. The body I was born into, which has all these details that also include sex and illness, okay? And shape, okay? And I'm just gonna write details, things I can't see, things I need blood tests for, that kind of idea, right? Okay? This is my foundation because this is how I understand myself first, okay? And yet, as I'm understanding myself as a body, I obviously have a brain that's like processing information and working. And this brain that's working in here, okay, it's having a relationship between those two things, that foundational understanding that I have a body and I have a brain that's processing that body. And then as those two things meet here, I start to understand who the me is in all of this. And the me exists in the consciousness that is in this body, okay? So it's the me that exists outside of the functionality of this thing called a brain and exists in my lived experience, okay? And my lived experience, since it's always ongoing, shifts and changes, which then creates a different kind of me as I grow. And the me is always changing. But yet, the me is built off a very solid foundation of my brain and my body, as they are the things that move me forward in a very physical sense. So, you guys know, like, gender doesn't matter in my marriage. And between my partner and I, we don't think about gender in that traditional way. But we do recognize that our bodies have a physical foundational difference. And those foundational differences just are the outside of the car, like the frame of the body that is the car. Like, the engine is what kind of matters, but even more than the engine, it would be the driver. So to put this into a car, the body of the car is the body, the engine is the brain, and the driver is the consciousness. And all I care about is the consciousness. I don't care about the car. All I care is about, that's all we care about, is like who's driving the car. But a lot of people, I would say most people, are having a superficial or limited relationship with their biological and conscientious existence. So they are very focused on the car. They are very focused on the car. Hell, they don't even care if there's not even an engine inside, as long as the car looks nice. Sometimes they don't even give a fuck who's driving the car, as long as people think the car is cool and they want to be seen with the car. For them, it's all about the car. And that's, that's the journey. Okay? That's the journey. Chess says, isn't sex the car, not gender? Wait, isn't sex the car, not gender? So the car would be the body, which would be the sex. Yes. But the gender is internal. So gender is an internal experience. Sometimes gender can, yes, but this isn't, gender is the pain. Ooh, I like that. Sex is the car and gender is the pain. Ooh, I like that. I like that, chat. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. I like that. Okay, back to the video.
So within the tradition that we get trapped a lot of times because being forced to speak in English, we're herded into using certain kinds of terminology. So a lot of people embrace the Bardosh tradition as a kind of gay role model from a different culture. But I think about it, if there's a circle here that represents the Bardosh tradition and a circle here that represents the gay, they overlap, but they're not on top of one another. So they're elements that both share. And it may be, again, the issue of trying to refer to things that aren't really translatable.
So just to clarify, the other video we saw about this bubble, or some adjacent bubbles, because I know they're not all the same, they were anti-gay marriage, right? Right? So like, why the limitations? Why can't one of these, I don't know the word that they used for the spirit person. Why can't those two spirit people be together? What's the discrimination? Where's the liberation?
I was old enough to know that I was what they call a lesbian. First of all, I went to a dictionary and looked up the word to see if I was. That was the only way I could figure it out. And I thought, well, I guess I'm not. But I do have but I know I'm different. I know who I love. And I know why I love this person. There was a woman I was very much in love with at the time. And so I would say that I always knew I was a lesbian ever since I was a little kid, and I don't know how I knew that. I just knew it. And I'm very dissatisfied with that. I'm still very dissatisfied with the terminology because I think it is a spiritual choice. I mean, I think that I knew what I was, and I decided that's what I'm going to be. I'm not going to be different than I am. I'm not going to pretend to have feelings, erotic feelings about men when I don't have those feelings, when it's not possible for me to feel that way.
I knew I was different at a very early age. I would say about 6 or 7.
Okay, lesbian queen. And there you go. Like, that's very important right now. And I think this is what's interesting is, does your sexual driver indicate who you will be with? So as an example, my partner and I have made the decision that if we go through an experience that takes away that sexual element in the relationship, it does not then end the relationship. But some people, that would end the relationship. But for us, we are so deeply fulfilled by being in each other's life that if should we in the future go on an adventure that should take away that sexual attraction for whatever reason in relation to gender or surgery or something, that wouldn't be the reason we would end our time together. Because for us, sex is not, I mean, it's just like a thing, you know what I mean? It's great, but like, it's not the reason we got married. And so I think for a lot of people, and I think for past Brittany, that would have been like so hard for me to process. But now at this journey that I'm in, the place I am in my life, like, yeah, that doesn't matter to me. You know, like I could stop having sex right now for the rest of my marriage and I'd be so happy. That's how right this person is for me, that like all of that stuff that I thought mattered, I just do not care about. So yeah, obviously, like when we have these conversations, but I understand for other people why they're thinking if my partner transitioned, like, oh yeah, I would have to, because let's say I'm lesbian or I'm gay, like I don't want to be with a woman, I don't want to be with a man. But I've chosen to be with the consciousness. Like the consciousness. Period. You know? Chess says, as an ace girly, that's really validating. Hey, honestly, bros, like, listen, I might be allosexual, but I've never struggled dating an ace person. And while I've been on this journey, I would have struggled in my younger years. Absolutely. I would have thought, oh, I'd never date an ace person. I literally used to think like that. And now I'm like, but I changed. I really changed. Like a really embodied, powerful change happened within me where I couldn't even imagine thinking that way now. But that, I'm not saying you have to go on that journey. But yeah, shout out to the ace girlies, gays, theys, thems. Like, girl, that is definitely not a deterrent in my life anymore. I never even think about it. But to be fair, that comes with my deconstruction journey. That came with my relationship with self, asking myself, what did I really care about? And what did I think the world cared about, so I had to care about it? Like bragging about how much you have sex in a relationship. Like, I used to think that mattered so much. I used to be like, oh my God, if you don't have sex once a day, are you even in love? And now I'm like, what? I was reading way too much Cosmo, okay? I was reading way too much Cosmo.
Or 8. Don't ask me how. I was very attracted to my own male counterpart. And I was attracted to older men. So I knew at a very early age I was different. But when I came out here to California in 74, 75, when I got a chance and an opportunity to meet other lesbian, gay, Indian people, and when we sat down to talk and to share our history as tribal people, that issue always came up. Hey, there is that role, traditional role that we played. Let's bring that role alive and let's make it happen. And I think that was the whole meaning, the whole purpose, more so than a social and political reasons that we formed Gay American Indians, is because of that whole issue on history. And even when I read some of the famous historian and famous anthropologists that wrote about the cross-dressing in historical times, the first contact with Native tribes, it's just like their journals are so much of what we're talking about today as lesbian, gay, as a movement, as in general. So I think it's really important that we carry on that tradition.
In Living the Spirit, the anthology.
Hold on. Chad says, does friendship love look different than romantic love for you? Yes, deeply different. Funny enough, on my podcast channel, somebody said, because Kristen Bell says, in an interview with Dax Shepard, and The View says, Dax Shepard and I disagree on 99% of the things in the world. And then Dax makes a joke about how she's often on the wrong side of history. Ha ha ha. Okay. I and my partner, we agree on like 99% of things. And somebody in my comment section was like, oh, that's so interesting. Hold on. What did they say? I think they said, oh, that's so interesting. Hold on. Let me find it actually, because I think it plays into this narrative about what I'm talking about, the different experience I'm having with my partner. Like, I have dated a lot of people. Okay. I've had a lot of experiences. I've had sex with a lot of people. I've met a lot of people. I've been friends with a lot of people. And the experiences we're all having are so different and unique. But hold on, let me see here. Be quiet, me. Be quiet, me. Be quiet, me. Okay, let me see. Let me find the comment for you guys. Hold on. Okay. Let me see. Beep beep boop ba beep. Let me see where it is. Okay, wait, hold on. Fantastic video. It kind of got me thinking about other forms of relationships outside of romantic relationships and what those differences are and why they're there. For you mentioned in the video that you and your partner agree on 99% of things, which to me is very surprising, as most of the people around me, I don't have that much overlap with, lots to think about. Okay. I also do not have that much overlap with most of the people I talk to, right? I also do not, because this is why I say high compatibility and how much you see that person. My partner and I can agree on most things, especially important things, because we deeply see one another and we are high compatibility. I do not have this with most of the people in my life. Siblings, friends, there's a mixture. Maybe we have a 20% overlap to a 70% overlap, but like none of my friends, not even my own sister who I talk to all the time, do we see things, not even 99. We see things probably, I don't know, 83% of the time, maybe 80% of the time. That's the difference here. I am having, again, for myself, just the most unique experience I've ever had in my life. Because I've never had this. You know what I mean? I've never had this. Here's Kristen Bell talking about at the beginning of her relationship with Dax Shepard. They were like throwing phones outside of the car on the highway, slamming doors, not talking to each other for 3 days. Not in this marriage, girlies. Not in this one. No, ma'am. But in my 20s and my toxic relationships, oh my God, slamming doors, being like, fuck you. I'm not going to talk to you. I'm not going to answer your text for a week. Yeah, I did that in my 20s. And then I was like, this cannot be the rest of my life, right? This is not good. When Kristen Bell in interviews says things like, there's no perfect puzzle piece. You're going to have to compromise. You're never going to find that perfect person who fits with you. Yeah, like her disagree, right? That you're not going to find a person who's on a journey at the same time you are, where you meet at just the right time. Because remember, my partner and I met at the right time. Had I met them 3 years earlier, 5 years earlier, we would have been so incompatible. But we met at also the right time because they weren't always them and I wasn't always me. We were just different versions of ourselves. I probably wouldn't have liked the version of them when they were younger, and they wouldn't have liked the version of me when I was younger. We had to meet when we met, right? We had to have met when we met. That's why friendships that are close and last a long time are really difficult, because you have to go through these really bad growing pains. You have to have really bad and uncomfortable conversations throughout the years that allow you to make it to the next level of friendship, which is why my longest friendships are amazing. But like, you have to have very uncomfortable conversations. And because I'm not dating them, I have to accept that my friends are going to go on journeys that I really disagree with, right? Man, I feel really sick today. I always feel sick. You know what it is? It's my allergy pills. I've been out of them for a few days. We have to go down to the pharmacy. Okay. So that's what it is like there is a line in the sand. When my friend does something that I think is like deeply unethical, but like a part of their journey, I'm here to support them out of their like, you know, their bad spaces, but that's not my partner. I don't get to control their bodies. I don't get to control their medical history. I don't get to control what they do with their life. But with my partner, that's my business. You know what I mean? That's my business, you know, and that's the difference here. Okay. Chad says, so what it's about the degree of compatibility that makes the difference. It's about seeing the consciousness for who they are first. This consciousness, who they are, their spirit, their foundation. Do you value them? Do you have a connection with them? Whether it's friendship or romantic friendship or romantic, non-romantic friendship. If it's like platonic friendship or romantic connection, what is your relationship to this consciousness? They're not just a person on a resume with a thing you check off. They're a real person. They have real feelings and real thoughts and a real history and a real lived experience. So it's not just about compatibility like on a resume. That's why I say the resume and you like the person. The resume and you see the consciousness. Right? And that goes for friendships and everything else. Like it's all about that level. So yeah, does that make sense? Okay, hold on. Chet says, what's your take on being trans? I've had friends who said being trans wouldn't exist if gender roles didn't exist. To me, it sounded to me like the people who say you can choose to be gay. I've had friends say trans wouldn't exist if gender roles didn't exist. The way we see trans as what it is now wouldn't exist if we didn't put a lot of, transness exists against the reality of cisness. But if people didn't think there was a default existing gender, then we wouldn't have to transition into a different one. But if trans just means this experience, then there still would be trans people. So I would argue it depends on how you're using the word. Some people think trans people transition. I personally argue that transition is an experience that is gender affirming care that everyone goes through, but who gets plastic surgery or something like that. But that transness exists outside of transition. I believe you can be trans without transitioning, but I think some people believe trans people are people who transition. So I think the question is like, how do you view transness, and can you be trans without transition? This is a very big argument that happens in trans bubbles. Do you have a requirement of transition? So it depends on how you're having the convo, right? Let's see. My friends are my soulmates. 6 of us have been friends since high school, 10 years, and we've never really had big drama. I'm so grateful. Yeah, I think my closest friends are my friend soulmates as well, right? I believe in multiple soulmates, but I think soulmates are just high compatibility partners. It makes sense you're together, you put in the effort, you make an effort, you love each other. They're like a sibling to you, whatever word you need to use to make it feel like special and unique compared to strangers. Because I've also known people for 25 years that are not my soulmates, or people that are 25 years that are not my friends, like close friends, but I've known them and they're still in my life, but like we're not close. We're not like deeply intertwined or close, right? My closest, most spiritually close friends, they do feel like, quote, soulmates or high compatibility friendships, right? Chad says, wait, do you feel you can control those things in your partner? I don't feel that personally. Control what in my partner? Like, control what? Whether or not they do something unethical? Or whether or not they live a life I don't agree with? What do you mean? Chad says, can we say trans people instead of just trans? Trans is an adjective. It isn't who I am as a whole. Hold on. I'm trying not to let my PDA get triggered. Hold on. Can we say trans people instead of just trans? Hold on. Chad says, so isn't transness natural for some animals, and nature and gender roles also have evolved to have a natural thing in nature when it comes to male and female animals? So I think it's just chicken or egg. Hold on. Processing information. Practicing. Okay. Yeah, persistent drive for autonomy, for those who don't know what it means. Okay. Okay, so all of this is bubble dependent. There is not I don't think there is like the most objective way to decide what terminology works the best. But I would say that depending on the bubble and the way you're trying to explain this, it could differ. I would say that it's the same way that when I say like, oh, are you an autist? People are like, don't say that, because the bubbles who say it are not the best bubbles. But so I've been trying to say like, autistic or not autistic, or like one autistic girly to another. All of it is valid, but all of it is dependent on the bubble, because each bubble uses the words differently. But the intention of the person saying it might not matter given the context. But the way you're saying it in chat, like, can we say this? You're making a prescription, and I'm trying to decide if that prescription is valid enough to change the way we're talking or where the prescription is coming from, right? Because you're making a demand, and I'm deciding, should I adhere to the demand or not adhere to the demand, right? Chet said, I thought it was pathological demand avoidance. They changed it. They are trying to change it from pathological demand avoidance because it's not pathological. They're saying, well, it is pathological, but they're trying to say it's not just that we're demanding out avoidance. We're trying to, it feels like you're trying to control me. So the way to say it as like, I want autonomy, I want to feel like I have a choice, is more expressing that internal conflict that's inside of me. I feel like you're trying to tell me what to do. And I'm like, I get to decide my life. And that's where that thing comes from. It's a shutdown of the body, right? So when you say pathological demand avoidance, it feels like that person it's not really expressing the real feeling. So there's a cultural shift happening in the bubbles right now where people are asking people to change the way they express it. Yeah. So people are trying to change it. Yeah, it's not a bad suggestion, but I got to think on it, guys. So we can talk about it, but I got to think about it. I don't know why I'm not sure maybe I'm not also sure of the correction we're trying to make here. Let's see. You mentioned that you cannot control your friends' behaviors, but you can control your partners. If my friend is going through a crisis where they are so beaten down by the world that they seek emotional intimacy with a person that's inappropriate, like their boss or their therapist, I can't do anything about that. But if my partner seeks solace in the hands of their boss or therapist, I'm going to have something to say about it. I would tell my friend, hey, that's deeply fucking unethical, and you got to get your shit together and find a better therapist. But if my partner did it, the responsibility, it directly impacts me. It's my life. Okay, so now I have something to say about it in a very different way. That's what I mean. If my friend is going through a thing, like I can be like, hey, that's fucked up. We got to do something about it. But I can't control what my friend does. I'm not her keeper, their keeper, his keeper. But my partner, I am their keeper, his keeper, her keeper. Like, yeah, girl, I'm going to have something to say about it. Okay? I'm going to have something to say about it. Okay, let's go back to the video. I'll think about what you said, chat.
That Gay American Indians produced, the opening quotation is a passage from Judy Grahn where she describes her reaction the first time she saw a flyer saying Gay American Indians is having an event. And she describes how she put her face in her hands and cried because it removed any last remaining sense that we didn't belong in the world and that we weren't everywhere.
I think that there are people being raised even today in a number of tribal universes. I wouldn't say they were in such rural villages as I was, but they're in rural areas, not big cities. And they're raised with complete acceptance. If it turns out as they reach puberty or whatever that they have that kind of preference, it's not a big deal, because I've met some of their older relatives. And I've received letters from people who were very afraid to come out. They were rural. But then when they finally did, one of the holy people would say, hey, no problem, just live a decent life. The problem isn't your sexuality, the problem is your ethics. That's what matters. You have to live a committed moral life. I don't care who it is that you're in love with. So, but it's a pretty mixed bag. There are a lot of reservations that are throwing queers off and won't let them come back. I know people who have been banished from the tribe for life and have been declared dead.
Oof.
So it's a very, very mixed
Oof.
bag. It's pretty horrifying in a lot of respects, because we're still going through all of the agonies of colonization and the remnants of the colonial mind that has been imposed upon us.
When I came out, I didn't know much about the historical. I felt that I needed to tell her personally about who I was as a gay man, because I started our club in '75, and I felt that I didn't want to have her hear it from a third party, so I really felt it was important to tell her. Mom and Dad threw me off.
No. Chat, you said you would, so you said you would share your opinion openly, but might not share it with a friend. No, I would share it with my friend, the opinion, but I wouldn't demand they stop. Because I can't demand they stop. If it's my partner, you better fucking stop. Therefore, a form of not controlling behavior, but a form of saying, hey, this is unacceptable and we got to fix it now. So it's a form of control, but not control in a bad way, just like a boundary setter, but also like a serious, like kind of an ultimatum, but not an ultimatum. Like, I don't like to give ultimatums, but it's like, hey, this isn't what I signed up for. This is abuse. You're abusing me. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm not the one being abused if my friend is sleeping with their therapist. If anything, my friend's the one being abused because the therapist should know better. But like, if my partner is sleeping with their therapist, now I'm being abused. And I'm not going to stand for abuse. But I would tell my friend, you're being abused by your therapist. They should not be having sex with you. Right? That's the difference.
At ranch on the reservation, they physically threw me off the ranch.
Oh my God. See the homophobia?
And so, and of course, they rejected me for about a period of 6 months, where my sister had to go back home and tell my family that you don't do that. That's our blood. That's your only son. If you're going to kick him off our ranch, or you're going to kick him out of the family, then you might as well kick me out too.
Damn,
my aunts,
bro.
who were the Lebanese aunts, frequently talked about girls having crushes on each other. And
I'm sorry, what was that?
Yeah, too.
And my aunts, who were the Lebanese aunts.
Lebanese, not lesbian. Lebanese. My sister in Christ, Lebanese, talking about having girl crushes. Women in my family being like, Brittany, it's perfectly normal to have a crush on a girl. That doesn't mean you're gay. Are you sure about that? You sure about that, girls?
Frequently talked about girls having crushes on each other, and I thought that was normal. Remember, my sister was a little older than me, and there was some girl she was chasing around, and my aunt said she's got a crush on her, and it wasn't anything negative. It was, and so I just didn't quite understand that this was really abnormal. There's some part of me that did understand that it was abnormal and that it was very dreadful, and that part of me tried to commit suicide when I figured out that I was queer.
Oh, Jesus! This is what I'm saying. Homophobia is everywhere. This is why people in our communities, listen, we don't want to hear outsiders talk about our communities and what they have to change, but us from the inside, we got to do something about it. Okay? We don't need outsiders opening their mouth about our communities, but while we're in the community, we got to do something about it.
And so instead I got involved in my second disastrous marriage and my third disastrous marriage before I finally was able to say, hey, this is a bunch of garbage, I don't have to kill myself over this.
Wow. I don't have to kill myself over this. No, you don't, girl. Listen to me when I say this. You don't have to kill yourself over this. Okay? Fuck them and fuck their rules. I'm not interested. So as much as again, we want to make sure we're not romanticizing, because you know what? Okay, I'm going to say this, but I'm going to understand that it's a little reductive, but I think it's not. I think it's the same way white people kind of look at other cultures and like the tourism of ooh, wow, look at the way the natives dance. Okay. Progressives sometimes sound like that to me. Natives and other people, they're so great and they're perfect and their relationship with the world is so much better than white people. Guys, everyone's misogynist, everyone's patriarchal, everyone's homophobic, everyone is dying. It's everywhere. It's literally everywhere. The romanticization of our world is like everything is suffering. We're all suffering. And it feels like everyone keeps trying to jump bubbles to the bubble that hasn't been infiltrated by patriarchy. They've all been infiltrated. Or it hasn't been infiltrated by misogyny. They've all been infiltrated. Or hasn't been infiltrated by racism. It's all been infiltrated. It's like this obsession of let's find a bubble that hasn't been, it's all been. We are a product of this world. You know what I mean? I'm tired.
Learned stuff about the Berdache tradition. I guess I felt more comfortable. I mean, reading this Walter Williams book and on spirit in the flesh. That's an intriguing idea, this idea about balance, and I think in general that is true for most tribes, that's something people are working for all the time, is to establish some sort of balance within their community, within the world, within themselves. And I don't know, I don't know how much of that is in the blood, how much of that need to do that is in my blood, or how much of, I guess I wouldn't have known how to think about myself without a concept like that in some ways. I would still be struggling.
I'm not sure that balancing male and female in myself, which certainly I do, I know that in the modern world it's a fairly unique capacity, because the modern world doesn't let it, not because it's unique. I think an awful lot of human beings do it.
Amen, sister. Discourse said, Black women will save us. Exactly. Like, I've heard this criticism from a lot of Black creators I watch, this like romanticism, or even like hero fetishism of Black women, being like, Black women's they're gonna save the world. Leave them alone. Okay? Like, you're looking at groups of people being like, hey, we fucked it up, you take care of it, and then calling it like somehow heroes or magical, or like, what? Like, that's what I'm saying. Stop romanticizing all of these things. Let people be themselves. Like, people are tired, bro. But more than that, like, we need to just be more realistic with the world and do what we can. Try to be a little less bad every day. Not a little bit more good. Just try to be a little less bad every day. Okay?
But I think that being able to recognize it and not try to suppress it or change it is a bit unique. And in that sense, there's something to teach, to be taught, or to be learned.
Basically, it really feels like a choice that you make within. You know something about yourself. You know the truth about yourself. And if you decide I'm going to live with that truth, you've made a spiritual choice. And
I love that. I love that.
If you decide I'm going to live with that truth, you've made a spiritual choice.
When I talk about finding your joy, that's what I'm talking about. It's a spirit, like, as much as it sounds woo-woo, I understand this. There's a spiritual element that's necessary. You have to have an embodied spirituality to find your joy. This is why I think all these debate bros are so soulless. There's no spirituality in these boys' lives. They're so soulless. There's nothing, because they're too afraid. I want you to have that. I want you to do this.
Know the truth about yourself. And if you decide I'm going to live with that truth, you've made a spiritual choice.
Oof, just, yes.
And I think that's the best we can do. And I think that's the best we can teach anybody to do as well.
One of the things that Harry Hay once said when I was doing an interview with...
And that's what I'm saying, like, all of the labels could go away and you could still have that joy within self. The relationship with self and the relationship with everything outside of self. This is the joy I hope for the world, but I get it, right? Like, ask yourself, just meditate on this idea of like, you're alone. Don't think about the world. What do you want? Who are you? What are you? What's your experience with self? And then when you have a clear understanding of that, or a clearer understanding of that, build off of it, right? I knew, okay, I'm mother. Okay, I am mother. And I was like, what does mother mean? I always knew I was mother. I knew when I was a child I was mother. But what did that mean for Brittany? Well, it went from I'm going to be a mother to I'm not going to be a mother, but I'm still mother? ? When I decided not to have kids, I was like, oh, why do I still feel like mother though? And then I realized like, oh, he is mother. He is mother. And I was like, oh, he is mother. So now I'm at this era of my life where I'm like, he is mother. Mother is me. Got it. Locked in. And now it's transforming to he is mother, maybe elder. Okay. Like, okay, I'm not there yet, but I'm going to start training. I'm going to start like earning. Okay. So now I'm like, okay, mother. And like, what does that mean, right? I think like it's a discovery of allowing myself to like play with this idea, because when you're raised and you're growing up, my mom used to say that all the time. Brittany was made to be a mother. Brittany was made to be a mother. She wasn't wrong. I was made to be mother. I do not think I had a choice in this. I knew from a young age, guys, a young age. You know, when other kids are parentified and they have to help take care of their siblings, I would literally get so excited when the baby would cry in the middle of the night. I'd like hop out of bed and be like, oh, it's my time. And I would take the baby and I would like rock the baby and sing the baby songs. And I get so excited over there, like caring for people. I would like see people and I'm like, I can help you. But okay, this has been a journey of realizing not to pick up too many stray birds, let me tell you, girl, because I do see a wounded bird and I'm like, I'm going to pick that up. Do not pick up all the stray birds. But that's the part of the wisdom of being elder is I'm trying to learn that just because I see a hurt bird doesn't mean I have to fix every wing I see. But I have to accept that my intuition, my instinct, my drive is to do that. And I have to use the wisdom to know when to do that. So instead of seeking out birds to fix, I plan to wait and let birds come to me. So the step is meeting in the middle. I am happy to give you tools, but I'm going to wait till you ask for them. I'm Luffy. My partner says that. He's like, you're so Luffy. Stop it. Okay, don't even. Luffy does this thing where Luffy will not help anybody unless they ask. He won't help you. He won't help Robin or Nami or Usopp or Sanji until they ask. If you don't ask, he won't help you. But if you ask, he will help you. Because the requirement of a symbiotic positive relationship is that you ask. You have to ask because you also have to be ready to accept the help. If you're not ready to accept the help, then you're taking advantage of people. You're going to take advantage of people. So when you're ready, and if you really mean it, and when you ask, I will help you. Luffy is mother. Luffy is mother.
He talks about my apologies to Harry in terms of paraphrasing, but basically as I understood what he was saying is that if you are a straight, particularly white person in this society, particularly a straight white male, you don't have to think. That everything is scripted for you. There are all the expectations of how to...
Ooh, 1991, girls. This is 1991, this video.
See the world.
Is it not exactly the same now? 1991.
What your place is in it. Everything reinforces that in terms of movies, in terms of schools, books. But if you're different, because you are ethnically different and visibly different, if you are, in terms of your gender orientation or sexual orientation, different, then you can't follow the script. That you're constantly having to think and ad lib, try to figure out what your place is, how you relate to things in a different way. And it teaches you a completely different set of skills of thinking about things. And I think that's the way it is in terms of being two-spirited as well. To try.
So much of this video is so right now. I'm so glad I found this video yesterday. So much of this video is literally, see how I say we're going to have the same conversations for the rest of our lives. So let's try to have it deeper and better every time. And let's remember that the past was already dealing with this. Nothing you are going through now wasn't already a problem then. Nothing you're dealing with now wasn't already a problem then.
To figure out not what's automatic, but what's most appropriate for you, what feels best, both in terms of your gender as well as your sexuality.
Is that it? Let's see. Oh, yep. All right, great video. Of course, I'm going to share it in the chat. Oh my God, I lived for that video. This is the kind of stuff that just like settles me and grounds me, and the realization that like truth is to be discovered. It's not to be invented. We do not invent truth. It is discovered. And through seeing different bubbles and different people sharing these stories, you realize like we're all discovering truths in different ways using different bubbles. Ugh. I just loved that. I loved every second of that. Now, wait, how is this possible? Wait. Okay, hold on. What? Okay, I'm still here, right? Everything is good. Link is broken in the Discord, I think. Link is broken in the Discord. Oh, hold on. Let me grab it. Sorry. Hold on. Let me fix the link, guys. Hold on. Okay, I am still here. Hold on. Something went wrong. Something went wrong on my YouTube. You're right. I tried to share the link, but that got broken. And then even more than that getting broken, something went wrong. What happened? Hold on. If I'm streaming through my OBS, Okay, hold on, girls. I'm going to try something. If I disappear, I'm so sorry. I don't think I will, but I think I did. I think this happened. Yeah, this happened. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. Okay, I see what happened. I see what happened. Okay, hold on. Hopefully I'm still here. Okay. So here's the link. It should be good now. Okay, the link should still be good here. Okay, I think I'm fine. I think the tech is working. Okay, I think I was accidentally switching between my 2 YouTube accounts and I wasn't sure if I was fucking something up. Yo! Okay, that's doing good. Okay, now focus, Brittany, lock in. Now, let me do this. Let me grab this. Okay, let me see here. Dee-dee-doo-doo, dee-dee-dee-da, da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da, be-dee-doo-doo. Okay, hold on. Please pause. Dee-dee-dee-dee. Wait, what happened here? Oh. No, I'm still here. Okay, hold on. Vegan gays, I gotta show you this video. And I'm also gonna use the restroom really fast because I've been here for a bit. Okay, hold on. Is it this video? No, it's this video. Let me bring it up and then we'll take a break for a second so I can make sure I have the right video. Yeah, it's this one. Okay. Let's take a 2-second break. We'll come back. We'll cover this because it relates to like people thinking about their ideas and forming ideas, and then we'll end on Dr. K's video. So we're right on time. What happened to my Dr. K video? The tech of it all. The tech of it all. Okay, I'll be back. Da 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 da. Ba da da da. Okay, I'm back. Oh, okay. Dun dun. Bum 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 bum. Okay. Dun dun dun. Okay. Let me find the spot in the video I want to watch. So, okay, just context. Let me pause Elvin's beautiful music in 1, 2, 3. Oh, let's drink some water. Okay. So, Elle has 2 channels. Ooh, one channel is Vegan Gaze, like gaze, and that's her main channel. But then she has a secondary channel where she like posts kind of like subpar debates, and this is indeed a subpar debate. So, okay, what we're doing is we're not arguing sides. We are observing. We're gonna gaze the gaze, okay? So this is the video, and he fights hysterical woman with facts and logic, but isn't allowed to defend his own view. This is like, it's all gonna make sense within context. But they have been talking to this guy. Okay, this is an hour-long video. We're not gonna watch the whole video. This is what I've noticed is consistent. So the vegan goes, why do you believe this? And the non-vegan goes, well, if I was so-and-so, I believe this. And they go, no, why do you believe this? And then they just start debating other people's perspectives. So I'm going to skip around. Let me see here. Let me play it a little bit.
Then the criteria for what you're actually against. It seems like you're against it. Just
okay, hold on.
Preferences. Yeah.
Yeah, but I was hoping that yeah, I guess that is true. I was trying to see the preference reasons, but then you guys said it's not preference, it's kind of justified and it's a proven thing.
No, that's not what we said.
Okay, let's start here because I think this is good enough. I'm going to put me over here. Okay, so basically the guy you just heard is the person they're talking to mainly. And then Ella's in the bottom left corner. And then she has other people on the panel who will also be talking who are not this main guy. And he basically is not pro-vegan. He's anti-vegan. And they had a conversation leading up to this conversation that basically said they don't believe in objective morality. That you can call it a preference, but there's morals attached to the preference. Okay, because morals are your internal compass, your internal belief of right and wrong. Ethics are about societal's right and wrongs. Okay, is it good for society if? Is it good for you if? What do you believe? So when you guys ask me, what do you believe? It's a very difficult question to answer. Well, what do you mean by God? Well, what do you really mean by believe? It actually is a stupidly hard question to answer. So again, I am more than happy to tell you what I believe, but I don't want you to start being like, oh, well, if you believe this, then this. But I really do believe things for a particular reason, but what I believe and what I know are different. So I believe that it seems to be more conducive with harm reducing if I don't eat animal products. So I don't eat animal products. Though I do sneak in a donut on occasion. Okay, I'm working on it. But generally speaking, I do not buy them. Okay? I've been really consistent. I've been really good. Even my brother the other day, he's like, wait, are you still vegan? Because he doesn't know the difference between plant-based and vegan. And I said, yeah, I'm still vegan. Even though to you, the internet, I would say, hey, I'm not vegan. If Elle asked me, hey, Britt, are you vegan? I'd be like, no, I'm plant-based. So I'm signaling to the right community. I understand their speak. I understand their in-group like talk. I understand the language. I'm signaling to Elle. I've researched the bubble. I respect you. I'm using the words like you use it. Okay. So now this guy comes into a bubble he does not understand, and he starts arguing, and it's about basically the misunderstanding of like preferences, right? Chat said donuts have made of meat. Well, first of all, in Croatia, a lot of their pastries have meat inside of them, but they're made with milk and butter, which are animal products, right? They're animal byproducts. So, okay, here we go.
It's been a couple of times now where we've said things we haven't. Like, it's in your view that it's then objective. That's why we said that. I'm a subjectivist as well. I think it's preferences. When I'm talking to you, I'm just sharing my preferences with you. There are objectivist vegans, for sure. There are theistic vegans. Mm-hmm. But yeah,
Yeah.
if you don't want to debate, that's fine. Like, just to be clear, obviously you came in and asked questions, but then it became a debate because you started arguing with us, which is fine. That's what we do. But yeah, if you don't want to debate and if you can't debate from your actual position, then
Can I ask a question, Dylan? Because you're looking for objective things. So you know the two worlds thing. The postmortem sometimes asks people this, and I think it's a very good one. So
give me a second.
yeah, so there's two worlds, right? In one we exploit and slaughter animals for whatever reason, and in one we don't. Which one do you think
Love this question. In one, we slaughter animals, and in one, we don't. Which one should we do?
is the better world?
If we don't exploit animals for unnecessary stuff, I guess I don't agree with torture and unnecessary.
So Chet said, sorry, what's the topic of the debate? Just veganism or not veganism. That's all they're debating. That's all Elle does. She debates veganism. So there's a bunch of vegans on the panel, and then the non-vegan is Dylan. He's the guy talking right now. And they asked Dylan a question: which one is better? Okay, living in a world where we exploit and slaughter animals, or living in a world where we don't? Which one is philosophically better?
Slaughter. I can say I agree with that, but I wouldn't say. Would you say exploiting and
Yeah.
I agree with the exploiting part. The slaughter part, I don't think is really that much of a big deal.
So wait, in what realm would it be wrong to exploit a non-human animal, but it wouldn't be to premeditate their trip to the slaughterhouse and kill them?
Because I don't think animals' sentience is by itself that valuable. If you were to wipe it instantly to then eat them, and it's painless, then I don't think that's too bad. I think unnecessary torture is bad though.
But the question isn't if it's too bad.
No, wait, it's all unnecessary anyways. It's torturous to bring them into existence with the purpose of using them against their will and benefit, and then sending them to the slaughterhouse. Like, what you're saying is I'm against the thing that I'm trying to justify.
Well, I'm not against. Like, I don't value the sentience part of it that much itself.
Yeah,
I was saying that unnecessary.
So you don't value the fact that when an animal is sent to the slaughterhouse and
Chad says, so vegans wouldn't ride a horse philosophically? Correct. Generally speaking, and I don't want to speak for vegans, but from my understanding, they would not ride a horse. They would not use it for labor. They would not use an elephant for gathering wood. They would not they wouldn't treat animals as laborers in any capacity. Yeah, from my understanding, from the general understanding of veganism, correct.
Their throat is slit or they're gassed and they are gasping for air. You don't value that in any way. You don't think that's wrong or something to consider?
I think if it's done in a brutal, really painful way, that's definitely not ideal.
Wait. So these are actually no. Just to be clear. So for example, you're in the UK, right? From your accent.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. So over 80% of the pigs here are sent to a gas chamber to be stunned, and that is seen as apparently the humane way to do it. That is certified humane, Red Tractor approved. All the associations that are concerned with this sign off on it. Even the RSPCA was signing off on it. The Royal Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. So when you say that,
which I think is so interesting. Look, again, I'm not making a prescription, but since I'm on a journey of like harm reduction and I'm trying to figure out like what's better, I find Elle quite compelling. I find her argumentation for my brain quite compelling. Like, I'm like, yeah, that's funny that the organization that dictates if it's humane or not is dictating that this is humane, even though it sickens me when I watch the videos and I literally wouldn't be able to do it myself. This is what we've decided is humane torture of animals or treatment of animals. And I'm like, yeah, why am I okay with that? Which again, like they say the biggest regret of a vegan is not going vegan like earlier. So that's why I'm choosing to be plant-based right now, because even though I haven't made the decision or I haven't had the embodied experience of veganism, I'm on the journey, and I would rather just like eat plant-based while I figure it out rather than like be consuming all these animals while I figure it out, if that makes sense.
Like you're like, if we try and apply that to the real world, like what scenario would that apply to? Because it's not going to apply to what you're buying from anywhere.
Yeah, I think I'll give you guys that. I think practically the way it's going now isn't good. I guess I was more arguing about the kind of idea of like veganism and the philosophy of it, I guess. But I'll definitely concede that. I think treating them.
Chad said, what kind of coexistence with animals does veganism promote? I mean, generally the same one we promote with human beings. But that's dependent because some human beings believe we should torture other human beings and some people don't. But generally our general understanding of how we treat other people, they would want us to treat animals the same. Give or take. But that's quite gray and nuanced given how complex we treat each other, right?
In a good way is obviously ideal.
It's just a bit that you said the way it's going now. So can you just give me an example of a way that would be absolutely morally fine to kill this animal, that it wouldn't be like horrible in your view? Just so I know.
And also, like, why aren't you vegan right now if you disagree with the practices that you're paying for?
I mean, that's not. I mean, in terms of the philosophy argument, like that's not really relevant as a two quote way. It's kind of pointing out like hypocrisy rather than actually addressing.
I'm not pointing out hypocrisy. I was asking a question.
Yeah.
That's not. Yeah. I was asking a question.
Yeah, I know, but the question is to point out that okay, I guess fine, whatever. But yeah, I'm not vegan now because I don't really see the issue with, at least.
You don't see the issue with gassing pigs to death.
Yeah, I said it's not ideal to have it like really bad, but I think the least something the better. I'd say that.
Where do you buy your flesh from? Who do you eat? Like a pig? Do you eat bacon?
No.
You don't eat bacon. Do you eat cows?
First of all, I do not believe him. You don't eat bacon? Come on now. Who doesn't eat bacon? Very few people do not eat bacon. You don't eat bacon, son? I don't believe him. Right away, I was like, Cap, are you a Muslim? Are you a Jew? No. No way you're not eating bacon. You never eat a bacon? You never eat a cheeseburger with bacon? Please.
Yeah.
Just kidding, but not really. He maybe he doesn't eat bacon. Maybe he's icked out. But you don't eat bacon? She's asking you if you eat pork. He just said he doesn't have a problem with people slaughtering pigs, but does he not eat pork? That's what bacon is. That's what she's asking.
Okay, so where'd you buy your... Because we're probably shopping from similar places. Where'd you buy them from?
It changes. Sometimes, like, butchers...
Do you go to Tesco? Do you ever go to Tesco and get a sandwich?
No, I don't usually go to Tesco for steak, no.
So you go to...
See how he's fighting her? The frustration in this conversation is that every time they ask him a question, he doesn't answer. She's saying, I live in the same place as you. Where do you buy your food? And he won't answer. And it's just like, you don't have to dox yourself, my bro. She's just asking you, where do you get your food? Walmart? You know, what is the UK's equivalent of Walmart? She's trying to get to know you, and he's fighting. This is how you know this isn't good faith. He thinks he's good faith, though. I really believe this guy, Dylan, thinks he's good faith, but he's not actually answering the question, which is why, by the way, humble brag, when Elle and I had our conversation together, her audience was like, I can't believe, like, she's actually engaging with this conversation. We're not used to this. Now I know why they thought my conversation with Elle was so nice, because this is like pulling teeth. Just answer the fucking question. She's not trying to stalk you, bro. She's trying just to understand your perspective.
The supermarket for everything except steak.
Well, yeah, I mean, usually I'll either go, there's a farmer's market sometimes, there's I don't give away my address, but there's a butcher's and stuff. Yeah.
Would you ever go to Tesco and get like a sandwich with like beef in it?
Oh, yeah.
You would? Okay. So you're...
See, he's like, are you 17? Like, are you a child?
Actually paying for practices that you would think are horrific. And even if you go to the farmer's market, by the way, they're doing the same sort of thing. They're bulk gunning animals in the head who are scared. They go to the slaughterhouse. There's no... that's why I'm asking, how would I kill an animal in a way that's not then the criteria for what you're actually against? It seems like you're against it. Just...
Yeah, I'd say it's definitely not ideal to go put them through too much suffering unnecessarily. That's definitely not good. I mean, I would love to change that, but I don't think it really is relevant whether or not I'm being hypocritical by still eating.
No, it is. It's relevant if you think it's bad. Then why are you doing it?
Well, I don't think it's necessarily that bad.
But you, hang on, oh my God. Look, like, you've just said
Bullshit
it's bad.
Post.
Yeah, no, this is, I really don't think we're having an honest conversation. And for fuck's sake, mate, you can go to Aldi, you can go get vegan chicken breasts for £1.49 for 2 big breasts. They're vegan. You could get vegan burgers. Like, this isn't hard. Like, instead of just dancing around, moving the goalpost, not being honest about your view, saying it's bad, but then it's not really bad, I don't really care about their experience when they're gassed to death. Yeah. Come on, man.
Well, I guess you guys did clear up some of my questions. I mean, since we are arguing about preferences, though, it's essentially the same as me saying I want you to eat meat, though, at the end of the day, isn't it? So.
Well, I mean, again, you don't have preferences according to your view, right?
I definitely have preferences.
Are they aligning with the God that you believe in?
No, they're just preferences. Like, I like to eat.
See, he doesn't know what he believes. So Elle is trying to say you don't have preferences because you believe in God. And God doesn't give you preferences. God gives you rules. They're called commandments. He's a Christian. I want to know how old this guy is because he sounds like he's 22, but he also sounds like he's 17. So she's saying, no, for us, it's preferences. For you, it's not. But like, he's not understanding that him asking her to go meat eating is not analogous to her saying go vegan, because there's no harm reduction in eating meat, but there's harm reduction in not eating animals, right? And look, vegans, like Discord is sharing that some vegans do ride horses if the horses have been domesticated. Noted. And Elle would say, if you're lost in the desert and you have to eat an animal, that would be understandable. But it's not about being vegan to be perfect. It's about being vegan to harm reduce. Because even human beings who say they believe in the sanctity of life, they believe, look at pro-lifers. Pro-lifers say they believe in life all the time, but they're willing to, you know, genocide different countries. It's like, it's not about being perfect. It's about being honest about your worldview and then asking yourself how to be perfect at it or better at it without being actually perfect, right? So vegans understand that when you farm almonds, a lot of insects die. But eating almonds is literally better than eating animals in every way. So like, it's not about like, oh, you know, veganism means never hurting an animal ever, because if a bear was attacking their family, they'd shoot the bear. Right? It's not about like veganism is. So when you try to like, gotcha, it's like, it's not a gotcha. It's asking you, why'd you come to this conclusion?
Eat ice cream.
No, moral preferences.
Well, that's not what morals aren't preferences. It's just two different things.
Preferences pertaining to what's right or wrong.
Well, that's not a preference. It's not a preference is a separate.
So when I say I prefer an animal not to be stabbed to death because I think it's wrong, I'm not giving you my preference.
Yeah, you're giving me a preference.
About something that I believe to be wrong, yeah?
Yeah, but it's a preference.
Yeah.
What's the confusion?
Oh my, Joe, can you just rephrase this? Because am I just like not saying things word?
Well, no, you're saying that your preference is to not eat meat and it's bad to kill animals, but I say my preference is for you to eat animals. It's the same thing.
Yeah, but it is pertaining to what I believe is right or wrong, isn't it?
Yeah, but what you believe is your preference. I mean,
that's not what you're being asked, Dylan. You're not being asked that. I have a final lick of patience, okay? Can I just figure out, do you think it is wrong, morally, to send a cow to the slaughterhouse to have their brains blown out? Yes or no?
No, that's not wrong.
That's not wrong. According to what, sorry? Because you've said it is, by the way. You said you have said it is. So now is it not?
I said it's wrong. No, I said from the start to take away sentience as painlessly as possible is not bad.
So painlessly as possible, what does that mean to you? So blowing out their brains with a bolt gun. So the most humane methods right now, apparently, are bolt gunning an animal in the head, blowing their brains out. So is that, in your view, something that's morally justified?
Yeah, I think it's not. There's nothing morally wrong with that.
Dylan, just another quick question. My dog is upstairs, sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
I take a shotgun to her fucking head and blow her brains out right now just because I want to. It's not morally wrong. There's nothing wrong with that.
He did it quickly.
No, that's. I mean, are you gonna eat it or are you just torturing an animal?
No. I'm gonna blow her brains out. It's
like an instant.
Then I'm gonna eat the dog's penis. Is that morally permissible?
It's not my.
By the way, this isn't even. I was listening to this initially, and I was like, "Why would you eat a dog's penis?" And then I was thinking about it. Have you guys had cow balls? People do eat the testicles of animals. So like it actually wouldn't be that weird because we already do that. We eat tongues, we eat eyes, we eat testicles. So it actually wouldn't be that weird. It just sounds weird because it's a dog.
Preference, but it's not morally wrong, no.
All right.
Oh, that's interesting. I have a last question, just like a last actual reductio. So if it's my preference to like fiddle kids, is it morally okay for me to fiddle kids?
But no, it's immoral to do that. But if it's your preference, your preference doesn't change the morality of it. That's what you're confusing.
So
you guys keep appealing to your preference like it's morality. It's not morality.
Oh, okay. So since like oh fuck, I'm confused now. Holy shit.
Well, because you guys seem to think that preference is equals.
You know why I like listening to these conversations? Is it's a reminder of like, you know, I want us to realize how privileged we are, that we have a level of curiosity and interest in this topic, that we are past this, but also how important this man's perspective is to remind us of where people are, because we are not better than them. We are just having a completely different experience. Like, we are not smarter than them either. He is more than smart enough and capable enough of figuring this out. He's just not engaging with the curiosity. He's not thinking, but he's stuck, but you can see where he's stuck right now. The same way he's stuck on something, I can get stuck on something, but the level to which we're getting stuck is different. And I'm just trying to have a deeper relationship with that level, but to understand that I too sound this way when I'm talking to people who know more than me or like are engaging deeper than me. And I'm like, fuck, why can't I figure it out, bro? You got it, but I don't got it, right? And that's why we have to learn from one another no matter what, because it's not about like, oh, this person is better than me and I'm lower than them. It's about the fact that we're all here and we're all exchanging information, but we're all having a deeper, different relationship with our personal experience and understanding, right? And I just love listening to these kinds of convos with like people who aren't experts, because it's probably a better, at least a little bit of an understanding of the general average person and what they're experiencing and how they're, because the meat industry, guys, it's everywhere, and they're you know, they're lobbying, they're funding, they're you know, they're really, the capitalism of it all is killing the planet for sure. So even if you don't think of veganism, because you know, one of the most hated groups on the planet are vegans. Like literally, I think they're one or two. I can't remember if they're the most hated group or the second hated group. People really hate vegans. And again, anytime the majority hates something, I have to double check it. I have to double check why that is. Because I don't trust the majority like that. You know what I mean? I don't trust it. And the same way that I'm like, the minority can be crazy people who also like are unhinged and refuse to go to the doctor and they can't be trusted. But sometimes you being the most hated group might be a sign you're right. I just don't know if it's true that vegans are correct, but I think they're onto something that I think is more in tune with what I think is my spiritual journey of seeking my joy. I think my joy, Brittany, as a consciousness, is more in line with something here in this bubble. But it's what's so interesting for me is like separate from my own personal journey is just listening to him try to figure out like why he can't figure it out. You know?
Morality, it's just not the case.
Yeah, but that's coming from the, hang on, no. When you say that, that's coming from a worldview that you're not willing to defend. So you can't even make that claim right now. Do not say that. You can't just go, oh, here's
it's
a claim.
It's true whether or not I want to go into a religious debate.
Yeah, but it's pretty shit, right, of you to make a claim and then run away and say that you can't actually defend it. So let's walk that back and pretend that didn't happen.
You admitted it. You admitted it yourself that you don't believe in morality. You believe in subjective preferences.
No, moral.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. If you're God.
There it is. Listen.
Morality, you believe.
Walk that back and pretend that didn't happen.
You admitted it. You admitted it yourself that you don't believe in morality. You believe in subjective preferences.
You don't believe in morality, you believe in subjective preferences. This is why I say to you, people do not understand what morals are. They think morals are from God, therefore objective. They don't understand that subjective morals are still morals. They think you can't have morals unless you believe in God. This is how you're taught as a Christian. I was raised as a Catholic person, and in Catholicism, they teach you that unless you're Catholic, you can't have values. When I questioned my parents recently about the predator in the family, they said, what do you care? You're an atheist. You don't even have morals. And I said, to be clear, are you saying your morals as a Catholic says to protect and shield this predator from accountability? And they're like, no. And I'm like, then what are you doing? And also, of course, atheists can have morals. I will hear this the rest of my life from my Catholic bubble. What do you know about morals? You're an atheist. Yeah. Okay.
No, moral.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. If your God told you tomorrow to fiddle a kid, is that morally correct?
That's not how it works. It's not.
What do you mean? That is how it works.
No, because essentially morality is God's. We're now going to go into the religious debate. It's pushing it into it, but that's essentially his nature in essence. Is good. You can't change that.
Wait.
Just defeats my body.
So can God change his mind?
I don't think not in terms of his nature. No.
The God doesn't have free will.
Moral. Hold on, guys. Slavery moral.
God has no free will.
Slavery moral, Dylan?
No, it's not about free will. It's what's the word called again? It's called omni something.
Yeah, Dylan, is the slavery moral because it's moral in the Bible, right? And that's where you get your Judeo-Christian values, your morality, right? So
Christians ended it, so I assume it's probably
but God at one point.
Listen to that. Christians ended slavery. Do you know that's also a myth? That like I was taught as a Catholic person that without Christians, slavery would still exist.
God at one point, though, said that was acceptable, right?
I might say in the future that it's acceptable.
Yeah.
So like in 100 years, God will say, change his mind again, like he did last time. Now slavery is wrong. It was right in the Bible. It's wrong now. In 100 years, God says slavery is acceptable. Is it therefore moral?
If God changed his sorry?
Yeah, if God changed his mind in 100 years and said, you're now allowed to enslave black people, is that moral?
Well, I don't think that's possible in terms of
How is it not possible?
Because God's nature, I think, is immutable.
God's nature in the Bible said slavery is permissible.
Well, we'll have to check on that. I do think that Christians, but they're the ones that ended slavery, so I assume it's against Christian ethics. I'm not really that knowledgeable about all the intricacies of the history.
Slavery is permissible in the New Testament.
It's permissible in the
And-
New Testament. I mean, what's the reason that Christians decided to end it? And
Well,
kind
it
of
doesn't.
make
It
up
doesn't
for
matter. God permitted it in the Bible at some point. Yes.
This is why I think he might be a kid. Not literally a kid, but maybe like 19 or 20, because this was the same bullshit I had to deconstruct from when I left Catholicism at 19, which I forget now how young I was in a way. Like 19 years old. Like the moment I basically graduated high school, I had a year off and I was like, yeah, I'm leaving this. I stopped going to church at 18, by the way. The moment I turned 18, I stopped going to church. And then 19, I officially left the church. I was like, I'm out. I'm out. And it was exactly these conversations that made me realize, like, what am I doing here? Why is this okay, but this isn't okay? You know, he's regurgitating talking points he's heard. The reason he kept saying throughout this conversation, I don't want to discuss religion, is because he thinks discussing religion is like a scholarly kind of like you have to be a professional religious debater, which there are people who do this for a living. Okay. And he knows he doesn't know enough, but yet, even though he doesn't know enough to defend it, he knows enough to believe in it, which is fair. I think a lot of us are like that, which is why I say, are you sure you believe it or do you know it? See how you don't know your scripture, but you believe in it? Be careful what you believe and be careful what you know.
So I think like Christians just like woke up one day and said, yeah, morality is subjective. We think now, despite it being okay in the Bible, we think it's like wrong to enslave human beings. And so like they went against God's commandments and they just like emancipated black people, right? So it just seems like either it was a revolution from God and God just changed their mind, or like Christians went against God. On both positions, it just seems that like it's totally okay for you to like go vegan and like stop coping about it.
Dylan,
yeah, well, I'm not going to represent essentially, I've already discussed that. I'm not going to represent my side of Christianity just because if I'm going to get into an argument about what was permissible, how each thing changed in the sequence of events.
Chet says, I really don't like these debates anymore. They feel useless, not literally, but personally. I think they're useless if you're looking for somebody to like win a debate, but I think they're very helpful for me, at least, to remember where people are at. They're a really important thing for me to remember. Like, this makes me a better content creator. It makes me a better speaker. It makes me think better. I think sometimes we have to go back down to our roots. So I've been thinking about this in terms of content. Guys, I think we should start remembering how we came to our conclusions, right? I think we should maybe moving into 2026, just do a little refresher course of why we came to these conclusions. Why is it bad to kill people? Why is it bad to be homophobic? Why is it bad to be racist? Because I think somehow I think we've forgotten a little bit about why we came to this decision. And the same way that if you're born into a progressive bubble or a liberal home, you might think you don't need to deconstruct your racist beliefs because you think I was born into a non-racist home. Yeah, we should go back and remind ourselves of why we're doing this. Okay, why did we come to this conclusion? Just as a refresher, okay? But like, that's what I'm thinking of doing. Chet said, oh my God, okay, setting your sights on your 2026 vibes. Yes, girls, I've been really meditating on like, what is 2026 about? What is the point of 2026? What are we doing here? And I think a big part of me is being pulled towards a desire to go back to our roots and just like remind ourselves of how we got here. Because, and this, you know, that's why I've been listening to a lot more of these debates. Because you're right, I got so burnt out on the debate bubble. I was like, this is stupid. Why are we listening to this? This is getting nowhere. But I think a big part of why it goes nowhere is we're not going back to our roots. Why do we think racism is bad? Why do we think homophobia is bad? And why are we even arguing this? Why don't we agree on this? So I agree. The debate bubbles I was so burnt out on them for so long that I was like, what is this for? Like, what is the point of this? But I think, you know, because, you know, look at the way that this guy, he doesn't want to say what he thinks. And by the way, I did this with Elle myself. I did this with Elle myself. When Elle was asking me questions about eating a human leg, I didn't answer her the way Brittany would answer her. I was answering her in a hypothetical of a Brittany that existed in the hypothetical. And then I was like, I had to correct myself later in the stream and go, Elle, I wouldn't eat a human leg. Because I realized, oh, you're asking me literally what I would think. Because I did the same thing. And so I was like, so I corrected myself in that stream and I said, I would not eat a human leg. But in a hypothetical where like it was this thing, like I could think about eating a human leg, but realistically, I wouldn't eat the human leg. Realistically, I'm not that person. I don't think I could do it. Right? But I think sometimes when we put ourselves in the hypothetical in our head, we're like, yeah, I could kill a person. Yeah, I could slaughter someone. I used to think I could slaughter animals. And then I had to kill my first animal. And I was horrible at it and I hated it. And I was like, oh, I can't do this. I thought I could kill animals, non-fish animals, and, you know, it would be fine, but I couldn't. And then I thought I could kill fish maybe, and then I realized like, yeah, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to kill a lobster. I feel so bad killing even a fishy that I like, you know, I haven't even, you know what I mean? So I in my head though, I was like, I got this. I could do this. And then I tried to, and I'm like, ooh. So that's why, you know, sometimes in our heads, we make decisions on people's lives because in our head it sounds good. We really are literally discriminating and kidnapping people off the streets because of what's happening in our heads. Your perception needs to be deconstructed because what's happening in your head isn't fucking real life. Imagine you're sitting in a car and ICE agents pop out of a van to kidnap your father, and your father goes into a seizure, which by the way just happened. And your father is sitting there having a seizure in the front seat, and the people around you are yelling and the men are grabbing for him. And there's no dignity involved because in the head of somebody, you know, 3 states away on their computer, well, if they broke the law, well, actually, if they broke the law, they didn't have paperwork. It is what it is. Bro, please remember that that thought that's happening in your head isn't as real as when it hits you in your own life. This is really impacting real people. So that's why we're going back to these debates a little bit, just to think about it, you know, to start planning for 2026 and just to think about like, why did we come to these conclusions? And remember, philosophically speaking, look, every conversation's already been had. Philosophers have been debating gender longer than you could even think, but we're going to continue doing it over and over again because that's what we do here in Philosophy Bubbles. We debate what is the meaning of life until we die. And then the next generation does it and it continues.
If I do a bad job of that, I'll regret about that, sir.
The Bible is the same Bible?
Sorry? The Bible's the same, yeah.
And you know how like the Bible was originally like the Dead Sea Scrolls, and then they found like new verses of the Bible, and it's been appended in the past.
Well, I don't necessarily. So like
history.
I mean,
I feel like
I
the New
guess...
Testament came after the Torah, and like there's been new scriptures found. Hypothetically, like in 100 years, if we found a new scripture of the Bible, they found it like in an old tomb, and it said, "Thou shalt fiddle kids and enslave black people." Would it then be moral? If it's like new scripture was found and it was, you know, validated with the priests and everything, and the bishops and the Pope is like, hey, look, we found this new scripture. It was in an old tomb, and it is legit. Like Jesus wrote this with his own fucking blood.
So saying if that was actually the case, or like you saying if they lied about it?
If it were actually the case, would it then be okay to grape kids?
Well, I would have a completely shatter my worldview. I would change instantly. So.
Oh, so then it's not God. You don't follow.
Well,
God's
no,
God.
it is. You're saying because you made a hypothetical and said if it's the case that your God's completely different and everything's.
Yeah, but you, Dylan, just admitted that if God did that, you wouldn't follow God. So then you don't follow God. You follow Dylan.
I kind of disagree. So you're saying I wouldn't believe in that God at that point. So that's my point.
But you believe in the God that commanded slavery right now.
See, I'm not going to go into the.
See, people don't know why they think what they think. I used to say, if God was real, I would follow him. And then I was like, wait, why would I follow God just because he exists? You ever did that after you left religion? You're like, I wish God was real. I would follow God if I knew he was real. And then you have to ask yourself, like, wait, why did I believe that? Wait, why did I keep saying that? Why would I have to follow God just because he's real? Because the implication of, example, the Catholic God being real is that he's the only God. And then the implication would be you'd be a fool not to follow him, which is why they even have scripture for this, the doubting Thomas. That's what my mother always used to call me. She's like, you're a doubting Thomas, Brittany. You're a doubting Thomas. And I was like, yeah. And that's why God says, like, blessings to those who believe without seeing. And then doubting Thomas is like, let me put my finger in that hole, bro. Let me do it. You know what I mean?
Religious debate there. I believe mainly not just from historical things, but mainly from.
Wait, have you?
Sorry, for those who don't get the joke, Jesus appears to the apostles and he gives out his hand where he's been pierced, and Thomas touches the wounds. That's the hole I'm referencing.
Ever heard that God commanded slavery to be acceptable? You've never heard any verses of the Bible that say that?
I think there's conflicting ones though, aren't there?
What do you mean? So wait, they say yes, but then they also say no?
No, conflicting in terms of like in the context of the time and.
Wait, did he say?
Oh, it's always like, what did they do in the? That's the olden days, bro. Oh, was slavery okay because it was back then?
At one point.
No, I'm saying in the context, maybe it meant something different. I can't really debate I can't debate the history.
So
of
wait, so hang on.
Instructions of,
So actually, in the context of everything, you could have interpreted it wrong, and he could actually say that when he said "thou shalt not kill," he also meant doggies and chickens and pigs and all the other animals.
Ooh, listen to that. That's a good one from Elle. Honestly, she should debate religious people more often. Because that's a great point. If God said in the Ten Commandments to Moses, "Thou shalt not kill," who was he talking about? Who should we not kill?
So I can't now trust. If you're like, oh, well, it's contextual, that maybe the language is wrong, you then don't know God's word. You have no fucking clue what he said.
Question, so.
Huh?
And I like that God who said, "Thou shalt not kill," just, allegedly according to the lore, just a while back before the group with Moses went through, the desert, had actually slaughtered the firstborn in Egypt. That same God was like, "Okay, guys, okay, I'm over it. Okay, I did it. No more killing." God's like, "Hey, I know I killed the firstborn of every, but like nobody, you can't do that anymore. We're not going to do that anymore."
Was that a question?
No, that's
when God said, "Thou shalt not kill," how do you know he just meant humans?
See, I'm not a scholar on this. I think
You don't know. So you don't know how to interpret it either. You don't even know God's word. How do you fucking know anything?
Well, you're asking me to defend scripture and defend a religious faith.
You're using it to justify stabbing or taste pleasure.
But I also gave my preferences of what I actually value, which is the metaphysical categories that humans have. Which is the same argument you guys gave about preference.
Out if I just wanted to and eat their dick. But you also said that.
Yeah, it's not my preference. I mean, you would agree it's not morally wrong either, though.
Okay. True. Chad says the debate politics sphere is so male dominated that this is low key refreshing, and Elle is a lesbian. That's why I like watching her stuff, because I think she's really good. I think she really knows what she believes. And I think I wish she had better people to debate. I wish smarter people would debate her. But I think the reason I like watching her is because she is a woman and she's gay. And I'm like, this is nice. And I think she just really understands what she believes. Versus other people, they debate just to debate. Elle is making a prescription. She thinks you ought to be vegan, but she really knows why she believes it, which is why I respect her.
Can we just double check, okay?
You would agree that it is morally wrong.
Wait. So
you said you don't believe in morals, so that doesn't make any sense.
No. As a thinker, obviously, I don't know Elle personally, but just as a content creator, I do respect her positioning in that sense because she knows why she believes it.
Hang on, right, before, you're not even listening to what we're saying, but just to be clear, Tones put an excerpt in Exodus 21, 21, King James Version, 20, "And if a man smites his servant or his maid with a rod and he die under his hand, he shall be surely punished." So the implication there, right, is as long as this doesn't happen, the slave part is absolutely fine. The having slave isn't the bit that's being critiqued.
By the way, modern day Christian debaters, which I do watch as well, this is my guilty pleasure. I do still watch debate bubbles. I try to only watch certain ones. Obviously, I stay away from certain ones. You know what I'm saying? But I've been watching the Christians debate each other, and they're literally debating if slavery was chill or not. I'm not even fucking with you. The new debate topic for Christians right now, it's not new, but the one that's kind of the thing right now is literally slavery, yay or nay. And I'm like, and they're like, well, Christian slave owners they were really good to their slaves. And I was like, girl.
It's what you do with them. So just to be clear, do you think that it's right to own slaves as long as you don't do that?
I can't really comment on that, but can I ask a couple more questions?
No. Do not know. Wait, why can't you comment on that, sorry?
Dylan, just
I'm not the best when it comes to scripture. I know there's the New Testament,
hang on,
the law. I know things. It's obviously more complex. You're asking me a question which has been studied for a long time.
And by the way, let me just be extra clear. I have not needed to watch anybody in the same sphere as Debate Bro. There are 5 or 6 channels that always debate with him. I haven't needed to watch any of them to watch the other debate people. There are so many debate people online. You do not have to just watch that bubble. That is just one bubble of Debate Bros. There are so many debate bubbles. Some are better than others, but most are the same-ish. But the idea is all debates, I think, feel the same-ish, but there are better quality debates. But that particular bubble, I haven't had to watch one single person in that orbit, not one person I used to watch or know before. It's been so nice. So I still get the debate. I still get the thing I want, but I don't have to watch any of those people, especially not the people that defended.
I have lost my patience. You have come here and you have said, I am fine sending animals to gas chambers because of what God says. But then I show you what God says and ask you if that's justified, and you can't answer the fucking question. Isn't it interesting how you're dodging? Is slavery wrong, yes or no?
No, it's obviously wrong. It's obviously wrong.
Okay, so you're going against the word of God. So if you can go against the word of God...
It's a debated topic, isn't it? You're oversimplifying this.
But you can already acknowledge that he can change his mind because in one excerpt he's conflicting himself, right? He is doing that in these different testaments. So if it's the case he can change his mind, all right, and you think it is wrong, then you're not following God's will, you're following your preferences. So then why can't it be your preference?
It's a debated topic.
If it is your preference, the possible world that is better if everyone just goes vegan, then why will you not stop paying for animals to be exploited and killed?
Look, I really don't like the fact that you're going to go and essentially cherry pick a bit of scripture which we're both not experts on, and is a complicated thing, and then you act like...
Oh, Chad says I Googled it just in case the argument about the commandment failed because the original language. AI summary says that Hebrew word is for murder, not kill. So I read it as only humans. That could be true. Can you murder an animal? You can, yeah. Can you only murder people? Can you not murder an animal? I guess you could slaughter an animal, but that's just the way you slaughter. That's interesting. Yeah, murdering is different than killing. Is different than ending a life. Murder. Can you murder a... Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting.
It's not cherry picking when the claim we're talking about.
You can't explain all the context of that entire verse.
Oh, Discord said, isn't murder the legal definition? That's a great point. Well, God's word is law. So the Ten Commandments is the law. So it is religious law. That's the Torah. That's like what the Torah is, right? It's God's word. So it is the law. Yeah, animals don't get due process. And in a lot of, obviously in Judaism and stuff, they sacrifice. The Bible sacrifices the lamb to God all the time. So that Christian God wouldn't, so the Hebrew God wouldn't care about animals because I mean, you remember the whole like testing Isaac and Abraham, right? Abraham, slaughter your son Isaac for me. And as Abraham goes to slaughter Isaac, God stops him and says, just kidding, LOL, it was a test. And of course, you know, how literal is the Bible, right? Like, how literal is it? Some people believe it's literal. Catholics believe that is the word of God, but it might not be as literal as we think it is necessarily. So it depends on like what religious sect you also believe, you know, in. Interesting.
You can't the entire
right, hang on, Dylan. Please fucking focus. You're the one who evoked the word of God as a justification. So when then we're using the word of the God, which is, you know, communicated in the Bible, you're saying, oh, well, you don't know if he actually said that. You're the one who brought us here. I don't want to fucking talk about religion. You're the one who uses it as a justification.
I didn't want to either. You guys are the ones pressing the religion point.
You are the one who uses it as a justification, hence going there.
See how he doesn't get it? Ella's like, I don't want to debate religion with you. And he's like, well, I don't want to either. You brought it up. They brought it up because his justification was like, it's a God I believe in. He doesn't understand that because you still rely. That's why I say, no, what do you believe? What is your fundamental belief about the universe? You know how I say this to people? What do you believe about the universe? And they're like, what? And I'm like, what do you believe about the universe? Like, why do you think people are here? What? And they don't get it. They're asking, what is your foundational belief about the universe? Like, and he doesn't get it. Like, I believe we are evolved animals on a planet. We are biological creatures, a part of the universe's biological experience. Like, we are a part of the world. We are as a part of the world as an asteroid, as part of the world as a tree. Like, we're just another element. Okay, we're just another part of the earth or the universe. You know, we're an extension, whatever. He believes there's a God who put him here and put humans here. So they're saying, okay, since that's your belief, let's debate veganism through that lens. And he's like, no, I don't want to. They're like, okay, well then how do you want us to have the convo? He's like, well, I think it's wrong, or this is right. And they're like, well, why do you think that's right? He doesn't understand his own belief, his own, you know. This is what I say about humans. They're so fascinating to me. Like, do you know what you understand about yourself and what you believe about the world? Like, do you really understand it? This is really, that's why, so moving into 2026, when we talk about like, look, I used to put on a very big front in my life about being tough. This is why when I criticize progressive men and I say, you can't call women the B word. You know what I mean? You can't do that. And they're like, why not? Because if you don't believe in misogyny and you don't want to adhere to the patriarchal beliefs that women are less than and men are leaders, then you can't use patriarchal misogynistic language at women. And they go, well, why not? They're fascists. I'm asking you, what do you believe about the universe? I'm asking myself that. If I believe this, then I can't show up to work and do this. So I need to hold myself accountable too and change the way that I speak, which is really hard, right? My life embodied, my accountability embodied will show up in how I show up. I will know that I have changed because I literally changed. You know what I mean? So again, when we're coming to work, I don't think we should be able to call people the B word or any slurs. You know, if you want to use reclaim slurs in a particular way at work in which this space is safe, that's another conversation. But there is in no way you can call somebody the B word and be like, I'm reclaiming the slur. She's reclaiming the slur. You know, that's not how the context of using that slur works. That's not a reclaiming context. So it is just using the slur at a minority group that it's used to be undignified towards, right? So that's why I'm saying, what do you actually believe and how does that show up in your life? Which is why when I was in Debate Bros bubble, I would say to him, you can't debate these points because you don't believe in them. And he said, what? And I said, when you get up on stream and you have conversations, right, about these topics and you're defending them, but you don't believe in them, why should people listen to you? And he's like, what does it matter what I'm doing in my personal life as long as the debate is good? Well, because you're advocating for something you don't even do in your own life. And a lot of people think that doesn't matter. A lot of people think, well, as long as the advice is good, what does it matter? It really matters. Because people will see you and say, well, if you're not doing it, why should I do it? But also, is it good for people? If it's good for you, it should show up in your life. When I see people that are happy and joyful in their life, I ask myself, oh, what are you doing? Anything that could work for me? When I see people who are miserable, I think, okay, what are you doing? Because I want to avoid that. I don't care how good you are at debating. I'm looking at your life. I'm looking at the quality of your life and trying to see if you have the wisdom to implement it in your own life. Because how foolish would you be to say, oh, I know the right thing to do, but I'm not going to do it, but I'm going to make a prescription that other people should do it. That's when you say, hey, I'm on a journey. I'm too flawed as a person. I know what I should do. I'm not there yet, but I'm working on it. And then eventually you have to do it. Because otherwise you can't take a position of leadership in which people should follow your lead. Guys, what's a leader? People follow the lead of the leader. And then you do not embody this experience. Do not lead me into hell, girl. It feels like you're trying to lead me into hell. Okay, back to the vid. By the way, there's a very funny part in here I've got to show you. We're almost done, but the next 10 minutes are hilarious.
Just as a thing. So just as a thing to be clear, because I kind of want to be in the middle of this, and the point that we're trying to make is that even if we're cherry picking, as you say, right, some parts of the Bible, I mean, I don't know how much you've been looking at these debates. I watch debates on the Bible often, and I've read the Bible also. I read only the Old Testament, not the New one. But either way, like, one thing is clear: there is no clear statement within the Bible that says that slavery is wrong, right? So at the best, God is agnostic towards slavery, but you're saying that slavery is wrong. So you're already still not following this one thing where God is agnostic towards. So why is it that when God, because based on your position, God says that you can, but God is agnostic whether it is right or wrong to exploit animals. So why is it that you can't form an opinion whether it is right or wrong to exploit animals, but you can form an opinion whether human slavery is right or wrong?
Because I guess, so in terms of animals, the right or wrong part, I gave my kind of personal preference of what I value in humans. I think that's the reason why I don't see an issue with it, I guess. When it comes to, but someone in chat saying moving on, I'm very happy to move on. I feel like, because I wasn't necessarily here to debate. I know I did kind of drag it there a little bit, but is it fine before I go just to ask a quick question about vegan ethics? Like, if would you guys stop other carnivore animals from eating other ones? Like, would you kill them to prevent
What is this? This question is so stupid that I'm like, I can't even process this question as a real question. Like, I would expect this question. You know who I would expect this question from? A 12-year-old. And then I'd be like, that's a really good question. That's a very good question. Thank you for asking me that. Let's answer that question together. So then the question is, where should adults be at a certain time? You know, when people talk about, what's this called, guys? When you hit points along your age, like you should be at a certain point at some point. Okay, we're going to have to do that. We need to demand it. Okay? Like, this is a very good question. Milestones, thank you. Listen, all questions are good questions, even stupid questions. I believe this very deeply. But there should be milestones people reach. And I feel like high school should have done this first. That's why you have to do debate class. That's why you should be thinking about your ideas, right? I want you to hit certain milestones before you reach a certain age. So you know what I mean? Like, why are you asking? How would this question even make sense? You know what I mean? Like, why is this a question you're asking? If you believe vegans believe in any capacity that they should go around killing animals so those animals don't eat other animals, they would have to kill us. We're animals. They would have to kill all of the insects in the world. They would have to kill everything. We'd have to kill everything. Everything would have to die. I guess plants could still exist. I guess we could keep trees alive. I think, but like everything would have to be killed. It doesn't even make sense. Why would they believe that? You know what I mean? If they're talking, like, why would that even be a thing?
Them eating and killing other animals from eating other ones? Like, would you kill them to prevent them eating and killing other animals?
You can ask other people, like, oh, well, I'm going to leave anyway.
A few moments.
Okay, so Elle leaves. Okay, she leaves and then she comes back. Watch that. Are you ready? Are you ready?
Later.
Then it doesn't matter whether it exists or not. And all I'm saying is that if you believe in a metaphysical system that justifies the exploitation of animals, then I can easily believe in a metaphysical system that justifies me exploiting you. It's as simple as that. Because it's a belief system, I don't have to justify it in any other way. How is that in any form logical or a world where you would want to live in?
Chip, just pause real quick. I just wanted to bring Elle back in because, I just wanted to let Elle know that you just called her a hysterical woman.
Oh, don't do this. She was quite hysterical. The reason why I said that is because I felt like I was pressed to answer some questions which I wasn't sure on because I was either going to get told that I'm ducking or I'm running.
Yeah, just want you to publicly defend your view here that you think Elle was hysterical.
I think she's a nice woman. I think she's nice.
Yeah, no, sorry. Are you retracting the claim that you apparently made?
I'm not making a point that you've always been like. I'm not making a personal attack on you outside of this debate. It was more so you were very angry at me and I called it hysterical.
So why would you say hysterical woman? There's some implications there.
What's the implication?
That you have a disproportionate view on when women show their emotions versus people who aren't.
No, I wouldn't say that. I think it was a bit hysterical the way you're the only one reacting that same way.
Yeah, but I wouldn't call you a hysterical man if you got annoyed.
I wouldn't be offended if I was shouting and stuff.
Okay, so do you understand why it might be annoying for someone to hear someone who keeps backtracking on what they're saying?
Is that when I heard that, I gagged so loud. I was like screaming. I was like, hysterical woman. And then he was like, oh, don't do this. Don't bring. Oh, I like that when Elle leaves, he's like, what a B word. And then she comes back and he's like, oh, I didn't mean it. I'm so sorry. That's the energy. The energy's like, well, okay, hold on. Anyways, can I please, isn't this just?
Don't even come to the debate with a view of their own. They can't tell me whether or not slavery is wrong in one moment. Do you see how that might annoy somebody?
Oh, I just want to also mention, he basically admitted to lying before you rejoined. He said it wouldn't be okay to blow my dog's brains out and eat the penis.
What? So wait.
He was lying earlier about that, apparently.
So what's your view?
I do like how the vegans have each other's back, though. I really do appreciate that energy. How the vegans are like, Elle, he called you a hysterical woman. And like, I think that's kind of cute that they're just like, they have Elle's back.
You, Dylan, is it acceptable to blow out a dog's brains quickly for food purposes?
Oh, for food purposes?
Yeah. You were asked that before.
The
penis. So to eat the penis for food.
Yeah, that's a really gross part. But I think killing a dog and eating it's not like morally wrong.
So I go upstairs just again. So you like backtracked earlier before Elle rejoined. Now you're back on the live stream. I get a shotgun, go upstairs, and blow my dog's brains out, and then I eat their penis. That's morally acceptable for you?
It's gross, but I guess it's not really morally wrong. People eat all parts of animals, don't they?
But blowing out the part you should really have a problem with is blowing out their brains. So is the dog in your avatar, I'm fine to blow out their brains?
We can focus on that part. I think it's getting confusing with the grossness of what parts you're eating.
Okay, so I blow out their brains so I can eat them for bacon, dog bacon.
Yeah, it's the same as killing any other animal and eating it, right?
Like the human animal?
I think we're a different category.
What's the argument for that?
The metaphysical attributes.
That you can't defend?
I'm sorry. It's so fun. No, so El, he's saying that the difference between a human and an animal is something that doesn't exist. It's something that is physical, but that he only himself defined.
Yeah.
But as I said, Dylan, the difference between us and you is something that we only defined ourselves. It's something metaphysical. It's called a shoal. I told you, we all have a shoal.
Your argument rests on logic, which is metaphysical.
Yeah,
Don't you see that? It's self-refuting.
It's so hilarious how you have the audacity to call me a hysterical woman, but you're coming here to a debate and you're not even willing to defend your own position. Yeah, but you acknowledged, right? Slippery Dylan. You acknowledged you turned it into one. You even said that verbatim.
Yeah, accidentally.
Oh, so you want to stop debating?
Well, it takes two.
Would you like to stop debating?
I wanted to ask some more questions, to be honest.
Okay, well, no.
My battery's on 3%.
Are we happy for Dylan to leave? On the basis that he's
fine. I'm fine, Dylan. As I said, you don't have a shawl. You don't have a shawl.
I think we're good. I think you've had plenty of words.
I think I'm just okay, but metaphysical things like logic
that you cannot
guys are all
defend.
using
You're not willing
yourself,
to
you
defend.
can't disregard it.
Yeah,
it's
you're
just a logic.
I'll regard it when you talk about it. Defend it. Why the fuck should I regard it? He's gone. Why the fuck should I regard it if you're not willing to even speak about it or defend it? What fucking
I also don't think this person understands the difference between, like, mathematically speaking, a function and the group that the function is based in, right? Like the numbers that this function is based in. Because what we're having a problem is you using metaphysical traits to apply a function, and he's saying, well, you're applying a metaphysical functions. Well, functions are metaphysical. The problem is when you apply it to metaphysical fucking things that don't exist. It's such a ridiculous thing.
And he's so fucking slippery, okay? He was fine to call me a hysterical woman when I wasn't here, but then I get brought back and he's like, oh, don't do this. Oh. Just to be clear.
Exactly. Now, this is Elle's second channel. This is where she kind of posts, like, I'll link in the chat. She kind of just posts like what she calls like the throwaway kind of streams, I guess. And then she has her main channel, which is Vegan Gaze, Gaze. Yeah, I think this just fueled in me this week, like a reminder of, like, we need to remember why we're saying what we're saying. So, lately people have been getting really triggered, not my audience, obviously. This is another thing that happens on YouTube where people cannot tell the difference between a YouTuber talking to their audience and a YouTuber talking to people who are now in their audience or have visited because they got mad over a video they made. So sometimes people are like, wow, Brittany's going really hard on her audience right now. Okay, if I'm going really hard on people, sometimes it can be people in the audience, but usually it's when an influx of somebody else's audience comes into my audience, has never seen me, does not know my work, and they're used as examples of why they're wrong, right? And especially when they're being misogynistic towards me, right? Like, this guy literally told me, fuck off, Kyle Kulinski's better than me, and he hopes I'm happy with my 49 cats. Yeah, he got blocked from the channel, girls. What are you coming into my chat? Matt, I called out Kyle Kulinski just to tell me, fuck off, I hope you die alone with your 49 cats. It's like, okay, block. That's not my audience. You know what I mean? My audience isn't going to threaten me with a good time, like dying with 49 cats. That's a misogynistic, like, insult men throw at women that they decided they don't like. Do you know what I'm saying? Okay, so then people have been upset with, like, the men get triggered at, like, the word patriarchy. They're like, oh my God, she said patriarchy. Okay, we need to talk about patriarchy is a system. And the system it's pervasive throughout government bodies, policing, positions of power. It dictates culture. And from patriarchy, you want to talk about trickle-down economics? Trickle-down patriarchy brings a culture of misogyny, which trickles down to the subjugation of femme people, okay? And that erodes society. This is why patriarchy doesn't work. It's never worked. And so this idea that we need to go back to tradition, we are in this, this is it, girl. Okay, this myth that men keep saying, like, feminism, misandry, matriarchy, like, women are in control. We can talk about women being in control, okay, when we are, you know what I mean? Like, I was going to make a joke and say when we're 20% of the, CEOs, but, like, even if when we're, like, we can talk about it when, we're actually 60% or 70% of anything, which we're not even. We're probably never going to see it in our lifetime. Isn't that crazy? We are not going to see in our lifetime a world where 70% of women, but you know what the irony is? If 70% of women were in charge, now it's a bad thing. If 70% of people in charge were black, oh, now it's a bad thing. But if it's 70% of white people in charge and they're men, somehow that's a vibe. Somehow that's just normal and natural in the default. Oh, somehow that's neutral. Oh, but when it's black people, it's a agenda. When it's gay people, it's an agenda. When it's women, it's an agenda. Okay. Because people have to understand, we would never have an issue with the world being this many men in charge if it didn't come at such a disadvantage to everybody else. The only reason it's an issue is because it's coming at the disadvantage of everybody else. If the men were all in charge and everybody was happy and everybody was vibing, we wouldn't have anything to complain about. We're not just complaining for funsies. You guys are not doing your job. People are getting their SNAP benefits taken away. People are going hungry. People are being thrown into wars they don't even want to be a part of. You're killing people around the globe. We're not interested. You're not doing a good job. Okay? So again, it's this idea that like, girl, if you were doing a good job, we would not be complaining. Okay? Not really, because happy people don't complain. Joyful people don't complain. We don't. Like if we were joyful, we wouldn't be complaining this much. We wouldn't be this distraught. And the fact that men are some of the loudest fucking complainers, tell me that's not the irony. That men are some of the loudest complainers. These men become, listen, this is the difference. Fresh and Fit, all these men, even Abba and Preach, all these men who make a living talking bad about women become millionaires. The women who do the same, we are not going to die millionaires, girls. I am never going to make that much money. Abba and Preach said they've made, I think like $1 million talking about Fresh and Fit alone, like their battle with each other over like misogyny or whatever, which is why Abba and Preach are slightly better than Fresh and Fit, obviously, we know this. But still, generally speaking, the money they've probably made just going after women is insane. Myron, I know he got demonetized eventually, but every live stream, guys, there was thousands of super chats. Thousands. So this is what I'm trying to say. Like these men who make a living talking about women, this is, by the way, one of the reasons I've been highlighting a lot of men on the pod, and men are like, why are you doing this? Why are you only talking about men? Yes, it pays my bills, but I'm not making even slightly as much as any of these men will because it doesn't work the same way. But I will say that a big part of it is because it's actually a huge issue. It's actually just a really big issue. I take trending issues and I talk about it. I'm sorry that men are being highlighted every video, but there's a lot of issues with them. I don't know what to tell you. Like, there's a lot of shit happening. Okay, this administration is a joke. And it's very male-centered. Okay, now, let's do this. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Wait, that was wrong. Da-da-da-da-da. Okay. Let me take a 2-second break. We'll come back. We'll watch this video. We'll end stream with Healthy Gamer claims men only change for the right woman. I have a lot to say on this topic because I think I think I know what Dr. K is trying to say, but I also think it's going to be very confusing for people to hear. But I'll tell you why it's different when men hear it and when women hear it. I'll talk about it. I know this is going to be crazy, but guys, my special interest is understanding people's bubbles. And though I'm wrong sometimes, I think I have a pretty good grasp on like who this is for and who's he talking to and who's consuming it versus if somebody outside the bubble hears it, they're going to hear something different. So I also think I've seen this podcast in full. This is a clip from Waving the Red Flag, but I think, oh no, this is the memberships. I think I've seen this one in full. This one just got posted October 13th, but I think I've seen this before. If not, I've seen Dr. K talk about red flags a lot. So I'll talk about it. Give me 2 seconds. We'll talk about it. It'll be great. Okay, I'm back. Okay, now let's go ahead and do this. So this is waving the red flag. This is Healthy Gamer claims men only change for the right woman. So it's going to be a little bit of a stream session. So I'm going to put me over there in the top corner and put them. So here are the two boys on the left. I don't know their names yet, but we talked about them yesterday. And let's see what the convo is about. This was recommended by the Discord. Shout out to the Discord.
Both men and women tend to make selections of who they want to date based on things that have nothing to do with the correlation of a successful relationship. So patients come to me for all kinds of things, not always relationship problems. I noticed that most of my patients who are happily in relationships had a pretty big red flag early on in life. So my wife and I started dating. I was broke. It took me 5.5 years to graduate from college. I had a 2.5 GPA. When I was 26 years old, what was I doing with my life? I had applied to 80 medical schools and got rejected from 80. Not particularly handsome, no money, no prospects, no job, very little work experience. I was a complete failure. Like if my daughter wanted to date 26-year-old me, I'd be like, this is a terrible idea. And so what I tend to find is that most good relationships start with red flags. And this is the reason. So when you have a red flag early in the relationship, when you have a problem early in the relationship, it shows you how this person responds to problems. It blew my mind how my wife was never like, this is terrible. You got to get your, not once. I was living at her place. She started working at the age of 16. She's worked ever since. She was supporting me. I was like studying and playing video games and just being a little bitch, honestly. And I have no idea why she tolerated that. But then one day I woke up and I was like, holy shit, she deserves better. She has done so much for me. I got to get my together. This is insane. And then from 2.5 GPA, ended up getting to med school, grinded it out, wound up at Harvard, from failing out of college to winning 2 awards for academic achievement in medical school. And I thank my wife for it. Like she believed in me when no one else did. And it's not that like I had that potential. I woke up and I was like, she deserves better. It's not the person I was. It's like, I want to be this for her. I'm noticing that.
Man, look, shout out to Dr. K. Like I fuck with him generally speaking, sure. And I like a lot of what he does and what he's talking about. This feels like nonsense. That said, I'm wondering if this was clipped crazy because the first thing that he says provides like a setup as if he's giving his anecdotal relationship experience as evidence that good, strong relationships do better if they start with a red flag. And maybe that wasn't actually what he said in the longer clip and they just clipped it to make him say that. If he did say that, this seems like not only nonsense, but bad evidence for that. Like that just seems bonkers bad.
My question is, and I want to lead with this because I have a few notes, but I want to lead with this because I think it's foundational, is how is he defining a red flag and how should we as this entity of Wait for the Red Flag podcast, I said the thing, defining red flags and how are people in society at large defining red flag? Because a lot of the shit that he just said, I don't necessarily even think is red flags.
I'm curious what you mean by that.
Okay, so I'll pause there and I'll just tell you really fast. So I think red flags are subjective to the people and the culture you come from. So when I first had my very first date with my partner, my now married partner, one of the questions I asked are, what are some of your red flags? Or if people saw you, they would think is a red flag. So for myself, as an example, I'm a YouTuber. That could be a huge red flag for people. My life is public. I talk about my life on stream. You'll be a part of the content. Even if you're not there, I'm going to talk about our marriage. Therefore, you might be a part of it. We'll talk about it, of course. But like realistically, I'm a public figure, right? I work for myself. Let's see, what else? I was in medical debt at the time. So I had medical debt at the time. What's something else that when my partner met me? My family's super religious and homophobic and transphobic. It might be a huge red flag about me. I love my family and I plan to have them in my life as long as it facilitates our joy. What other red flags could be a good one? I'm on OnlyFans. That might be a red flag for some people, right? Okay. What else? There's a lot. There's a lot of things about me that could be a red flag for some people. Do I think they're a red flag? Well, no, I'm doing them. But also they could be a red flag for people. So then I said, how do you feel about that stuff? Okay. Medical stuff. I was chronically ill. I was getting diagnosed. There was a lot of things going on. What do you think? Okay. So then he gave me his and I gave him mine. And yeah, there were, in a sense, red flags. But there were only going to be red flags if they led to the conclusion that that traditional pattern usually exhibits. But they aren't red flags if they don't lead to the negative outcome that they normally can lead to. Like Dr. K saying, I had a 2.5 GPA. Okay, we get it. You're Indian. What? Relax, bro. That was okay. You act like that's a horrible GPA. Okay, we get it. You were rejected from 80 medical schools. Homie, you applied to 80 medical schools. You getting rejected from 80 medical schools, green flag. That means you applied to 80 medical schools, green flag. But in his brain, red flag, because his cultural background says you failed, you didn't get into medical school. Versus my brain's like, holy shit, you applied to 80 medical schools? That's wild. Well, now the question is, why did you get rejected? Right? So then, it depends on the bubble of like, oh, you live with your parents? For me, red flag. For other people, green flag. So the question is like, okay, what is your red flag based off of, and what does it mean? A red flag doesn't have to be a deal breaker. It's just a sign. It's a warning sign that it could mean danger, right? So the question, I think that's what Dr. K is trying to say. So you guys know one of the testaments to the strength of my marriage and the choice that I made in choosing my partner is that we had a few things happen, but there's 3 big things that in my mind, maybe 4, happened when we were courting for 6 months that we handled as a couple that reaffirmed in me that I could say yes to marrying this person and that they get to say yes to marrying me, right? So, okay, that's what I think Dr. K is also talking about is like your relationship has to be tested, not within the relationship, but from external factors to know that you are 2 people who can come together and face it head on instead of taking it out on each other. And my partner and I had that experience multiple times before getting married and engaged is, okay, what outside force is going to test this marriage? Because life will test us forever. That's what I think Dr. K is trying to say. Now, in boy bubble land, that might be something boys have to hear because boys are taught under patriarchy to be motivated by external factors in terms of how they feel validated. So my father and my mother, when they got together, they were kind of like, my dad was living in Seal Beach in a bachelor pad, playing in a band, and his dad was an engineer and come from an engineer background, but my dad wasn't like pursuing engineering. Okay, he was like kind of, hanging out. And then when my mom came into his life, she was working because she was divorced and she had 2 kids, or separated or whatever she was, divorced, whatever. And she had my 2 older brothers, and they eventually sat down with each other. This is how the story goes according to my parents. They eventually sat down and said, okay, who's working, who's staying home with the kids? And they were not as Catholic as they were now, okay? And my mom said, I want to stay home with the kids. I want to quit my job. Even though my mom was like killing it at her job. She was like, I don't want to do this. And my dad was like, okay. Locked in. And that's how my parents tell their love story, is that my dad locked in and got serious about work and built a business and then became successful. That's the story we get told as kids. So from my dad's perspective, his motivation was that his wife and kids required of him to stand up and step up, right? He's the dad who stepped up, okay? And then he did. And my mom was the person who right? Chessa, did they say locked in? Nah, that's Brady language right there. My dad did not say locked in. But my dad would say I started to become serious as a man. That's what my dad would say. Be serious as a man, protect and provide for your family, right? Like that's kind of the idea of like what he's fulfilling. So I think what Dr. K is who's he trying to speak to is those men who are still raised under patriarchy, whether you like it or not, who like Dr. K, I don't think Dr. K is trying to pop people's bubbles in the patriarchal sense. He's trying to pop people's bubbles to understand that they've been conditioned under patriarchy, but he's not anti-patriarchy in the way that I am vocally anti-patriarchy, though he might internally be anti-patriarchy. He doesn't think his process, that would just trigger his audience is what I'm trying to say. It wouldn't make sense for him to talk that way. I talk the way I talk to signal to my audience. I made a purposeful decision to change the way I talk on stream to make sure I signal to the audience I want. This is not how Brittany talks all the time. Actually, it kind of is, but like, it's not. Okay, it kind of is. But like, I made a concerted effort to signal to the audience I wanted. So he does the same thing, only his audience isn't him, it's his former self. And my audience is, I'm trying to get me. Not really, but kinda, right? So he has to use a language that makes sense to this bubble, right? Yeah, Chet said his work is for 2 bubbles. His work is for very specific 2 bubbles, right? Right? What is this? Britt came from a traditional family structure beliefs and now spends her life attacking them. Oh my God, Habibi, are you my cousin? Who is this? Is this one of my brothers? Who is this? Is this my cousin? Who is this? Get out of my chat, bro. Blocked. Go back to church. Go confess your sins to God. I don't think Jesus would appreciate you coming in my chat like this. Okay? So that's what I think he's trying to say to these men is like, hey, you're not, and to these girls or to these women dating these men. But see, here's the problem. If you're a girl raised under patriarchy, you are going to date a lot of toxic men if you don't pay attention to their red flags. Because you, like me, will make excuses for all the reasons they can't get off the couch, and then they will never get off that couch. Right? So you have to make sure if you're a girl listening to this, if you were raised femme in this world under patriarchy, you are not to take this advice. You are to listen to it and see what he's talking about, but you are not meant to make excuses for men's inept behavior. Right? Because that's how I got into all my toxic relationships. I don't want to judge him. He's going through things. He has big dreams. He wants to do all these things. Guys, everyone I ever dated had big dreams because I'm a big dream girly. And then I learned to stop being a big dream girly and to be realistic with my goals. I would date men, older men. Okay? I dated an older man who had a rough past. And I was like, I'm not going to judge you for this rough past, right? You're making it work. You're doing your thing. And I was like, well, I'm interested in you. Da, da, da. I pursued this relationship. I liked a lot of things about him, right? He didn't drink. I kind of liked that. He was kind of a hippie. I liked that. He was liberal. I liked that. I was a liberal at the time. He was really interesting and he was kind of like a little bit of a hipster. He had cool stories. He was a Burning Man person, but I didn't really have the context for what that meant at the time, but I thought that was like maybe good. He would go to the solstice parades. He had a lot of things I liked about him. Here were all the things I didn't like about him that I learned later on. Okay? I knew he had a teenage daughter. I didn't know he had 3 kids from 3 different women and the way that he had them. I didn't know 2 of his girls were had within weeks of each other because when he was a teenager, he got 2 girls pregnant at the same time. I didn't know he was a felon. I was dating him for months. And then his daughter comes over and she's like, my dad's a felon. I was like, your dad's a felon? And I was like, you didn't tell me you were a felon? At the time I was dating, I learned to date people and get to know them as we got to know each other. The difference between dating and courting for Brittany now is in my 20s, I dated people and the relationship was me getting to know them. Versus in my 30s, I wasn't going to have a relationship to get to know you in that sense. We were not going to label each other and you're not going to be my boyfriend. We're going to court and I'm going to get to know you. And if I don't like you at the end of it, bye. Versus I would attach myself, label myself. I was his, he was mine. I would introduce him to people, right? And then when the secrets would be unveiled, I would make excuses. He doesn't know who his dad is. His mother's really difficult. His life was really hard. He's not a present father. He doesn't have a relationship with his kids. He doesn't pay child support. And the one time the court demanded he pay child support, They took all the money from his account because he wasn't paying it. And I was like, well, and then I sat there and I was like, well, you should pay your child support, homie. And he was just like, this is, anyways, and excuses. I made so many, I was like 24, I think it was like 24, making all these excuses for why this was happening. Okay. All of these excuses. And then eventually, this was a 2-year relationship. On again, off again, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Eventually, we broke up. I moved on. I moved on. Okay, that was a 2-year relationship with a guy 12 years older than me. But one thing stood out to me. We're in a relationship, and he says, I really want to do van life. I go, oh, me too. He goes, let's get a van, and let's buy property, and let's build a house. I'm like, oh, let's do that. Because I love goal setting. So I hunkered down. I went to work, I put all this budget together, and I started the process because we didn't share money. We were totally not sharing money. I was like really excited. I was like, ooh, gonna have a house. I was looking at properties. I was like, this is a time in Seattle when buying stuff was possible. I was like really excited. I was like, oh my God. Okay. Then I asked him like a few months later, like, how's your budget going? How much have you saved? And he goes, wait, what? And I was like, well, how have things been going? He was like, I haven't been doing that. I was like, you haven't been doing that? What do you mean? He goes, well, I didn't know we were serious. I was like, well, I did. I thought we were serious. I thought we were going to start saving for a house. But because we didn't share money and because we weren't doing things like that, I literally took it. I'm so autistic. I took it so literal. But he was just dreaming. Dreaming. That's why I stopped dreaming. Dreams happen when you're asleep, girl, and I need to be awake. He was a dreamer. Let's build a house. Let's buy property. You know, he was a dreamer. All the things he could accomplish, all the goals. He was a dreamer. Okay, so I learned not to be, well, I actually didn't learn that lesson until years later because then I dated a second dreamer. I went from that relationship straight to a new relationship. Well, I went from that relationship straight to a friends with benefits relationship. And that friends with benefits relationship turned into a relationship of another dreamer. It took me another 5 years to learn the lesson. But let me just tell you, as a girl who learned the lesson, every red flag I saw, I ignored because of childhood trauma, because I could explain it away. Because if these men would just get help, it would be better. Right? And then finally, I was done, as you guys know. And now, even in my healthy relationship, the first date question said, what's your red flags? And yes, we had them, but only because red flags are a warning. And then we said, okay, what's the red flag about? Example, I'm a YouTuber. I have herpes. I'm on OnlyFans. These are all things that people would consider a red flag. I might not want kids. Okay, now let's talk about it. Are these red flags or are these green flags? Because, you know, the question wasn't what's your red flag. The question was, what is something about you that somebody might consider a red flag? That's a really different question than what's something you do that's a red flag, right? So ask yourself, what's something about you that other people might consider a red flag? And then you can really start to have, you know, and then, like I said, this is the first relationship I've been in where we share money, we budget together, we're on the same page, we plan to do something and we do it. We're very organized. Like everything is so easy. It's such an easy experience. So then the red flags weren't red flags. They were just a part of the journey. That, oh yeah, like the herpes ended up not being an issue. Being on OnlyFans ended up not being an issue. All these things. So now that illusion of the red flag went away and it just became a part of the story. Okay, let's go ahead. Watch this.
Oh my God, I had a bad GP. Like so having went through the medical school grind for most of my undergrad career. Like even when I went to grad school the first time, the reason why I picked the program that I, a slight bit of Alvin lore, the reason why I picked the grad program that I ended up picking out of undergrad was to keep the door open for medical school, because I got into several law schools, full scholarship, and I went to my advisor and I talked to her about it. And she was like, "Alvin, you don't want to go to law school. You're just scared, and you think that this is like safe." She was like, "You want to do this? Like you actually would like studying this?" Like she was like, "I know you." Having somebody that has like a low GPA, who's working toward medical school, who's still actively pursuing that, who's still applying to medical schools, who's still trying to improve from that perspective. My guess, based on the fact that he had a 2.5 and he says that he went to Harvard, my guess is that he either pursued a master's or a post-bac after that. So this is not somebody that was just like on your couch playing video games. That's just like not how that happens. You don't go to Harvard, like, just so people know how that works. Like no matter what you are, no matter where you came from, you don't go.
Dr. K didn't go to Harvard in that traditional sense. Dr. K went to Tufts University School of Medicine, which is still great, received his Bachelor of Science from the University of Texas, Austin, and later completed his residency at Harvard, which is still very cool. But some people think that's a discrepancy. Some people feel like Dr. K is lying because he's Harvard trained, but some people hear that he went to school at Harvard, but he did his medical training at Harvard, which is still valid. And that's a part of his branding. That's why I mention it, because a lot of Dr. K haters are like, he did not go to Harvard. Yes, he did not. That's what people just hear Harvard and they run with it. you know?
Go to Harvard if you have a 2.5 GPA. You could have had a 45 MCAT on the old scale because he's an older guy. The MCAT is on a different scale now. But you could have a 45 MCAT and a 2.5 GPA. You're not going to get into Harvard because there are 100+ people that are applying there that have a 4.0 and a 45 MCAT. So he's probably in a post-bac program or a master's program.
And by the way, the only people I've heard this criticism from are the same people who tried to get him in trouble with the board, which the board reviewed Dr. K. Guys, can you believe this? A YouTuber tried to get Dr. K in trouble with the medical board. The medical board was like, nah, he's good, bro. He's good. But like, thanks for your concern. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that insane? And Dr. K said that he had the best response to it. Yeah, if you think I'm doing something wrong, the board will find out. But I don't think I'm doing anything wrong. And I think the board will figure it out. And versus Jordan Peterson was like, how dare this board tell me what to do? If I want to tweet at women on Twitter, I can. You know, Peterson was like so mad at Canada for reviewing his license. And Dr. K's like, yeah, if you need to review my license, I get it. Go ahead. You know what I mean?
He's so much more on playing video games and all this kind of shit. No, this motherfucker's like working toward that goal. He's applying to fucking medical schools. He just fucking fell short a little bit. So I don't think falling short in those situations is a red flag if you're still working toward a goal. I don't. Now,
I agree.
I'm
I agree.
very open to the conversation of.
You know what I think is a red flag? Overpromising. Number one rule in our marriage, do not overpromise. So do not lie. Do not say, I'm going to accomplish this goal and not do it. You better fucking do it. Okay? Or say to me, and take it as simple as the dishes. Hey, baby, can you do the dishes? Here's a real conversation that happens in my marriage. When do you need the dishes done by so I know? Can you get them done before stream? Today I want to cook like a burger and I want to make sure, a Beyond Burger. I want to make sure one of my favorite skillets is clean. And my partner goes, yeah, I got you. And then if I walk out of stream and the dishes aren't done and I can't have my Beyond Burger, I'm going to take off these rings right now. No, I'm just kidding. You know what I mean? But like that's, hello? No, like my partner would get it done. Or if he goes, hey, do you need me to go to the store today for you while you're streaming? Yeah, can you go get me my favorite, like, pineapple juice? And then my favorite thing is getting off stream and opening the fridge to see what he got me. Can you imagine if I open the fridge and there's no pineapple juice? You know what I mean? It's like, don't overpromise. Now, he might say, actually, I'm not feeling really good today. I'm actually kind of feeling under the weather. I don't want to go out in public today because I'm sick. I'm like, no problem. I'll go to the store. I got it. I'll get off stream early. I'll go to the store. Or, hey, no problem. I'll get it tomorrow. I'd rather you stay in. The idea is not that he has to go to the store, but the idea is like, because that's one of his primary jobs, right? And he's asking, what can I do to help you? And then I tell him it would be really weird if he didn't then do it. You know what I mean? So, you know, if you're going to be in a relationship with somebody, a big part of it is like, keep in mind, like, I make all the money in this relationship, right? I am, like, he is completely relying on me to make money. And listen, my dad did this for 10 kids. My dad was the only moneymaker for 10 children and 2 adults. Process that information. Like, process that information. One person was the sole breadwinner. Like, just think about that, okay? So again, I understand that there is a drive in us to make sure we fulfill this calling. And I take on this job because it facilitates my joy, right? My mother, it wouldn't have been her joy, it would have been my father's. Now, my mother works. My mother worked until she retired after the kids were in school. But the point is that there was a time in which it was only my father. And now it is only me. But like my parents' marriage, there are other things that have to happen in this house that I require and am benefiting, and I'm privileged enough to have somebody else in the house to do it. One of the biggest complaints I hear from my single girlies is like, damn, I wish I had somebody to do my laundry. I wish I had someone to clean my house. I wish somebody like could help me. I have that. I'm really lucky. I've been in this marriage. Guys, how long have I been married? Like, why am I so bad with dates? 2 years, almost 2 years. Okay, we've been living with each other like 3 years or whatever it's been. This is like a brag, not a brag, but it's an indication of where I'm at. I have yet to do laundry. I really hate laundry. Like, I hate doing laundry more than I can even explain to you. but I love doing dishes. So I do dishes pretty frequently because I love doing them. They're just easy for me when I'm in the kitchen. I need something to do because I fidget. But laundry, I hate doing laundry. And the fact is, I haven't needed to do it for the years I've been in this relationship. Versus in my former relationships, I had to do everything. Cook, clean, laundry, grocery shopping. Like, my partner was inept. Okay? And I had to work and I had to pay the bills. It was crazy. So again, what I'm trying to say is, with the right person and the right relationship, you will make your life better together. You will literally make your life better. In every way. You will check in with each other and you will love each other. And same with family relationships. Guys, there are some families that work this way. There are some parents and kids that live together generationally and they help each other and they love each other and they make each other's lives better. There are friendships, roommates that live together. They make each other's life better. When you're in relation to people, when you're in communion with people, your goal is to see who can I be in communion with in which our lives get better. Okay? All right.
People wanting to define like a red flag from that perspective, but like I don't see nothing that he described was a red flag to me. Like if I'm with a woman, I would never describe what they're doing as a red flag. So I would like to start the discussion foundationally at like, is what he's describing even a red flag for the relationship? Because I think he's, to your point, I think he's relying very heavily on his anecdotal relationship experience. And I think if he's relying on his anecdotal relationship experience, then his core premise is flawed.
Okay, so let's first, before we define what a red flag is, let's just define what his behavior is, because what you're starting from saying is that he's lying about his behavior in the first place. So I think we just got to get on.
I think Dr. K isn't lying. I think Dr. K is fibbing a little bit to make boys in his audience not feel too bad about themselves. I think he's trying to relate to them. Like when Dr. K says like he was addicted to video games. I mean, you know what I mean? You know, like, yeah, when he says like he was struggling, I think he's just trying to say like, yeah, I struggled too. But he's definitely not, he was not the worst of the worst. He wasn't the guy at the very extreme of the spectrum, you know, like rotting in his bedroom. He wasn't Asmongold with a dead rat in the house. Hey, but even Asmund became a multimillionaire, so...
I don't think he's lying. I think that he's trying to present the point in a way that is clickbaity and supportive of the fact that he's trying to say that all red flags early in a relationship kind of have this.
Okay, so is it fair to say that you're saying he's misrepresenting at least?
Oh, I think that's very fair.
Okay,
yes.
okay. So just can we establish this? Because I think this is core to how I'm assessing the behavior before we get into the definition part, which is, do you think that there was a period of his life, let's say between finishing his bachelor's with a 2.5 and getting into a Harvard, let's say master's program or whatever, where he was, from an sensible observer, just going to be a slacker, fuck up, wasn't going to go anywhere, wasn't going to have a career? Do you think there was a period where, okay, so you don't think that happened at all? Okay.
No.
I agree. I think he's right. I don't really believe Dr. K was ever going to be anyone but who he was going to be. But I'll tell you this. I think Dr. K still had to do it. I think that's Dr. K's point. I think he was always going to be this person, but he still had to do it. I was always going to be this person, but I still had to do it. Right? Like, Dr. K didn't just go live as a monk for 7 years or whatever it was. How long was it, guys? That's too long. Was it 6 months, 7 years? How long? Whatever it was. Like that was still Dr. K's journey to get rejected for being a monk. They're like, nah, not your journey. However long it was, whatever he was doing there. The idea is like, I was always going to be this girly, but I still had to take myself to therapy. I still had to do the work because I don't want you to take it for granted. I don't want you to look at people and say like, oh, you have plot armor. You had it easy. No, I still had to do the work. Dr. K still had to go to medical school. He didn't just pretend to go to medical school. He still had to go to medical school. So he did earn it, but his struggle wasn't as, our struggles, like, I'll say it like this. Dr. K and I are medium traumatized. We're both medium traumatized. It's the medium traumatized story. But these gamers that he's mostly talking to, they're like extremes traumatized. Right? So yes, Dr. K is medium traumatized, which by the way, I think might be the name of my book I write in my 40s, guys. Medium traumatized. I think that's it. I think that's the book I'm going to write maybe. Because when you're medium traumatized, it is a very weird experience where like you really went through something, but you also had some privileges that are very confusing for people. So you have a foundation. Somebody just wrote my podcast channel. They said something on my podcast channel that like really was like very emotional for me, where they said, I think when I look at you, I think I would have been you if I had more supportive parents, but I didn't. And so I can't be you. And it's like, you can always still be me in the story, but it is true that you cannot be me in the story if you have such a different background. Realistically, you'll be your version of you in the story. But yeah, I don't want people to ever look at me and think like, man, I wish I had what Brittany had. I want you to be me in the story in the sense that you've gotten healthier and better. But I don't want you to, I understand, like, I can't look at my friends who had college paid for and their cars paid for and their cell phones paid for and not, when I was a kid, I used to be so jealous. Like when I was a kid, I'd be like, why can't I have that? Why can't I go to public school? Why can't I don't get it. Like, I remember being 12, 13 years old and just being like so envious of going to school. Like I just wanted to go to public school so badly because I was homeschooled. I was like, I just want to go to school. I just want to be like, I just want to have these things. And then, realizing I wasn't going to have that. I wasn't going to have the parents that made sure I went to college no matter what. I wasn't going to have the parents that dropped $80K, $150K easy first day of college to pay for everything. But that was my struggle. Okay. But I still had parents who always fed us, never were late on bills, who never needed to take our money from us, who let us have our own bank accounts, who let us earn our own money. I also had parents that let me pursue arts in sports and let me pursue anything I wanted to pursue as a hobby. And I also had parents who let us watch anime growing up. And I also had parents who got us the internet and I had a computer at home. Like I was one of those families who had a computer at home, right? Like there were also a lot of things that I had that other people didn't have. I had a printer at home. I think the one bubble pop I had was realizing that there are kids with no printers at home. I was so privileged to have a printer at home, or that my dad owned a business and I could print stuff at his business, right? Like having a printer at home can be the make or break for a kid passing a class in public school. Do you know that? That public school kids with parents who don't have printers miss opportunities because libraries aren't always open at all times. They have to take the bus home. Then they can't turn in their homework. And then teachers are like, why didn't you do your homework? The kid doesn't have a printer at home, girl. He can't. Like, he literally doesn't have the privilege to print out his homework. Like, that's what's missing from the world, right? So, yeah. Oh, Chet says, I struggled with that at first with your channel. Over time, I recognize that I'm happy you're healed and I'm happy we're all on a journey. And then you said, is it abnormal for your parents to ask you for money? It's common in some bubbles, but your parents technically shouldn't be relying on their kids for money. Yeah. That's a level of traumatized that it's very real. You would have to be in a very uniquely specific culture in which your parents require money of their kids. Generally speaking, the only time kids give money to their parents is when their parents are then dependent on them in their elder years, like when they're 80. If your parents required money of you as a teenager or as a young adult, that is definitely a traumatizing experience. That's really hard.
Yeah, based on what he said, based on what he said, I don't think people fully understand how difficult it is to even apply to 80 medical schools. Like you have to do supplemental applications. You have to do like there's no time in which he would have been able to do this unless he's vastly misrepresenting the time frame of this stuff based on what he actually said, where he was just like a watch out, burnout motherfucker that's just like sitting on the couch. They're just like, nah.
I mean, we're looking at like a 2-year period is what I imply. Or like I think he said, I don't think I'm making that up, but I think we're looking at like a 2-year period. Is that crazy? Or then that's what you said still is true with the 2-year period?
Yeah, like he's applying to schools and he's probably in the post-grad program at that point. Or a master's program. That's just how that works.
2 years is too long for him to be a fuck up and have applied to 80 medical schools and gotten this shit together. Okay, got you. Yeah, look, then I think the definition is kind of a muchness. So just going into definitions, because I would agree. If what you're saying is true and that he's misrepresenting what his experience was, then I would agree that isn't a red flag. Because to me, what would have been the red flag is that he's sitting doing nothing in his late 20s with a partner who is trying to build a particular kind of lifestyle, and he's not showing up to meet that, which by itself I don't think is bad. Like to me, that's more of a Okay, so not going into definitions. Yeah, some people define it as like a red flag is just a thing that looks like it could be a bad behavior. I'm looking at this as more like this is just an incompatibility. It's not necessarily a bad behavior. It could be a red flag for a incompatibility, which is that this indicates that this person is not the kind of person that you want to be with. Not that they're bad, not that they're malicious, not that they're treating you poorly, but you want a career person, this person is indicating to you.
Did you see the podcast I just put out? There's an interview with Dax Shepard where there's an interview both Kristen and Dax do separately with the same host in which they explain the beginning of their relationship. Kristen explains that she loves him too hard and overwhelmed him, and he had to break up with her temporarily because she was too much for him. And then the host goes, so he almost lost you. And she goes, but did he? I was just waiting around for him to come back. Dax does the interview, and Dax says, you know, I think all these bad things about myself. I think I'm stupid because I'm dyslexic, or I think I'm not that handsome of a guy, but I never questioned romance. I've always been good at relationships. Eye roll. Considering his idea of good at a relationship is a former relationship in which he was very toxic. Anyways, okay. He goes, I wasn't afraid of losing her. Didn't know if I wanted her. You know, she's this Christian lady who lets people live with her. She, you know, will spend her whole day, you know, chasing a dog down the road if he doesn't have a collar just to figure out who owns the dog. And I don't know if I want to spend my time doing that. Like, his red flags of her was that she was a good person. She was too kind. Like, she was too giving. And I'm like, okay, like, I get what he's saying, and I'm glad that he considered it, but I kind of hate that then she waited for him, and she said it herself, like, you know, as a woman, we pick these guys who are kind of like bad boys reformed. I get it. The reformed bad guy is, girl, can I just hold my own hand right now? Stop falling for the bad boy who is an anime demon who killed thousands of people, but now he's a cute boy who goes to high school with you. I know. Okay, we all grew up watching the animes. I know. Oh, you think he's a 15-year-old boy who goes to high school with you? False. He's actually a demon lord from another universe. Yes, we get it. We love the reformed demon boy. Okay? Yes, this is why people date toxic. Because we actually think that shit is real, bro. Okay? Yes, and you're special. You're the special one. The demon lord chose you out of all the other girls. It's you, Bella Swan, the girl who literally has no personality, sitting in the corner of the room, looking sweaty as fuck. It's you. Oh my God, no.
Yeah, soft wait. Hey, I'm not going to be that person. So it's a red flag for incompatibility. I don't know how he's using it to define it, but I think that maybe because I think maybe he's going, there are light incompatibilities early in a relationship, and that most successful relationships have a light incompatibility, which could be, which includes both bad behavior as well as neutral but incompatible behavior. And so I think that's probably the best definition to use.
Which I think is fair, and I think that's why I wanted to start foundationally with that piece, because that I don't disagree with. Like, I think
that feels like nonsense to me.
I don't agree. I don't agree with it. I'm taking a neutral stance on it. Like, I don't, because the way he presented it was,
yo, people, it's almost Halloween, which means it's almost Thanksgiving, which means it's almost motherfucking Christmas. Get your stocking stuffers here. We've got our flagship It's a Red Flag card game, where every single card gives you a prompt that asks, is this a red flag in dating? So
I'm tempted to buy it. I'm very, very tempted to buy it and then play a game on Discord or stream.
At the kickback, at the cookout, on a date night, you and your conversational partner can walk through these and decide whether or not you all are the ones waving the red flag. We've also got our card game In All Seriousness, where every single card has 2 prompts on it. That means it has double the prompts of that other card game. Each one of them has a serious prompt and a silly prompt so that you can decide the vibe of the conversation. It's great for laughs or getting closer to another person during a cute little hot girl dinner party.
Ooh, Chet says, during your research, did you do the Dax interview with Jonathan Van Ness? I actually, I saw it, but I didn't watch it. There were so many interviews, and I tried to watch every single one in full, so I didn't get a chance to get to that one. But no, and I also watched PS. They have a podcast I did not highlight in the video, and I tried to watch an episode of the pod. Like, they do not get good views on that pod. They get like my views on the pod, except for on occasion they'll get like a really good pod with like when Reese Witherspoon's on it or something. But they have a pod together, like new, like today. It's recent. Like, it's new. You can watch them, like, you know what I mean? And yeah, I don't like his energy is a pattern of person that I'm like, no. I'm not, I tried really hard to ask myself if I disliked Dax because of the way that I had been seeing clips, because I kind of knew who he was throughout the years, but I never really cared about him that much. And I always liked her, so I never thought about it that much. But when I was reviewing these things, I was trying to like just see him. But to be honest with you, he does remind me a lot of one of my exes. He does. The way he talks about himself, it just reminds me of a very particular kind of person. Like, I did mention this in my podcast because I'm not sure if it's true or if I've just heard other people say it, but part of me does really believe there's a slight part of him that's very jealous of her. I saw some people say some really ruthless things about their relationships that I did not say. Like, an example is I saw this woman, I didn't feature her because I don't know who she is and I didn't like the implications of her statements. Like, she made the claim that they might have had domestic violence in their relationship. I have no reason to think that, but she thinks like he might hit her. And I was like, and so I didn't add that in my podcast because I felt like, oh, I have no evidence of that. And that feels very extreme, but that doesn't negate the toxicity. Because I also didn't feature this, but he also did an interview with Flagrant in which he talked about being a girl dad. And he says, I tried to pay attention to my girls. I didn't add this into the pod. It just didn't fit anywhere. But he said, like, I tried to tell my girls that, I tried to listen to them when they talk. Because if girls marry their fathers, and maybe that's true for some people, I definitely married my mother. This is Dax. He says, then I want to make sure my girls marry a man that listens to them. So then I have to be a father that listens. And I was like, okay, that's nice. Right? That's a nice sentiment. I don't know. You know what it is? He's not wholesome. Nothing about him is wholesome. And I don't know if that is his fault or not. But it definitely makes me not trust him. There's just something about him that doesn't feel soft in the way that I prefer. I don't know. Yeah.
Grab that at shop.wavingtheredflag.com.
Redflag.com.
And anybody who's a member of our
Stop
Patreon or
flag.
YouTube community gets 10% off. Cop that for yourself or those that you love. Peace.
He presented it as if this was necessary for success. That I vehemently disagree with.
That's
but in terms of saying that this doesn't harm us from being successful if we understand how we respond in those kind of situations. I'm kind of like, meh, like, okay, like, let's go.
Yeah.
But in terms of it being necessary for success, nah.
Okay, because that's where I'm at. Because the way that the clip is presented, he goes, we have these big laundry lists of things, point A. Point B, most of the successful relationships that I see have a point C, point of incompatibility that people work through, point D. So I'm like, that is fucking nonsense. Like, because what he's saying is, if you get everything that you want and you're just completely compatible with your partner, that you're less likely to succeed than a person who has an issue with it. And that makes no sense. Now, maybe if you're saying that we're testing for, because the red flag allows you to.
So in Love is Blind, the season I reviewed last month in October, and I know I have more seasons to review. Okay, that season I reviewed. There was a girl named Barda and a guy named Jed. And they kept saying, we haven't fought yet. We haven't fought. We've had no disagreements. And everyone's like, red flag. Red flag. And I was like, what's the red flag here? But if you look at it from this context, that is the red flag. Have you had a situation happen in which it is uncomfortable and you have to tackle it together? Going back to the 3 things I mentioned, 3 or 4 things when my partner and I got together, big things happened in our life to test how we would handle it. And if we could get on the same page together. Now, Barda and Jed did not make it to the altar. They did not, or they made it to the altar, but they did not get married. And that's because they could not solve those problems together. They turned on each other. So they went from honeymoon stage to fighting when the problems got real because they couldn't team and tackle the problem together. And that's what I think is also being said here. Is when you're dating, you want to give enough time or opportunity for there to be big problems for you to tackle together. So as an example, my partner and I only had to we only did courting for 6 months, and we had all those things pop up, right? Like things that I could never have predicted would pop up, by the way, right? Like depending on which part you count. But for me, I counted every time we had to have like a, hey, I really need you right now. how do you feel about that? We had a death in the family, and that was like a really big, like out of the blue, wasn't expected. And it's like, okay, how are you going to handle this when this happens? That was really well handled. We had a miscommunication, right, of expectations. And it was like a really big moment of like, wait, do I understand what I'm signing up for? So to clarify again, do you see me? And then we got it and it was perfect. Okay. And that was mostly around gender stuff, which was beautiful. What a great, like, really like it was like it was a really big moment. And then we talked about like, what does the future really look like? That was like a really big conversation. Like, seriously, what can I expect from a future with you? Don't bullshit me. And that was a really long conversation. That conversation lasted like, it was a negotiation, almost like two people coming to the table. You know what I mean? And that conversation lasted a few days. And we really sat with each other and said, like, but seriously, neither of us have been married. Okay. Neither of us have ever gotten this far in a relationship. This is so serious. Are we about to do life together? Are we about to literally do life together? I'm so, like, this is the most dead serious conversation we're about to have in our whole life. And it was amazing. And we had this conversation and we were brutally honest about what we couldn't guarantee, about what we thought we could guarantee, about what we perceived as our future. And for the record, just to keep in mind of where we were at that time, that was just before we got engaged, right? It was the last hurrah before making a decision. We were going to make a decision. At that time, we literally thought we were still moving to America if we got together. At that time, I was talking to his mother and saying, like, are you okay that you're not going to be at his wedding and that we're going to get married in America and I'm going to take him away from Croatia? At that time, we literally did not know the future was me moving to Croatia. We didn't know until we were done talking to immigration lawyers in the US and we realized we couldn't afford it. And we realized we weren't willing to do it. And we realized we wouldn't have the support system we needed. And we realized all of the things. So we got engaged and then we made our pros and cons list because we didn't know, because we hadn't faced the reality of immigration yet. Because we didn't want to face the reality of immigration until we got engaged. So we get engaged. Then we start contacting lawyers and start being very serious about, like, what is the plan? What is the reality of bringing our two selves together? What is our option? And we couldn't do the American route. It wasn't an option for us. So we went the Croatian route. And that was that, you know? So again, like, I think there's just like this idea that, like, it's the easiest thing you're ever going to do, but life will be very hard. And so you have to have somebody on your team who's going to help you go through that process. It's like, who would you want to face a zombie apocalypse with? Kind of feeling, you know? Because I'm telling you this right now, none of my exes and I would have gotten along in the zombie apocalypse. We would have pushed each other off the roof towards the zombies, girl. Period.
Test for how you get through a problem. I think that that's maybe fair, but that feels like such a small subcategory that the predictor is not having a red flag. The predictor is how do you deal with some conflict, which every relationship is going to have. Yeah.
Yes, that feels like a confounding kind of situation because you can 100% be like, we're so compatible in all of these other ways, then we know how to navigate problems and stressors in a very succinct fashion that is compatible with our pro-social like relationship status. Like, I think saying that is necessary for success is to your point, like, just completely bonkers. Like, I think that he was trying to go for a power moment from that perspective. But I do think that there's some level, regardless of how compatible you think with the person, of understanding exactly like how they respond to certain stressors. But I think I don't think that that's like necessary early on to ensure success. I think it's just more like a nice to know from that perspective. Because I've seen, because like I'm thinking about like some of the relationships I've had where like things were like, you know, the woman was put under like extreme stress, whether it was, you know, academically, whether it was career, whether it was family, and that became a window into how they viewed certain things. And I'm like, like there were a lot of things where we were lockstep in terms of how we viewed the world, in terms of how we approached, you know, our future careers, in terms of how we approached academics. And then this particular stressor was a very, very clear window into a very specific subset of things that I didn't necessarily think was an issue, but now I'm like, maybe. So I do think that there's something to it. I just don't think it's necessary for success.
I'll say in my experience, like being that first time you have like an issue around, household labor or how affection is shown or text etiquette or travel and planning or whatever, and y'all disagree on it. And the way that you go, okay, well, how do you pretend to approach it? How do you like to be shown up for? Okay, could we try and do that? Like the way that conversation goes, especially if it's like a long-standing behavior where it's like, okay, we might need to negotiate this over the next 6 months to figure out how we work together. The way that conversation goes, I would say, is a big predictor of success in my experience. Where I'm like, yeah, okay, this person, the way that we dealt with our first disagreement, painted how the whole thing went. And because obviously I'm one half of that equation. The way that I've learned to better deal with those first conflicts has also predicted better relationship outcomes. And if you never get the opportunity to have some conflict, I could see that being a predictor for not having success. If everything is so perfect that you just go, well, he's got the right income and she's got the right body and we're both from the right, background and family and we live in the same city and we got the, whatever is on your list, then you might not get tested till 2 years in. Yeah. And that stress test on such a big structure is going to knock it the fuck down.
And imagine you're a couple who doesn't experience a stress test until you have your first kid, or until you have your second kid, or until you have your third kid. And imagine the stress test is a kid dying, or somebody getting cancer, or your partner dying, or you losing your job. Yeah.
Whereas if you got it earlier on.
That's why marriages that don't survive child deaths are really interesting to me. Because in my background, we've had child deaths and the marriages survived them. And I've always been interested in understanding why in my culture, the marriages survive and get healthier and they seem to be okay, but they don't in others. Or why, like, there's obviously issues and there's obviously like trauma, but why it doesn't tear the couples apart. And I can't tell if it's the religiosity or the compatibility or the fact that a lot of the people who got married in my family seem to be like kind of besties. You know what I mean? Like, I think I'm pretty lucky in that sense that I really do believe when I see my aunties and uncles together, they're kind of like got bestie energy, bro. Like they all kind of like, they're all pretty fucking happy with their partners. Do you know what I mean? So I don't know if that's what it is. Like I couldn't even imagine them with other people. You know what I mean? And not that it should have happened that way. And not that some of them definitely were like, there's some questionable stuff happening there. But that when I look at them, I'm like, yeah. Like, you know, I couldn't even imagine it. Like, in the same way I couldn't imagine my parents ever getting divorced, my aunties and uncles are not divorced. At least, well, I got a lot of aunties and uncles. Maybe there's like one or two that I'm not thinking about. But for the most part, you know, they're together. And they raised all these babies together and they did all these hard things together and they immigrated together and they experienced death and stuff together. So I don't know, but it could just be cultural. Who knows? But yeah, imagine like, I always wonder these things. Like imagine you're dating and you think everything is great. Like even the show I just reviewed, Nobody Wants This. Bro couldn't handle any fucking real life. These bros are trying to have a conversation about like, I'm so much and I hope you accept me and I would just love a guy who accepts me and doesn't think I'm such a big deal. Girl, wait till you have a baby and it dies. You're gonna crash under that fucking pressure. You can't even handle, you know what I mean, a fucking boy liking you. You can't even imagine like dating a non-Jew and then you want to see some fucking real shit happen. You know what I mean? Girls, be with somebody who's gonna literally understand the gravity of reality with you. The gravity of really being a real person, a real fucking grown up in the world. Date somebody that understands growing up, real shit is going to happen. And someone's got to be there. Someone's got to understand what they're about to sign up for. Okay?
That would help. But in my experience, there's always a sign early on of that conflict. So I don't know if I find that convincing. But you gave an example where that was the case, where it was like that stressor.
Wow. Thank you for sharing. Chat says my parents had a child death and it did make them stronger, but it was of course really hard in the beginning. Yeah, of course. It's got to be hard. Like that's the thing. Nothing I am saying, I want to make it clear in case you're new to my channel, it will be hard. It will be the hardest thing you ever do, which is why people get divorced, which is why people crumble, because it's so fucking hard. It is so fucking hard. Bearing your children is so fucking hard. And that's why we talk about making sure our community can hold us and help us heal. Even when you're bringing a child into the universe, it's hard. Just being a new parent is hard, right? We need community when our child is brought into the universe and when our child leaves it, right? And so again, everything is going to be hard, which is why it is so serious you choose somebody who understands how hard it's going to be.
Revealed something that wouldn't have been revealed earlier by normal relationship turmoil.
Yeah, and it's usually
so maybe that's a point towards Dr. K.
Yeah, maybe it's. Yeah, and again, I don't even necessarily think that it's. I think when I'm discussing it, I'm thinking of necessary versus sufficient clauses. You know,
Sure.
like I definitely think that there's something where there's something to it. I just still don't think it's necessary in the way that he's trying to assert that it's necessary.
Yeah, because and this is the last bit that I'll add, because what he's implying is, ladies, if you date a fucking let me not even say loser, because I'm not even trying to be on some material shit.
But that is what he's trying to get at. Like that's.
But and so he's going like, if you're dating a man who fundamentally is not on the trajectory that you want for a partner, that he's going to magically, of his own volition, at some point decide if he likes you enough that he's going to change himself fundamentally to be the kind of partner that you happen to.
Right. 100% agree that this is a dangerous advice for girls to hear from Dr. K, because though I don't think he means it this way, if I was a girl and I was listening to that, I would think that's what he means. That for the right woman, he'll whoop, change personalities overnight and be with me because that's what I thought would happen. And then I learned like, oh no, they're not going to change all of a sudden for the right woman. They're going to become a greater version of themselves. So example, you're dating a guy, he has a good job and he's really nice to puppies, but he's not ready to get married just yet. He's still figuring it out because he really wants to party and he doesn't want to be a dad who parties. And then one day you guys sit down and you're like, hey, I'm ready to have kids. And he goes, okay, yeah, like let me start preparing for that. He stops drinking, stops partying slowly over time, and eventually a year goes by and he's like ready to be a dad. Let's say that's kind of the fucking stupid example I'm giving, okay? He didn't just change personalities. He locked in, focused, did a journey, came out on the other side. Okay, he didn't change personalities. He was always a guy who liked puppies and had stable income. He was always a nice guy. He was always a good guy. Okay, he just needs to mature a little bit. My dad was a smoker, right? When he met my mom, okay, there's chain smoking, or when they got together, okay, he was chain smoking. My mom goes, I'm pregnant with Brittany. Okay, my dad goes, whoop, throws out the cigarette. But before me, my dad was a smoker. Me, no smoker. He didn't change who he was. He adapted and went in a direction. But he didn't change who he was. You know what I mean? Like he just, because who my dad was a guy who was willing to give up smoking for the baby. That was just my dad. Then there are people who don't give up smoking when they have babies and they smoke right in their kid's face. Then there's those people. Okay? And when my dad picked up cigar smoking again, he always kept the kids far away from him. Go over there, go sit by your mom, go. And then he would sit, especially when my brother had asthma, he'd be like, go. Don't sit around me. Go away from the smoke. You know, versus some parents who are smoking in the car with their kids. Do you know what I'm saying? That was always my dad. My dad was always that person. He didn't just change personalities. You know what I mean? So yeah, I used to think in my 20s that the message I was going to get was they would change, which is why, for those who are new in my channel, I'll bring it up really quickly. When I was dating a guy, I really liked his parents, and his parents would give us a lot of advice. And one day they made us sit on the floor, and they'd been together many, many years, and they made us hold hands and look at each other. And they said, Brittany, do you want your ex, do you want this guy to change who he is? Oh, no, they asked him first, do you want Brittany to change to be with you? And he said, no. And then they asked me, Brittany, do you want him to change so you guys can be together? And I said, yes. And he said, well, if you want me to change, then I want you to change. And I said, but that's the whole point of the exercise. You have to be honest. He didn't know how to be honest. He could not be honest to save his life. He only ever answered the way he thought people wanted him to answer. So every year we were together, that's why the relationship was so hard on me, because he would never tell me the truth. He would always tell me what I wanted to hear, but just tell me the truth and then we can break up. But he didn't want to break up with me. And I was like, you need to break up with me. You need to let me go. And he's like, no. I'll do better. Oh, I got it. I'll do it. So then he would promise and he would promise and I would believe him because I didn't think I was marrying a bad person, or not marrying, sorry, dating. I never thought I was dating a bad person. I thought I was just dating a guy who was struggling. And I was like, do you need help? Do you need a tutor? Can we pay for therapy? Like, what do you need? And look, it is what it is. But it's this idea that like, I had to accept that he would never be the person who could tell the truth. I never even processed that I was dating like a pathological liar. Right? Just that, is he a people pleaser? I would not say that he was a people pleaser. I think he was a liar. He was not a people. He did not care about pleasing people. He wanted to fight everybody. He's the guy who would fight everybody and argue that he was right. I dated a debate bro. Yeah, was anyone pleased? Nobody was pleased, girl. He would pick fights and argue about how he was right about everything, but he would also lie because he never wanted to look bad. And it took me a really long time to realize that, like, oh, Chad said people pleasers are usually liars. Yeah, but people pleasers, don't they usually like make people think they're getting what they want? He was never good at convincing anyone they were getting what don't people pleasers kind of like make other people's lives easier at the expense of themselves? He never made anybody's life easier, girl. Never made no one's life was easier because of this man. Everybody's life around us was harder. Every single person who came in contact with this person, their life was harder. Anyways.
Want and and the only way you can get that is to invest in the seed, not the fruit. You can't get a finished man. You can only get an unfinished man. That to me doesn't make any fucking sense at all, because the ratio of people that a woman will date in her life. Yeah. So because I'm trying to lean away from this, like, you're a loser because you play video games rhetoric. Because I hate that. Like, if you don't want to do the career shit as a man, that's completely fucking fine. But if you as a woman are dating for a career man and you've dated nothing but more relaxed men who aren't going on a career, the ratio of those men who will turn into hardcore finance bros who are doing 90 hours a week in order to buy the to put in a down payment with you to live that lifestyle.
That's exactly what I believed. I believed I could date people who were chilling and be like, cool, do you want to turn around and be like great at capitalism? I was a liberal. And that was the goal. I was that level of feminist at the time. I was like, lean in, okay? And I was like, let's turn around and make a business. And these guys would be like, yeah, let's do it. And then they wouldn't do it. And I'm like, what are you doing? What's happening? Because I was like, let's do it. Let's build a business. Okay? And then boom, it's just kind of funny. Which, by the way, can I just say, this is so random, but you guys remember that same guy is the same guy that was like, I'll join the military, I'll go to school, I'll get a job, but nothing he did ever worked out. He's also the same guy that was like, okay, I want to help you with your YouTube channel and be like a power couple. And I was like, ooh, I love a power couple. I said, here's all the research I want you to do for the channel. Here's my vision for the channel. Here's all the research. And he goes, but I want 50%. I said, what? He goes, I want my name on the AdSense. And I was like, what? He goes, I want my name on all the documents. And I was like, why? And he was like, well, because, and we didn't share money. He was like, I was like, why? And he was like, because I'm going to put 50% in. And I was like, yeah, but you're not even putting 0% in right now. You're putting 0 in. You're not even putting 1% in. So like, can I see that you can do it first before we do that? And he goes, well, why should I do anything until I get my name on the paperwork? And I was like, I'm not giving you a share in my YouTube channel or like my money. We don't even share money right now. Right? Like we don't even share money right now. I don't even know what's in your bank account. We don't share money. And then he was just like, yeah, but like, why should I do any of the work? And I was like, okay, I don't know what's happening here, but like, I would love to be a power couple with you and all that stuff, but I also don't know what you think that means, right? Okay. Fast forward to my marriage, where I am married to the love of my life. We are so procrastinating with paperwork, but not once has my husband said, hey, is my name on your YouTube channel? Which it is not. You know what I mean? Because my partner doesn't go to work with me. This is my job. My partner doesn't have their name on our YouTube paperwork because it's not their job. It's my job. Do we see the difference? Even though my partner helps me with all the tech stuff, anytime I have a tech issue, my partner helps me, but they don't expect me to pay them because it's our money together. That's the misunderstanding here. If your name is on the document, you're making money, so now you're paying tax to the government. But you're not an employee. This isn't your channel. My partner does not work at this job. He just helps me, which is not the same thing. Your husband helping you with your computer because of work stuff is not him working for the company. So there's a disconnect. There's a disconnect in people's brains, right? And that's what I'm trying to get people to understand, right? Is that when you're dating somebody, when I was dating somebody, I didn't know why a person would even ask me this question. Like, I was so naive. I'm like, why are you even asking me for my YouTube channel? My YouTube channel. Why are you asking me for it? That doesn't even make sense. I can't tell you how many times I should have walked away. But now I know. Now this Brittany knows, like, I'm not, no. Like, I couldn't even imagine being this Brittany now doing anything I did in my 20s. But hey, that, lesson learned. Okay, hold on. Discord asked me a question, but they don't know if, hold on, Brittany, it's okay to skip it if you don't want to divulge. Hold on, let me read this really fast. What are you talking about? Okay. They said, it's okay to skip if you want. No, I'll talk about it. You said, when you talk about relationships in your culture, so Assyrian culture, Chaldean culture, do gender roles play a part in how long these relationships last? I'm asking because my culture also has very longing relationships, but a lot of the times the women is talking specifically about hetero relationships. We do most of the emotional labor for the relationship. So I was wondering what it looks like in your community or if that plays a part. So when it comes to, okay. Okay. So, okay. Okay. I grew up in a bubble. This is my cultural bubble. This is my cultural bubble. And in this bubble, there are definitely gender roles. Okay. And there's an expectation of behavior. There's also a religious component. Everybody's Catholic. Everybody is Catholic. Process that information out loud with me. Every single person that I am related to is Catholic. With the exception of the new generation that is atheist agnostic, but identifies as culturally Catholic. So all of the boomers, okay, are Catholic. All of them. And almost every single one of the boomers, actually every single one of the boomers is an immigrant. Every single one of my aunties and uncles are boomers and immigrants and Catholic. Gender roles are absolutely playing a role. Women doing way too much goddamn emotional labor for these men, absolutely. Some of these women were married as teenagers to these men who are in their 20s. Half this shit shouldn't have happened, girl. My grandma was married at 10 years old to my grandpa at 17. This shit should not have happened. None of these couples should be together. They're together and they made it work, but it's not the goal. It's the reality of the situation. Okay? So these people are dealing with like a completely different reality from the millennial and Gen X generation, though Gen X is kind of fucked. So let's go Gen Z. Okay? We are breaking generational trauma and curses. We are trying to build a better future, give or take, but it's really difficult because so boomers came around and then Gen Xers like tried to do the boomers right, tried to like follow the boomer steps. Millennials started to rebel and Gen Z's like, I kind of like the tradition, but I'm not sure about it. Okay. So when I talk about my background with my family and I talk about their strengths and the good things about them, please know with all of the good, I also have all of the bad. They are certainly not relationship goals in every aspect, but parts of their relationships have been very positive or beneficial, or there's wisdom there, or there's love there. A lot of the relationships in my family feel like survival relationships. They survive together. And when you survive and bond with someone in that way, they become like your bestie in your world because you experience so much hardship together, but they should never have experienced that hardship. But because they had no choice, they did the best they could with it. Their kids love them. They admire their parents. They love everybody. They're some of my favorite aunties and uncles. And also, none of them should have ever been put in that position. They should never have had to suffer the way they suffered. But I would never look at them knowing how much they all love each other and say something like, ugh. Instead I'd be like, okay, I see you. I see what you did and I appreciate it. And I also hope it's okay that we don't want to continue this tradition. So does that answer your question, right? Right? Chet says, did you realize your values, then decide to ask direct questions when dating to determine values? Yeah, I did know my values. The last relationship I had with the guy who wanted 50% of my YouTube channel, that was it. I was like, okay, I'm going to figure out my values. And funny enough, I wrote them down and I sent them to him. I was like, okay, here are the values I want to live my life by. How do you want to live your life? And then, you're never going to believe this. Well, you will believe this. What am I talking about? He writes back his values. So my values, I've done a podcast on this. I share them. They're very like third person-esque, okay? In a sense. He wrote back his values and I was like, what are your values? I've been with you 5 years and I still don't know your values. What are the things you're going to stand by? The things you're going to do no matter what? He writes back, and I'm paraphrasing now, but it was something like, my value is making sure that I'm taken care of and that if people do wrong by me, I get to do wrong by them. My values are like, I don't know, this was years ago now, so I'm going by memory, but it was like, if people do this, then I'm going to do this. And I was like, no, that's not values. And I was like, it was like, I, me. If they do this, I'm going to do this. And I'm just like, girl, that's not values. Values are what we build the foundation of our values on. Your values inform your morals. Okay. I was like, what are your rights and your wrongs? And it was all very much like, well, if they do this, I do this. And I was just like, ugh. And I was driving myself crazy trying to understand, like, do you not have any values? Like any moral, anything you think is right or wrong? Because in some part of his, expression of self, he would say the right things, but then he would do the wrong things. And it was very fucking annoying. So anyways, when I decided towards my 30, okay, I was going to figure out my values and I was going to build my morals and my ethics off this foundation of values, radical honesty, transparency, growth, curiosity, then all of my values and morals would extend from that. And he just didn't know how to do that. What are you going to do? It was crazy. But yeah, I don't know what I expected.
Is next to fucking zero. Dr. K is the exception. That is not how that shit works. Generally speaking, if you're trying to date a man who's retiring at 50, he was probably on that grind at 24. And that's where you look for. Like, don't get me wrong, you invest in potential of trajectory, sure. He's not going to be a millionaire at 19, but the signs are probably there for whatever you're looking for. You're not going to, you're not dating a surfer boy who's turning into a fucking CEO, Bad plan.
Yeah, but I also think that's kind of where I'm getting at, because even just
signs are always there.
Yeah, like even just looking at this guy, right? Like the motherfucker is no, I'm talking about, when I say looking at him, I mean looking at his life trajectory, right?
Oh, yes.
Like, oh, you had bad grades or whatever. So like this is a person who finished with a bachelor's degree from one of the best schools in the country, undergrad, right? Like it's not there.
He's wrong on that technically, but I think he's thinking Harvard, but that's okay. The point is still right. He's correct. That to think that Dr. K would be a guy who cared that much about medical school and eventually accomplished it was ever not going to be successful. Like his wife knew. Okay. So second part I want to point out to you that I think is really important. I used to be in relationships where I thought I had to trust that person more than I trusted myself. A big part of this is as an undiagnosed autistic, undiagnosed BPD, I'm very confused about my life. Left religion, jumped right into like, woo, just like figuring myself out, okay? Got into this kink bubble, got into this whole bubble, had a good time there generally, but met this person, stuff. Okay. I doubted myself deeply. I doubted my right and wrongs. I doubted my values. I was so suicidal, guys. I was so suicidal. Okay, I was self-harming. I just wanted to kill myself every fucking day. And I was just like, what the fuck am I doing? Anything I'm doing? Well, I'm working 3 jobs. Okay, well, I'm working 3 fucking jobs and doing all this emotional labor for everybody. I was like, I'm gonna fucking kill myself, bro. This is it. And I just didn't trust myself, okay? But I was me. So imagine being my attitude and not trusting yourself. Because then my whole reputation was Brittany just really does what she wants. She trusts herself so much. I'm just a Taurus girl. I was severely doubting myself. But when I felt like I was right, I felt like I was right. Okay. in my 30s, I'd been 3 years off that relationship. So I broke up with that guy. For 3 years, I didn't get into a relationship with anybody. I was dating, but I wasn't in a relationship. Then I found this person. Okay. What I learned in those 3 years, going on my journey, my road trips, my introspection journey, my bubble popping levels journey, whatever, is I learned that I could trust myself to choose somebody and trust my judgment of their character. I don't always have a good judgment of character, but I often understand people and I'm a pretty good judge of character, but I don't always get it right. Sometimes I believe in people or I see the best in people. But when it came to my partnerships, okay, I think I'm much better at this in partnerships than I am even in friendships or even coworkers. But when it comes to relationship, I had learned something about myself and I learned to trust myself. So when I chose my partner, I didn't choose my partner because they convinced me to choose them. I chose my partner because I trusted myself to make the decision. Does that make sense? Like I really made a good decision and I didn't make it because he was wonderful. I made it because my judgment of him was correct. Yes, he was wonderful, but I also made it because my judgment of him was correct. I think a lot of my judgments about my exes were incorrect. He's trying. He's going to get there. He's going to do it. That was wrong. He was never going to do it. He was never going to get there. Why did I keep making that judgment? Because I didn't have the discernment. I didn't have the wisdom. I had the hope, the naivety, the belief, but I didn't have the know. I didn't know that. Now with my partner, I know things are going to happen because I have the data to prove it. And I know his character, right? Discord said, do you think you're better at choosing this relationship than your friendships is because the standards are higher now? The requirement of the values is different. I don't know if it's the higher standards. It's the solidification of the values. My values for friendships are different than my values for partnership. They're just different. I know a lot of people don't think that's right, but I think that I have different value expectations for my friends, strangers, and my partner because I have different value expectations for myself and strangers. My values are mine. I don't have them for you, right? Like, guys, as my audience, you don't have to have my values. We don't have to share values, right? We don't have to do the same thing. Like example, I didn't date somebody. I don't value physical activity. My partner doesn't value physical activity. Compatible. But if I dated somebody who was like hiking every weekend, I'd be like, we have different values. And this will lead into lifestyles, which might impact morals or ethics or how you want to raise kids. Like our values don't have to be the same, right? Discord said, is the concept of high versus low standards even a helpful one? I struggle with the concept because in a lot of red pill bubbles, they'll be like, high value. I have high values. I don't know. I have different values. I don't know if we need to talk about high values, low values. I think it's a little reductive. Different values for different people. I think that's more or less how I prefer to have that conversation. You know what I mean? Chess said, I think it can be hard to trust yourself when you've had disastrous relationships in the past, but I guess dissecting those relationships in honest introspection and probably therapy would help. Not only that, but the truth is that every relationship should be questioned. I wasn't just having bad relationships with romantic partners. I was having bad relationships with friends. And then the friendships that were good. Okay, so this is what I did. This is what helped me. My friends really helped me. My friends, okay? I was having not just bad romantic relationships, I was having bad friendships, okay? Actually, hold on. We'll do it this way. I was having bad romantic relationships and bad friendships. And I was so confused on why my social circles weren't what I wanted them to be. And then I noticed that in this group of bad relationships, there were these highlighted ones, these black ones, okay? These were my healthy friendships. And in these relationships, I found my foundation. These red flag relationships, friendships were the wrong friendships for me, but I kept thinking they were the ones I needed or had to have. And I kept thinking, look at all these friends. But why aren't I happy with these friendships? And why am I only happy with these 3 friendships? And a big part of it, and I'm just using a small number, it's not exact or literal. The idea is that those friendships and relationships were symbiotic. They saw me the same way I saw them. We mutually agreed and we moved in harmony towards a future and joyful connection. The other friendships were kind of like stepping stones, temporary, learning opportunities, mistakes, right? Same with romantic relationships. And then you put in romantic, and then all of a sudden we have romantic relationship. Maybe you can't see that. Then we have romantic relationships, and all of a sudden I've got these romantic relationships, and those aren't working out either. And I'm like, what's up with that? And a big part of it was the incompatibility. So I think what I learned throughout my life and my healing was not only to solidify my relationship with romantic partners, but also friendships, and extend it further, my job, my relationship with spirituality, my relationship with everything, my relationship with my diet, my relationship with my body. At the end of the day, these are all relationships. So it's not just our romantic partners. It's our relationship with self and everything outside of ourself. It's all a relationship. All of it. And yes, therapy is really great because it helps you with your brain, and philosophy is really great because it helps you with your consciousness. Okay? Yay, as a side note, such a good stream today. Really helped me get through work. Let's go. Working from home, girls. Let's go. Okay? Okay, let me see. Did I miss any comments that might be fun to read? Let me know if you guys want to repeat something. Otherwise, let's go back to this video. We're almost done with it.
There are levels to being a lazy slacker, like shitty, lazy 100%. Boyfriend, right? So a lot of people hear that and they're thinking, just being frank, of like a guy who's washing cars or some shit, or like cutting grass for like money around the neighborhood, like who's doing. There's nothing wrong with that, but in the mind of the stereotypical slacker person, that's what they think of.
Not you're at a top 10 school.
Yeah, this motherfucker was, I got a 2.5 GPA, but the motherfucker was at one of the best public schools in the entire country. The motherfucker ended up going and getting dual degrees in medicine and public health from Harvard. 2 years later, and public health from Harvard.
Okay, Tufts and Harvard. He mentions Tufts. Okay.
2 years later. 2 years later.
But cultural context, because I kind of agree with what you're saying, but I need to see his partner, because I'm assuming if she's South Asian as well, you have to take cultural context into this.
Definitely.
So I think that's fair.
You might be top 10 in the general population, but that's totally irrelevant. It's like, are you a loser or not in the population of the dating pool that we're talking about? So it's like, if everybody else that she would have been dating wasn't on that, then I think it's fair to call him a slacker.
I also think that I think that gets a little
Those are private schools? Oh, noted. I don't know the difference.
Does appear to be.
I mean, I didn't know the difference between the two.
A Southeast or South Asian woman.
Yeah. So I'm like, she was dating. She was only ever going to date someone that was at that college, and vice versa for him to her as well. So I think that kind of flies out the window. She wasn't dating among the general population.
Yeah, but in general, right? So if you look at the statistics on interracial dating, like Asian men typically do, they're typically lower in terms of desirability standpoint for some very harmful reasons. Yeah. But South Asian men, in America typically don't have a problem dating like white women. And as an example, right? So
if he wanted more open on his
if he wanted to expand his repertoire from that perspective, there's no reason why he had to limit himself to those cultural constraints from a dating perspective. He could have been
people have parents though.
I agree, but I think that's a little bit more. I think that's one of those nuanced conversations, right? Where if I am a person at UT Austin with a bachelor's of science in a hard science, I think my options are a little bit different than your stereotypical person of any background, right? And I do think that you have to navigate those cultural competencies in that way that allow you to be cool with your family and all that kind of stuff. But I think that that's typically something that people do more and more these days, especially men.
I think the question is more about her, because we're talking about a red flag in him, not in her. So I think that his ability to expand is actually irrelevant to this particular conversation.
I think it does, because if you put the context on this is a red flag in the context of her culture or their shared culture, right? Yeah. If he goes outside of culture, then it's no longer the same level of red flag. So I think the fact that he has a little bit more freedom in terms of the breadth of who he's dating, I think that's a very relevant conversation.
Well, but isn't the argument that we're discussing, should she be choosing him even though he's exhibited a red flag? That seemed to be what the whole context of the combo was to me.
I think that is a facet of the conversation, but I think the way I try to do it is like, is what he is presenting, is that even a red flag? That's like the foundational piece that I wanted to start the conversation.
Yeah, and I guess I'm going like, if we're saying it's not a red flag, then the conversation falls apart because it's like, well, he doesn't have a red flag, so now it's not the kind of relationship that Dr. K is even talking about, which is fair, but it almost kind of
I think the conversation is like branched, and I think it's gotten more nuanced, and I think I've been very interested in the nuance that the conversation has gotten. But my initial conversation, and I think this is kind of a good point to bring that kind of full circle, is that in the larger culture, what he's talking about is ultimately not a red flag. Like he's saying, oh my God, I wasn't in medical school immediately after undergrad with my top 20 like public school. Like
I think we got to refer back to the table of contents that we started at the beginning of this podcast, which you had a very good point of like, let's nail that down first. I think the definition that we arrived at was red flag as used here is just an indication of an incompatibility as opposed to a broad like negative behavior,
which I think is fine. That's my point, right? So I think if we're just saying that the red flag is that this is an incompatibility in the context of the woman that he was pursuing in this individual context, then maybe if he had just pursued different women, then perhaps there's a different context in terms of the red flag. I think that squares the circle. Honestly, we know that a lot of you love that true long form content. You can make a playlist yourself.
Okay, interesting. Let me read the comments because I'm curious what their audience says about it. Let me move me back over. Okay, let's see. He literally described being a student struggling to find a job in your career as if he was selling dope on the streets and his wife pulled him up from rock bottom. Yeah, Dr. K does tend to, I'm like, relax, Dr. K. There are a ton of women who saw potential in a guy and ended up holding the bag in the end, whether it's he never achieves anything or does reach his full potential and leaves their partner behind. Let's see. Your first instinct was correct. The clip edited to miss context and present the point differently than he does himself. He got the 2.5 GPA because he was a degenerate gamer who gamed for like 12 plus stretches, then went to class and no sleep. Then after college, all he did was apply to medical schools because he was trying to do what his parents wanted him to do. Then he gave up and decided to move to India to become a monk. He did that for 7 years. Okay, good. Before realizing he actually did want to become a doctor. So he moved back and locked in. Then Harvard happened. Part of his wake-up call was wanting to do better for his future wife. Nothing in this clip is a lie, but the timeline gives a lot of clarification. There you go. Okay. Yeah. As somebody who's also a South Asian descent, it definitely could be a cultural thing that he'd consider himself a slacker because he didn't have a job. I just watched the start of an old video. Okay, first of all, not only is it a cultural thing, but like what's one of the criticisms that people try to sling at my partner? Why doesn't your partner work? Which is not a criticism I get anymore because I filtered out all the losers. But it's the idea that like, isn't your partner AMAB? Shouldn't they be working? And I'm like, why? It's like, because you're deconstructing this capitalistic lens that everyone should be making money instead of everyone should labor, which everyone should labor, but not everyone has to make money because everyone should contribute to an extent, right? But like, I mean, life is labor, but like healthy labor is good. And so it's like, if I'm experiencing that as a millennial who's in a queer bubble, now imagine what Dr. K was experiencing in his bubble with his expectations at his age. He's a few years older than me, right? The expectation's different. He's an older millennial. I'm a mid-millennial. Like, of course he was feeling bad about the fact that he might not have a job because like, you know what I mean? Okay, let's see. Dr. K's take is wild as a woman who's in her early 20s, dating a hardcore gamer with no prospects. They very rarely decide to do better out of the blue. Major red flag. Oh, she dated a hardcore gamer. I thought she said she was dating and I was like, okay, she dated. Yeah. Same. I've dated the hardcore gamers who game 20 hours a day and they obviously weren't just going to pick up and do something. Okay. And that took me a long time to realize that the dreamers, don't date dreamers. Okay. Date people who are honest with like not where they want to go. Like one of the things I really appreciate, about this relationship that I'm in now is like, if my partner comes to me and says, I think I might want to do this thing. They will let me know if this thing is a dreaming thing, a goal that will be done soon, or a serious thing that I have to like lock in and pay attention because we're about to invest our money in this thing. It's like, don't, because as parents, you got the kid in the family. He's always like, Mom, Dad, I'm going to do this thing. You always have the brother in the family. That's like the dreamer brother who never actually makes it happen, but talks a big game about making it happen. And then he loves the struggle story because he watched like Wolf on Wall Street and he wants like a struggle story about how he came up from nothing and fucking had an addiction and like You know, you're a middle class guy from the suburb. You did not have a fucking struggle. Like your struggle is not this struggle, but they want the struggle because it sounds really good for the come up. And then they don't ever make it actually happen because they're too busy like writing the story of the come up. Anyways, I got a brother who's working on stuff, let me tell you. This boy loves a story. This brother loves a fucking story. And I'm like, your come up is not that interesting. Just actually like fucking lock in, bro. He's like, I'm working on the story. Okay, love it. This comment's crazy. It's low-key narcissistic to think you can change someone's needs. How? What qualifies you? Do you even have your shit together? I'm not saying don't try and help people, but damn, like, who are you to be running around trying to fix people? I guess, to some extent, I agree. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it is low-key soft and narcissistic, but it's more than that. It's naive. It's just, like, kind of naive to, like, go around thinking you can inspire people's, if I just talk to them right, if I just give people facts and statistics, they'll change their mind. Yeah, that's the naivety of believing in people. I believe in people generally, but I'm not going to hold my breath while the world figures it out, you know? Chat said, I feel like he just, not my chat, their chat. I feel like he just had strict high standards for himself. It feels like during the time that he was applying for 80 medical schools, he played video games for 3 hours on a random Friday night. Thus felt some kind of guilt. Look, he might have been locking in for 12 hours a day, girls. And look, P.S., have zero problem with someone spending 10 hours a day playing video games. Listen to me. As a standalone thing, I do not care. I spend 10 hours of my day doing YouTube. I do not care. Is this thing coming at the expense of your joy? Okay? I do not care. Okay? If you spend 10 hours of your day skateboarding, do not care. Great, love that. Is this thing coming at the expense of your joy? You like to build houses for funsies? Great. Is this thing coming at the expense of our joy? Okay? It's your life, girl. You live it how you want. If you want to spend 10 hours doing something, but and you have to be honest with yourself. Is it getting in the way? Is it getting in your way? Be honest. Don't lie to yourself. Okay? You know, some of these chatters in their chat, I feel like are in my audience, but I'm not sure. I saw a couple usernames already that I was like, isn't this person in my chat sometimes? I don't know, girls. Do you guys need to leave some comments on this video? Let me see. Are you sure it's too short? He was undergrad for 5 years, not 4. By red flag, I took it's a minor negative trait that their partner has, like him being a slacker. Some people don't, you know, some people, it is you, isn't it? It is you. I knew it. I was like, is this not your face? Is this not you? I was going to say, I was like, wait a second. I might be face blind, but I think I know this. Okay. Anyways, cute. I do think some people are like, oh, I took 5 years to graduate. Oh, I'll tell you a good one. One of my friends is really, really smart. Okay. 4.0s all of high school, except senior year. Okay. She got like a 3.7 or something stupid. Okay. And I'm not a smart girly. I graduated with a 2.8. Okay. I'm really not the smartest girly in the academic sense. I was definitely like a theater girly. Okay. So my friend goes, I remember because we've known each other all of our lives. So she goes, oh my God, I can't believe this. I can't go to I can't go straight to the school I want to go to. And I said, wait, why not? And they're like, they want me to do a semester of community college first. And I was like, oh, okay, who cares? And she goes, oh my God, this is going to look horrible on my resume. And I said, what? She felt so bad that she was going to go straight to her 4-year university because she got one bad grade, like a B or something on a class. It ate her up, bro. It ate her up. We're all living in different bubbles. I'm sitting here like, girl, when I graduated high school, I went to community college and my parents were like, you should try it just to see if you like it. And they've always been anti-school, so I don't know what the fuck that was about. And I was paying for it, so what the fuck? And I was like, okay, but like if I don't like it, I'm going to go work full time. Anyways, I went to community college. I got bored. And then I would say I was going to class, but I was sleeping at the park. Anyways, and then after school ended, I was like, well, I was paying for it. I don't want to hear anybody say nothing. Okay. I was like, yeah, I already did it. I hated it. I'm going to go work now. And then I, boom, went straight to working 3 jobs. You know? Listen to me. I tried, bro. I went to school. I tried being into it. I took classes. I raised my hand. I wrote essays. I tried. And I was like, I'm bored. I don't want to do this. And then that last semester in school, I just fucked off. I literally was like, hey, I already prepaid. I was like, hey, I'm going to class. And then I would not go to class. Yeah, I tried though. I really did. I really did try. Okay. I tried so hard that my mom let us use her house for one of the classes I was taking. It was like a criminology. And we had to get a blow up doll and create a scene, like a crime scene, and take photos and put it, listen, I tried. Okay. But I just like did not give a fuck. Anyways, that's like a funny story I tell now in the family. I'm like, remember that time? You know what I mean? Anyways, it was stupid, but I did it, and now here I am. Anyways, the point is, Chat said your mom allowed the blow-up doll. Listen, my mom not only allowed the blow-up doll, but I had a lesbian in my school group, and she's like, yeah, I let a lesbian come to the house. And I was like, brag, mom. To this day, 20 years later, my mom goes, remember that time I let you bring a lesbian to the house? What is... My mom could be a mom on a TV show. She could be a mom on the TV show who's like, you remember that time a lesbian was in my house? I let you? And I'm like, okay, thank you. Wow. Thanks, mom. Anyways, God, it's so funny. She really could be that like stereotypical mom in a TV show. All right, girls, we did it. We did it. Okay, so that's it for today. Does anyone have any last minute questions, comments, thoughts, stories, anything else? Okay. Let me know. Discord said my first college manuscript reads like a manic fever dream. Let me just tell you guys. Okay, you said I studied things I wasn't interested in. They had to force me to pick a major. Listen to me when I say this, because you say cries and undiagnosed ADHD. That's what I think it was ultimately. I think ultimately I was so neurodivergent. Like the only thing I distinctly remember being very excited for was a 10-page essay they made us write. And I was like, ooh. And that was the only thing I was excited for. The criminology class was kind of fun. I liked my teacher. He was a cop, but he was like a fun cop. He was like a goofy cop. He was kind of fun. But otherwise, like, I did not care. I hated working with people. I still do. I don't like group projects, you know? God, that was so long ago, girls. That really was so long ago. Oh, time passes. That's why I say, like, as much as you think life is long, girl, for us millennials, just realizing that, like, when I see 1990, I think, like, current day. But that was, like, 40 years ago. When I think 70s, I think 30 years ago. When people go, oh, the 1970s, I was like 30 years ago. It's just time really passes by. It really does. Yeah. Shout out to all the girlies in school. I'm proud of you. You know, shout out to all the people who've graduated. I'm proud of you. It's such a feat. It's such an impressive thing. Who knows? Maybe one day I'll go back in my 50s when I'm medicated. And I have a tutor. The structure of school always gave me anxiety. You know what the worst part of school was? Was figuring out where my classroom was. To this day, I still hate it. My anxiety is so intense that, like, just trying to get places on time, trying to pick a seat in class, it's over. It's over. I like the back corner so I can see the whole classroom. I just like, but then if you're in the back corner, you're kind of like a loser, you know? So you want to be up front, but then if you're up front, you're even more of, you know, I just want to be able to see the whole room, you know? Oh. or even signing up for credits and learning the classes and learning what counts and oh my God, I'm getting anxiety thinking about it. Okay, I'm going to go. I'll see you tomorrow. Chet says, you're in school? No. I'm getting anxiety remembering what being in school was like. Also, we might watch that. I'm going to go check out that Dax Shepard, Jonathan Van Ness conversation because I Googled it and apparently it's drama. I don't know what it's about. Maybe we'll watch it if it's interesting together. I don't know. I'll go check it out though on my own to see what it's about. Thank you for recommending it. Okay, go watch my new podcast if you haven't, girls. Seriously, it's really, really good. And I think this one's going to get views. I can feel it in my nuggets. Okay, I think this one is going to get views. You want to be one of those views so you can say you were there at the beginning before anybody was there. Go check it out. All right, talk to you tomorrow. Bye. Bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye.